Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Filthy Fiance by Kat Carmine, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Rock Engel. 1. Celia. Thwack! The blueberry crumble muffin hits the wall of the break room, just behind Martin's head. You lying! My words come out breathless as I fling a second muffin at him. Duck! This one hits him on the shoulder, leaving a smear of sticky fruit and crumbs on his $4,000 pinstripe suit jacket. Cheating! He beats away the third muffin, flailing his arms like a little girl. Son of a bitch! I finish with a hiss. The last muffin hits him right in the throat, and he yells in surprise. Celia, he barks, this is very unbecoming. Unbecoming? I yell. Unbecoming was when you got caught with your pants down in the copy room. Oh, wait, no, that was just coming, right? My mistake. People have gathered around outside the break room now, and I can feel their eyes boring into my back. But all I can do is glare at the man who broke my heart. Martin and I split up 2 weeks ago, but this is my first time seeing him since then. I thought I'd be able to handle it, and I was determined to be mature, to take the high road even after he'd humiliated me. So much for that plan. Of course, all of that was before I found out the associate lawyer he'd been fucking behind my back is being promoted to partner. A promotion I've been in the running for, one I'd been told I was a shoo-in for. Apparently, now that Martin and I are no longer engaged, I'm no longer partner material. To be honest, I'm not even sure I want to be a partner at Turner & Crosby. Being a lawyer isn't exactly all I had dreamed it would be, or all my parents had dreamed for me, I suppose. But I want it to be my choice. I want to succeed or fail on my own terms, not because my ex has tapped his new fuck buddy for the job that was supposed to be mine. I search helplessly around for something else to throw at Martin, but we're all out of muffins. I pick up the empty pastry box and heave that at him, too. But it just sails to the floor pathetically between us. Miss Jeffries. The booming voice comes from behind us, and I instantly flinch. I turn around to see Frank Turner, one of the firm's founding partners. He looks none too pleased. His silver eyebrows are furrowed, and his mouth is thin. Miss Jeffries, please come with me. He turns on his heel, and I have no choice but to follow along behind him like a puppy. Not before I shoot Martin one last withering glare, though. He has the nerve to shake his head sadly at me, as if I'm the pathetic one, as if he's not the lying, cheating scumbag in this scenario. I scamper down the hallway behind Mr. Turner, still cursing out Martin under my breath. When Frank gets to his office, he holds the door open for me. After you, Miss Jeffries. I step cautiously into his office. Well, I tell myself, if nothing else, at least there's no way Frank Turner is ever going to forget my name now. Fuck. 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 I ride the elevator down to the ground floor of our luxurious office tower, cursing as it dings past every floor. My hands are still shaking, and my heart is racing, replaying the conversation I just had with Frank. Unacceptable workplace behavior, he'd said. Appearance of mental instability. Apparently, break room meltdowns and muffin throwing are unacceptable workplace behavior now. Who knew? Frank had suggested I take 2 weeks off to deal with my personal matters, aka get my shit together. Only it was clear from his tone that it wasn't really a suggestion at all. They were putting me on leave, even if he didn't have the balls to come right out and say it. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The elevator doors open with one final ping, and I step into the soaring glass lobby, the one that normally gives me such a giddy thrill. Now it's dark and humid. Rain is pouring down outside, and the space feels damp and dreary. I stand there in the lobby, clutching my purse and staring at the rain pelting down on the sidewalk outside. Because, of course, it would have to be pouring rain right now. Why wouldn't it be, really? It's the perfect end to the perfect day. Yet even with the rain and the muffins and the leave of absence, this still only ranks as the second worst day I've had this month. Top billing goes to the day Martin and I broke up, the day I walked in on him in the copy room, bare-ass, thrusting against... God, I can't even think about it right now. Of course, after it had happened, no one at the firm had told Martin his behavior was unacceptable. No one had told him he needed to take a couple of weeks to get his shit together. You can get your rocks off in the office, apparently, but you can't throw an innocent baked good. Or two. Then again, Martin was the one with the corner office, the big clients, the kind who flew in on private jets just for an hour-long meeting, which he always billed them through the nose for. Apparently that bought you a lot of privilege at the office. But I know how to play the game. Appearance is everything at Turner & Crosby. That's why, for the last 2 weeks, ever since it had happened, I'd been forcing myself to keep it together. Pretend none of this is a big deal, that I'm just fine. I stare out at the rain, painting the sidewalks in dark gray, wondering why I picked today of all days to lose it. Not the day I caught Martin cheating, not the day I took off my engagement ring, not the day I had to call the wedding planner and tell her the wedding wasn't happening anymore. No, I lost my shit over a partner job I don't even know if I want. And look where my little outburst got me. I'll never get the job now. I'll be lucky if I get to keep the job I currently have. Worst of all, throwing those muffins hadn't even made me feel any better. Well, okay, maybe it made me feel a little bit better. But it didn't make up for the trouble it had got me in. I huff out another sigh, still staring at the rain. The only things that could possibly help salvage this disaster of a day are a drink, a fuck, and a really gooey grilled cheese sandwich. Considering my current relationship status, non-existent, I doubt I'm going to get that middle option, but luckily I know exactly where I can satisfy my other two cravings. I push open the lobby door and step out into the downpour. The sidewalks are surprisingly empty for 4 o'clock in Manhattan, probably because everyone else is smart enough to stay indoors in this near typhoon. I hurry through the rain as fast as I can in my heels, which unfortunately isn't very fast. Fortunately, I'm not going far. Veneer is just 3 blocks from my office, but no one I work with would ever set foot in a dive bar like that, which is exactly why I like it. That and the tasty piece of man meat that works behind the bar most evenings. I've been coming here at least once a month since I started working at Turner & Crosby, and it's the perfect place to drown my sorrows tonight, especially if Jace is working. I push open the door and burst into the bar like a thundercloud, trailing puddles and gloom in my wake. It's actually packed inside, probably people hiding out from the storm. So I drop my soaking wet ass on a bar stool and try to wring out my black hair. There's no bartender back there at the moment, so I grab a handful of napkins and start trying to wipe up the worst of the water while I wait. I must look like a drowned rat. Another win for today. I look around the bar, checking out the diverse clientele. The bar isn't big, but it isn't a hole in the wall either, and the battered old tables are filled with a wide mix of people. Bankers, college kids, hipsters, and more than a few single women, probably hoping for exactly the same thing as I am. A view of the sexiest bartender in Manhattan. Finally, the door from the kitchen swings open. A collective sigh rises from the lips of every woman in the room. Jace. And just like that, my day gets immeasurably better. 2. Celia. Jace the bartender sidles up behind the bar and smiles at me in greeting. Hey, Celia. I struggle for an appropriate response, somehow managing to forget all about the word hello, but Jace is already raising his eyebrows. You're wet. His voice is like liquid honey, and it seeps through my veins like a drug. All I can do is nod. Despite the cold rain still soaking me, a rush of warmth flows through me, coming to a sharp point between my legs and making me clench my pussy. It's as if his words aren't an observation so much as a command. And suddenly, I find I'm wet in more ways than one. It's raining, I say dumbly, squirming in my seat. Wow, what scintillating conversation. Why is it that I seem to turn into a complete moron when I'm around this man? I mean, sure, he has the body of a Greek god, with pecs that practically bust out of his t-shirts and tattooed biceps that could just scoop you up and throw you down on the bar in front of everyone, and just... I shake my head lightly. Get it together, Celia. You don't need any more embarrassments today. Let me get you a towel. He turns before I can protest, disappearing back into the kitchen he'd just come out of. I look down at the pile of soggy napkins and try to ball them up as best as I can. Despite the fact that I've been here on dozens of occasions, I seem to manage to make an ass of myself in front of Jace every time, turning from educated corporate lawyer to blushing schoolgirl. It's ridiculous, really. Jace comes back and hands me a clean kitchen towel, which I take gratefully. I scrub my face and neck, and then dab at my cleavage. I glance up and see Jace watching as I lightly pull open the neck of the white-collared shirt I'm wearing. I realize that it's probably almost entirely see-through at this point, and I thank God for the boring charcoal blazer I'm wearing over top of it. I dab at my skin one more time, and then try to pull the jacket closed as much as I can, feeling my nipples pebbling under the damp fabric, and glad he can't see the very obvious effect he has on me. Jace is still watching me as I hand the towel back across to him. His blue eyes are bright, his lids heavy, and I realize he looks intrigued. My cheeks flame in embarrassment. I hadn't meant to put on quite such a show. Jace takes the towel from me and drops it in a bin behind the bar. Your usual? Yes, please. And a grilled cheese. He raises an eyebrow. Bad day? I nod and actually find myself smiling. Am I that obvious? He grins. Well, you kind of have a tell. Oh yeah? What is it? Carbs and cheese. I laugh at that. A full, loud, barking laugh, way louder than I mean to. So what you're saying is I am that obvious. Well, let's just say last time you were having a bad day, we ran out of macaroni and cheese. Guilty. I can't help but laugh, even though the memory is still raw. Catching Martin like that, ending our engagement, throwing him out of the apartment. I'd come here the next day after work and drowned my sorrows in mac and cheese and cab franc, dinner of champions, and cheated on girlfriends everywhere. Jace grabs a bottle and starts pouring me a glass of red. My mouth is practically salivating already, although I'm not sure if it's at the sight of the wine or the couple inches of muscled back I glimpsed as his t-shirt rode up when he reached to grab the bottle off the high shelf behind him. There's a flush crawling across my skin, and I have to resist the urge to fan myself. When he's filled my glass with way more than the usual 6 ounces, he slides it across the bar toward me. Cheers. I pick it up and down half of it in one gulp. Who cares that it costs $25 a glass? Jace watches me with raised eyebrows, and when I set the glass back down on the bar, he wordlessly fills it back up. Want to talk about it? He asks. I am a bartender, better than a shrink. Ha, no, that's okay. No way am I letting the sexiest man in Manhattan know what a mess my life is. He probably already thinks I'm a flake, thanks to the way I get all tongue-tied around him. He shrugs. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. He flashes me a 1,000-watt grin, showing off perfect white teeth framed between pillowy soft lips. The kind of mouth you would never stop kissing, if he was yours. I shake my head lightly as he walks away, probably to put my grilled cheese order in with the kitchen. For one brief second, I'm almost tempted to tell him my whole sob story, if only so that he'll stay and talk to me a little longer, so that I can continue my ongoing game of imagine what Jace the bartender looks like naked, a game I'm basically an expert in by now. At this point, I think I've imagined every detail of that man's body, the way his chest would be broad and smooth, with tight brown nipples, the way his abs would ripple under a woman's fingertips, the way they would lead down to a tapered V, the way his strong thighs and his sculpted ass would flex as he thrust his cock in and out of some poor, destroyed pussy. Because his cock? Oh, the cock I imagined was massive. 10 inches at least, and thick as a beer can. Throbbing and veiny and punishing. I'm sure there's no way the reality can live up to everything I've imagined. But it doesn't matter anyway. Because it's not like I'm ever going to experience it. It's just a little harmless daydreaming. I suppose it should have been a warning sign that even when I was engaged to Martin, I was fantasizing about Jace the bartender. Not that I would have done anything about it, God no. Martin might be a cheater, but I wasn't. But that didn't stop me from thinking about Jace. Because where Martin was Ivy League pressed khakis and horn-rimmed glasses, handsome in his own prissy sort of way, Jace was pure badass sex appeal. Tattoos, muscles, a stubbled jaw, the kind of guy you can just tell would fuck like a rock star. And sometimes a girl just wants to get lost in a fantasy like that. But that's all it is. A fantasy. The kitchen door swings open and Jace emerges, carrying a steaming sandwich on a plate. You wouldn't think it from looking at the exterior of this place. It screams dive bar, but they make awesome food here. The grilled cheese is probably the best I've ever had. Thick white bread, sharp white cheddar old enough to have its own driver's license, sliced pears, maple smoked bacon, and fresh chives. A greasy little taste of heaven. I'm taking the plate from him before he can even set it down on the bar, and for just a second, our fingers touch. A jolt shoots through me. Careful, it's hot, Jace warns. I'll say. I reluctantly let go and allow him to set the plate in front of me, and then take another giant guzzle out of my wine glass. Now I'm wishing I'd ordered a beer. At least it would help cool me down a little. A gaggle of college kids push in through the front door, laughing and as soaking wet as I was earlier. And Jace is occupied with serving them while I work on savoring my carbs and cheese. By the time I finish my sandwich and my wine, I'm actually feeling marginally better. My clothes are almost dry, and the day's earlier humiliation is starting to fade into the wine buzz. Who cares if Turner and Crosby want me to take a couple of weeks off? It's basically a paid vacation. My career so far has been so busy and intense that I can't even remember when I last had time off. This is the perfect opportunity to stay in my pajamas all day and eat bonbons and watch soap operas or whatever it is people do when they're on vacation. Hell, maybe I'll even get myself laid while I'm off. My eyes flit involuntarily to Jace as soon as the thought crosses my mind. As if he can read my thoughts, he looks up from where he's taking drink orders from a couple of douchey-looking young Wall Street types. Our eyes meet across the room, and it's like an electric current shoots through me. It's enough to make me shudder, and almost enough to make me fall off my chair. Jace's face twists into a slow grin, and I find myself smiling back, hesitantly. Maybe. Then he glances down at my empty wine glass and nods, signaling that he'll be back in a second to top up my drink. I sigh. Crush on a bartender, and what do you get? Well, if you're as bad at flirting as I am, apparently drinks are the only thing you get. Jace makes his way back over to me and refills my glass. Before I can even thank him, he's turned around again, mixing drinks for the group he just came from. Well, if nothing else, it gives me an opportunity to check out his ass. I slurp my wine and take in the full, hard roundness of his delectable backside, the way his shoulders ripple as he reaches for various bottles of liquor on the shelves above. I rest my chin in my hand and sigh, then realize how pathetic I'm being. I'm practically flashing him cartoon heart eyes, but to him, I'm just another customer. I reach for my wine glass, intending to take another long, satisfying swallow, but somehow I misjudge the distance and end up smacking the stem of the glass with the back of my hand. Fuck! The glass goes sailing, spilling wine all over the bar and down onto my charcoal skirt. Fuck, fuck, fuck! Jay spins around to see what the commotion is. I'm frantically reaching for the napkins, only to realize I used them all when I was mopping up my face earlier. I look helplessly up at Jace as I use my hands to try to stem the tide of wine from flowing off the bar. Here. He tosses me another clean towel and comes around to my side of the bar with the second one. Together we mop up the spilled wine. His body is so close to mine as he stands there, wiping up my mess. I stop my cleaning efforts, suddenly intensely, incredibly aware of the hardness of him, the heat of him. His thick, solid presence next to me. My skin sizzles and burns like a hot pan. My breath catches in my throat. My fingers reach out, almost of their own volition, and graze along his forearm. I don't mean to do it, honestly. The same way I didn't mean to throw those muffins at Martin. Some unconscious part of me takes over, though, and before I know it, I'm running my fingertips along the smooth skin of his inner arm. He tenses, his fist clenching around the towel, making the veins on his arms pop out. My heart is racing, but I trace my finger along those ridges, all the way down to his wrist, and then dance across the palm of his hand. I'm sorry, I say. My voice is hoarse. It barely even sounds like me. It's okay. His voice is hoarse, too. I can't help but notice. And I wonder for a second what that means. I force myself to look up into his eyes. Those blue eyes. The color of the New York City sky on a perfect summer day. His eyes have gone dark now, though, and they bore right into me. What time is your shift over? The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them, before I can tell myself that this is a bad idea. 3 years of coming here, and I've had enough of fantasizing about Jace the bartender. I want a taste of the real thing. Jace squints and seems to hesitate, but only for a second. He tears his eyes away from mine just long enough to glance down at the old leather watch on his wrist. 20 minutes. His voice is rough, gravelly. Good. I bite my lower lip, hoping he understands my meaning. There's a moment when I'm not sure, or when I think perhaps he's considering how to let me down easy. But then his mouth twists into a sexy smirk. Good, he echoes, and the pleasure licks through me like a flame. 20 minutes later, I'm leaving the bar with Jace the bartender, wondering just what the hell I'm doing. 3. Celia. We take a cab to my apartment, and every moment of it is pure, delicious torture. We both sit politely and quietly on either side of the back seat, as if we're nothing more than friends or colleagues. But my mind is racing, thinking about all the things I'm going to let Jace the bartender do to me tonight. I sneak glances at him in the dark interior of the cab, and every time I do, I catch him looking back at me. I wonder if he's thinking about the same things I am, about how I'm going to wrap my lips around his dick, about what his stubbled jaw is going to feel like against the soft skin of my inner thigh, about how it's going to feel to finally have his cock inside me. I squirm in my seat, and he glances over at me, one cocky eyebrow raised. I smile at him, suddenly shy, and he reaches over and puts his hand on my knee. That's all it takes for me to melt into my seat. His warm palm on my bare skin sends sparks all the way up my thigh, cresting between my legs and swelling my clit. I let out the smallest of whimpers. Again, I don't mean to. It just comes out. Jace's eyes flash with lust. He leans over, and then he's kissing me, his lips mashing into mine, his hand sliding up to cup the back of my neck. I can feel his fingers tugging my hair as he slides his tongue into my mouth, tangling it with mine. He tilts my head back so he can kiss me even deeper, and the feeling of his hands against my scalp and his tongue tracing mine and his stubbled jaw brushing my chin is enough to make me come undone. Neither of us notice when the cab comes to a stop. We're still kissing frantically when the cab driver clears his throat loudly. I pull away, embarrassed and trying to catch my breath, but Jace just smirks as he pays the driver. That was quite possibly the best kiss I've ever had, though I'm sure for him it's a near weekly, if not daily occurrence. Don't think about that now. I tried myself. Yes, he's probably a playboy. But for just tonight, he's my playboy. As soon as the cab drives away, we're back to being chaste and well-behaved. In other words, more torture. Jace waits patiently as I dig around in my purse for my keys, and then he follows me through the lobby of my building. I nod a hello and smile at Mr. Farah, our evening concierge, and then lead Jace to the elevators. Nice building, he comments, as the gleaming silver doors swing open. It should be, I say, trying to keep the note of bitterness out of my voice. It costs a damn fortune. Martin and I had bought this place together, and I was still trying to figure out whether I could afford to buy it out from him. I didn't love the place, but I also wasn't really excited about the idea of trying to find another condo anytime soon. New York City real estate is basically on par with the Hunger Games. Jace is quiet as we ride the elevator up to the 12th floor, and as we walk down the hall towards my apartment. I live in the corner unit, which means it's at the very end of the hallway, and tonight the walk seems to take hours. All I can hear is Jace's footsteps behind me and my own heart thudding in my ears. Finally, I'm unlocking the apartment door and leading him inside. I flick on the lights, and he looks around. "Do you want a tour or anything?" I ask, suddenly nervous again as I let the door swing closed behind us. "No." He shakes his head and smiles. "Okay, do you want a drink?" "No." He shakes his head again, still wearing that sly smile. "Okay," I swallow. "This is really happening. Do you want—"
"Celia."
He cuts me off.
"Stop."
"Okay." He steps toward me. His eyes are hooded and dark, but all I can see are his lips. Those soft, perfect lips. The ones I want to feel all over my skin, between my legs, covering my pussy. I lean forward just a little, and then Jace takes me into his arms. I've got my share of womanly curves, but I feel tiny with his powerful arms wrapped around me, as if he could lift me right up off my feet if he wanted to. Instead, he presses me up against the wall. His face is so close to mine that I feel his warm breath on my cheek, can smell the mint on his breath.
"I've been thinking about doing this for a very long time," he says.
His voice is rough and gravelly, and it makes my knees go a little weak. "Really?" The word barely comes out as a whisper.
"Really, Celia. I can't wait to make you scream."
I gulp. From the wrong person, those words might be terrifying, but coming from Jace, they're like an electric shock straight to my clit. "I can't wait for that either," I manage. He grins, that same sexy smirk that makes me want to bite his bottom lip.
"Then what are we waiting for?"
Then he's kissing me again, rough and demanding, and with none of the awkward hesitation that Martin used to kiss with. Jace is nothing but feeling, nothing but pure animal magnetism. He kisses me like a force of nature, like a typhoon. And I let myself be carried away by it, by him. His tongue is past my lips, and he strokes my tongue with his. He explores my mouth completely, teasing me and tasting me, a promise of what's to come later. With one hand, he reaches down and grabs my wrists, and then lifts them up over my head, pinning them against the wall. It's forceful and hot as hell, the way I feel helpless before him. I'm breathing hard already, and I can feel how hot and wet my pussy is. I want him to touch me so badly, but I like what he's doing now too much to stop him. He keeps kissing me, holding my hands above my head, and then he moves his head down to start kissing my neck, my collarbone. My nipples are already rock hard and straining under the lace fabric of my bra. And when he uses his free hand to cup my breast, it sends an arc of desire straight through me. He massages my breasts roughly, and I moan into his neck. "God, that's good," I manage to breathe. He chuckles roughly.
"We're just getting started, baby girl."
He goes back to kissing my neck, still rubbing my breasts. But then, too soon, he pulls back. He wipes his mouth and stares at me, burning holes right into my skin.
"Take off your jacket."
I'm still wearing the charcoal blazer I had on earlier, and now I wordlessly slip it off my shoulders. I start to fold it up so that I can put it on the console table, but he yanks it out of my hands, letting it fall to the floor.
"We don't fold clothes during foreplay, Celia."
My cheeks flush, but he grins playfully.
Now, the shirt too. You can just let it fall on the floor," he adds with a wink. My hands shake as I slowly unbutton the white shirt I'm wearing, the one that was crisp as paper this morning, that's damp and rumpled now. My fingers tremble and I fumble with the buttons, but Jace makes no move to help me, just watches me intently. Finally, I tug the bottom of the shirt out of my pencil skirt and undo the last button. I take a deep breath and let the shirt fall slowly off my shoulders and onto the floor. Jace sucks in a breath as he takes me in. He reaches his hand out slowly, deliberately, and then slides one finger under the strap of my pale pink lace bra. My skin burns under his touch. He moves his hand away. "This too." His voice is still commanding, but there's a hitch to it that wasn't there before. I reach behind me and unclasp the bra, and then pull it away from my body. My breasts spring free, my nipples instantly hardening even more in the cool apartment. A rumble comes from Jace's throat, low and animal-like. Finally, he takes a step forward, closing the distance between us. His hands go to my upper arms as he kisses me, grazing his lips first lightly against mine, but then more hungrily as his hands roam over my body. When he finally cups my breasts in his palms, I lean into him, sighing. He flicks his thumbs across my nipples, making me gasp, and then he pinches them lightly, running the stiff peaks under his fingertips. I arch my back, pushing my breasts toward him, wanting him only to keep doing whatever kind of magic it is he's working with his hands. But instead, he chuckles and bends his head down, and then he's grazing my stiff bud with his teeth. I suck in a breath as he sucks my nipple into his mouth, holding it between his teeth and flicking at it with his tongue. I'm rocked with another wave of desire. And then he's moving on to the other breast, giving that one that same delicious treatment. I run my fingers through his short hair. We're still in the hallway of my apartment, and I can feel the cool wall pressed up against my back. A stark contrast between the heat of his lips on my skin. He's moving lower on my body now, kissing his way down over my rib cage and across my stomach, past my belly button. I shiver in anticipation. I want to feel his mouth on me so bad I could scream. Jace drops to his knees in front of me and pushes up my skirt. It's a sensible gray pencil skirt, but suddenly, bunched up around my waist, it feels like the sexiest piece of clothing I own. I have a moment of panic, trying to remember what underwear I put on this morning. But then I breathe out a sigh of relief, remembering it was a black thong. I don't have any more time to think about it, though, because Jace slides his fingers up under the edges of the thong and yanks it down over my thighs. He shimmies the scrap of fabric down my legs, and I kick it off awkwardly over my heels. I realize suddenly that I'm naked in front of him, except for my bunched-up skirt, which is doing nothing to hide anything. Jace, of course, is still wearing all his clothes. How exactly did that happen? He's kneeling in front of me now, and when I look down at him, I find him gazing up at me. His big palms are braced against my thighs, and he slowly spreads them apart, watching the expression on my face. I bite my lip, waiting, and he leans his head forward. I'm already so wet that I can feel juices dripping down my thighs. But when Jace's tongue flicks across me, it's like a geyser goes off inside me. I can't do anything but moan as he finds my clit and runs his tongue all over it, flicking it gently and sucking it between his lips. Jesus! The man knows how to eat pussy. I'm not going to think about the many women he's probably practiced on, though. All I'm going to think about right now is the way he's stiffening his tongue and running it in tight circles around my clit. The way he flattens his tongue down and runs it along my cleft. The way he brings his hands up and plunges 2 fingers deep inside me as he licks and sucks. My legs are starting to shake and tremble. I arch my hips out to give him a better angle and then brace myself against the wall behind me. Jace doesn't lose any of his momentum. His tongue continues its merciless assault on my clit as my nerves catch fire and send flames arcing through me. "Oh, fuck," I whimper as the orgasm takes me over. "Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck, Jace!" I run my fingers through Jace's hair again and clutch his short locks, pulling his face closer to me as my body convulses. Everything goes out of me. Breath leaves my lungs and thoughts leave my head, and all sense of propriety goes flying out the window as I'm pulling his hair and screaming his name. He keeps licking even as the orgasm subsides, sending tiny little aftershocks through me. My clit is incredibly sensitive, but somehow he softens his gestures just the right amount, enough so that I can stand it, but not so much that it lets me fall off that knife's edge. Instead, I skate along it until, incredibly, I feel the second orgasm come on. My body shakes harder this time, my legs almost giving out from under me. Jace uses his free hand to brace my hips and help keep me upright. He sucks my clit between his lips one more time, just as the final wave breaks over me. I try to scream his name again, but this time, even my voice is gone. Finally, he pulls away. His face is damp from my juices, and he licks his lips, and then lightly brushes his mouth with the back of his hand as he stands up. I slump against the wall and laugh deliriously. I can safely say that never happened with Martin. That was... wow, he grins. Oh, we're just getting started. My toes curl inside my stilettos. Jace leans forward and kisses me, his lips sweet and musky with the taste of me still clinging to him. I walk him backwards, over to the couch, and then push him down so that he's sitting. I straddle his lap, and then reach down for the hem of his t-shirt. I can't wait to finally get my first glimpse of Jace the bartender's body, the one I've been imagining for so long. I peel the shirt off of him and suck in my breath. He's nothing like what I imagined. He's better. His pecs are hard and smooth, perfect wide mounds across his chest. His abs are deep and defined, and even sitting like this, they're hard enough that you could bounce a beer cap off them. The waist of his jeans cinches in neatly. I can see a small trail of hair leading down to the treasure below. I run my fingers over his chest, marveling at how sculpted it is. Then I swallow. If his chest is this good, I can't even imagine what his cock must be like. "What?" Jace asks, studying my face. "Nothing." My cheeks go pink. I lean forward and kiss him again so that he won't press the question. I can already feel him hard underneath me, and I grind my naked hips against him as I kiss him. Just as we're starting to get into it again, and I'm thinking about unzipping his pants and letting loose his monster cock, we're interrupted by his phone. He stops kissing me for just a minute, but doesn't make any motion to answer it. He leans back in to kiss me again, but I can feel the hesitation in it. "It's okay," I say breathless, "if you need to answer it." He hesitates and then reaches for the phone. I feel a wave of disappointment. I'm sorry, he says, seeming genuinely apologetic. It's just that it might be work. We have a new bartender on right now, and I'm not sure how well he's working out. Of course. I guess I can't be irritated with him when I'm the one who said he could answer it. But now he's glancing down at the display and frowning. It's my brother. There's something in his voice that I can't read. Concern? Apprehension? He hits the answer button. Hey, hi. Is everything okay? He's quiet for a minute as he listens, and then he looks up at the ceiling. Yeah, I got your invitation. I can't believe you're getting married. He glances at me and gives me the 1-minute sign, so I reluctantly climb off his lap. I head into the little galley kitchen to get a glass of water and give him some privacy. Jace gets off the couch and paces to the far end of the living room, into the hallway near the washroom. Yeah, that's great. Mom must be thrilled. I don't mean to listen to his conversation, but the spot where he's standing, just outside the bathroom, is causing his voice to echo throughout the small condo. I grab a magazine off the coffee table and flip through it distractedly, trying to ignore his conversation. It feels strange to be sitting here naked and reading Oprah's tips on how to start a book club, but that seems to be just how I roll tonight. I'm not sure if I can make it, actually, with work and everything. Jace is running his hands through his hair. He glances back at me and mouths a silent apology at me. I give him a little wave to let him know it's fine. I've got Oprah to keep me company anyway. Jace sighs loudly into the phone and then turns to face the bathroom. I think he's aiming for privacy, but the positioning makes his voice echo even louder. Well, I guess I could get the time off. And funny thing, I'll be bringing my own fiance. Yeah, that's right. I'm engaged too. I drop the glass I'm holding, causing cold water to spill all over my lap and the magazine I was reading. What the fuck? He's engaged? Oh no, just hell no. I stalk over to the bathroom where he's standing with his back to me. You're engaged? I screech, not caring if his brother can hear me. Not caring about anything but the fact that I just got played by a player. And worse, that I did to another woman what was done to me. I helped a man cheat, something I swore I would never do. You're engaged, I shriek again. I throw the soggy magazine at him. You bastard! Jace looks terrified. He cups his palm around the phone. Trent, I gotta go. I'll call you back, okay? He hangs up the phone and shoves it quickly into his pocket. No, Celia, listen, I can explain. No explanation needed, you asshole. Just get the fuck out of my apartment. I start hunting around for my clothes. I can't find the blouse I was wearing, but I pull my soggy charcoal jacket on over my narrow shoulders. I realize I'm shaking. No, please, let me explain. It's not what you think. Jace takes a couple of steps towards me and I back up, bumping into the hallway console. I reach around behind me and grab the first thing I can find. A stone vase filled with yellow tulips. I hurl the whole thing at him. Get out! Jace puts his hands up defensively. The tulips crash to the floor at his feet. There's a sadness in his expression and something else I can't quite understand. Regret? Well, it's a little too late for regret, buddy. Fine. He steps over the smashed vase and the soggy pile of crushed flowers. This was a mistake anyway. I'll say it was. Jace steps out into the hallway and turns to say something, but I close the door in his face. As soon as he's gone, the tears come, and I lean against the door and cry. Suddenly, this day seems much closer to being in the running for worst day of the month, maybe even of the whole year.
4. Jace. I push open the door of Celia's apartment building and step out into the pouring rain. I should try to get a cab, but fuck it. This weather suits my mood. I'm gonna walk for a bit. What the fuck was I thinking? I berate myself. I must be 17 kinds of moronic. I'm suffering from a mental illness. I must be. That's the only explanation I can think of for how I managed to let this get so out of control. There I was, having a great time with Celia. I'd had my eye on her for a couple of years now, ever since she first started coming into the bar. And suddenly, she wasn't with that prissy asshole boyfriend anymore, and she was actually propositioning me. I mean, I get hit on at the bar all the time, but not by women like her. I thought I'd won the fucking lottery when she asked me what time my shift was finished. And I'd blown it. Not just blown it, fucking torched the thing. Because that's what I do, apparently. On top of that, I'd lied to my brother. A stupid, pointless lie. One I told just to soothe my own damaged ego. Because the truth is, I don't have a fiancé. I don't even have a girlfriend. I've got plenty of women happy to share my bed for a night, but that's all I ever give 'em. Other than that, I've got me, and I've got my cat Steve, and that's it. One-night stands are as deep as my emotional entanglements go, and I like it that way. So why had I said that to Trent? I like my life the way it is, but somehow talking to my older brother makes me feel like I'm still the fuck-up I was 10 years ago. My brothers, Trent and Luke, are incredibly successful and run their own international home furnishings company back in Chicago, where I grew up. We barely speak since I moved out here. And up until I got the wedding invitation a few weeks ago, I didn't even know Trent was engaged. I guess when he called, I just felt stupid. That there was so much space between us, that there was so much of his life that I didn't know anymore. I guess I wanted him to feel like there were things about me that he didn't know either. Except there really weren't. And I wasn't exactly going to start bragging to him about the fact that I work at a dive bar. Even if I do practically run the thing at this point. Even if it's true that the place has tripled its profits since I took over. No, the thing to come out of my mouth had to be that I was engaged. What a fucking idiot I am. I trudge home along the Manhattan sidewalks, almost enjoying the way the rain pelts down on my face and puddles splash up around my blundstones. Let it fucking rain. Celia doesn't actually live that far away from me, though judging based on aesthetics alone, her place might as well be light years away. She has a polite doorman, and I have a front door that barely even latches anymore. She has marble tile in her bathroom, and I have a toilet that needs the handle jiggled every time you flush. I could afford something nicer, but I just don't see the point. Not when I spend all my time at the bar. So maybe it's just as well that things with Celia aren't going anywhere. There's no way a girl like that would ever set foot in an apartment like mine. In fact, there's no way a girl like that would ever be happy settling for anything about me or my life. I'm cold pizza and drinking beer on fire escapes, and she's, well, I didn't know what she is. Cab francs and expensive face creams and weekly manicures, probably. I finally get to my apartment building and yank the door open, shaking my head at the fact that they still haven't fixed the damn door. I really need to fucking move. I climb the stairs to the tiny apartment and unlock my door. Steve is there to greet me right away, brushing up against my pant leg. "Hey, buddy," I say, leaning down to scratch his ears. "How's life?" He meows crankily, so I dump some more food in his green plastic bowl. He digs in right away, and I grin a little, thinking how easy it must be to be him. Not a care in the world. Besides where his next meal is going to come from. And since he has me, that's not even a real concern. Me, on the other hand, well, I have concerns enough for the both of us. Like what I'm going to do about Trent, now that I've told him this stupid lie. And what am I going to tell Celia next time she comes into the bar? I realize with a start that she might not ever come in again, after what I did to her, Or at least what she thinks I did to her. Well, I wouldn't blame her if she never wanted to see me again. The thought fills me with a sense of sadness that's way deeper than it should be. Who cares if I don't see her again? She's a pretty girl, but those are a dime a dozen in New York City. So why does this bother me so much? And why am I hoping against hope that she'll show up at the bar tomorrow, looking for an explanation? The next day, my shift passes agonizingly slowly. Every time the front door of the bar creaks open, I find myself looking over, hoping it'll be Celia. It never is. I tell myself maybe she's working late, that she'll be in after she gets off work. But the evenings get later and later, and there's no sign of her raven hair, her creamy skin, those perfectly pouty red lips. Why should there be? If I'm being honest, Celia isn't the type to come in demanding an explanation. That's crazy chick territory, and Celia's way too dignified for that. That girl is all class, which means she's probably doing what women like her do, which is getting drunk with her girlfriends and talking about what a dog I am. For once, I find myself wishing a girl was just a little crazier. Everything at the bar goes the way it usually does. We're kept busy with random college kids and a few Wall Street types, and a handful of women who try flirting with me. Normally, I'm happy to flirt back. That's half the fun of the job. But tonight, I just take their drink orders and skip the chit-chat. I have too much on my mind to conjure up any witty repartee, and definitely too much on my mind to give them what they're really hoping for, which is a dirty fuck. I still haven't decided what to do about Trent and my stupid lie. I guess I have to tell him the truth, but God, that's gonna suck. It's gonna be just like when I was 20, when I used to work at his company, and he thought I was the world's biggest fuck-up. I'm relieved when 2 o'clock in the morning finally rolls around, and we can close up the bar. I pour myself a beer as soon as the last patron strolls lazily out, and I drink it down quickly while I clean up and reconcile the cash. The alcohol gives me just enough courage and decisiveness to know what I need to do. I need to call Trent. First thing in the morning. I'll tell him I was just kidding around, that I wanted to see if he'd buy it. He'd still think I'm an idiot, but I don't know what other choice I have. Despite my decision, I sleep terribly that night. All I can think about is Celia, about her wild tumble of raven black curls, about her sharp green eyes, about the sinful curves that her dour business suits do so little to contain. And all I can see is her face in my mind, the horror in her expression when she thought she'd been complicit in helping me cheat on my imaginary fiancé. In the morning, my phone wakes me up. I grope blindly on the nightstand for it and hit the answer button before I even check to see who it is. Oh, my voice is groggy and gruff with the sleep that eventually overtook me. Jace! Hey, man, it's Luke. Don't tell me you were still sleeping, you lazy fuck. Shit. I sit up and scrub my hands over my face. Luke is my other brother. I work at a bar, man. I don't keep your fucking farmer hours. Luke laughs. Right. Still living that frat boy lifestyle, I see. Fuck. I shake my head, but there's no point in trying to get Luke to see that I take my job seriously. To him, I'm once a fuck up, always a fuck up. I don't have time to say anything else, though, before he's already launching into the real reason he called. Listen, Trent told me you're engaged. I just want to say congratulations. That's great news. Double fuck. I should have known Trent would say something to Luke. Thanks, I mutter. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, man, the whole family is so excited. Mom is over the moon. We can't wait to meet her. Yeah, I say. I'm sitting up now, and I stare down at my feet on the aged hardwood. Great. What's her name? Trent didn't say. Celia, I blurt, then blink furiously. What the ever-loving fuck is wrong with me? Celia, great. She sounds smart, he teases. She is, I say defensively, unable to help myself now. She's a lawyer. Great job, Jace. Why not just dig yourself an even deeper hole? But Luke lets out a low whistle. Good for you, man. Sounds like you've really cleaned up your act. Like I said, we all can't wait to meet her. And to see you. It's going to be so great to have everyone back together again. Yeah, sure. Listen, I gotta go, okay? Sure, man. I just want to, reach out, you know? Yeah. The stupid thing is, I actually feel kind of touched. I'm happy that he's happy for me, even if the reason is a complete and total fabrication. I get off the phone with Luke and wander out into the kitchen. Steve is sitting on the kitchen island, and I glance down at his bright green eyes. This is not good, I tell him. Steve stares at me with a steady, unblinking expression. I open up the cupboard and get a glass, then fill it up with tap water and drink half of it in one gulp. I set it back down on the island and scratch Steve's fuzzy gray ears. What do you think, buddy? Got any bright ideas for your old man? Steve blinks his green eyes up at me innocently, and then, without breaking my gaze, reaches his paw out and knocks my water glass off the island. It crashes onto the floor, sending water and shards of broken glass shooting everywhere. What the fuck, man? I glare at him, but I'm kind of laughing too because it's so typical. Classic Steve. He just stares at me unblinking. I swear I can even detect a hint of smug pride in his expression. I shake my head and then bend over to start picking up the pieces of glass around my bare feet. As soon as I do, I'm struck with the memory of helping Celia clean up the spilled red wine and broken shards of her wine glass at the bar the other day, right before she'd hoarsely asked me what time my shift ended. I stand back up and consider Steve. Are you trying to tell me something? His ears go back a bit, and his whiskers twitch just once. You devil, I mutter as I bend over again. You're a fucking evil genius in disguise, aren't you? Steve just swishes his tail and strolls off, leaving me to clean up his mess. But already I'm starting to hatch a plan.
5. Celia. By day 3 of my forced leave from work, I'm already going crazy. I've watched about 20 hours of house-flipping shows and more Lifetime movies than I thought I'd watch in, well, a lifetime. I've cleaned out my closet and scrubbed the grout in my shower to within an inch of its life. I've made 2 batches of cookies and a loaf of banana bread and a pineapple cheesecake, which I pawned off on some of my neighbors. I'd even tried making homemade cat treats for my cat, but of course, he'd turned his nose up at them. I'd pawned those off on a neighbor, too. Yet I'm still restless, lost. To be honest, I'd probably be enjoying my time a lot more if I didn't keep thinking about him. This time, him isn't Martin, though. It's Jace. I still can't believe he's engaged. I mean, it's true that I don't know much about his personal life. I don't even know his last name, for God's sake. He's just Jace the bartender to me. So I guess it shouldn't surprise me that he has a woman in his life. Still, I never would have pegged him as a cheater. There's just something that seems decent about him, underneath the chiseled abs and the cocky smirk. Then again, I'd thought Martin was a decent guy, too. Maybe my scumbag radar is broken. I stalk to the kitchen and throw open the freezer door, grabbing one of the pints of Ben & Jerry's that I'd picked up earlier today. It's already almost gone. Luckily, I'd bought a few pints. I can already tell it's going to be that kind of week. I'd thought about calling my best friend Rory, maybe see if she wanted to go get drinks. But I knew I'd have to tell her about Jace, and it was still too raw. She already knew all about Martin and about my temporary leave of absence from the firm, although I hadn't quite gotten into the whole muffin-throwing thing. But for some reason, this is the one thing I'm not ready to share yet. Maybe I'm worried about what it says about me, that I had helped him cheat on an innocent woman. And maybe I'm worried about the fact that despite that horrible, awful truth, I still can't stop thinking about him. I dig the spoon angrily into the rock-hard ice cream. I'm just about to inhale a massive chunk of frosty brownie when my phone rings. I glance down quickly and see that it's the front desk of my building. I frown. Maybe a package? This is Celia. Hello, Ms. Jeffries. This is Abel at the front desk. There's a young man named Jace here to see you. Should I let him up? My mouth hangs open. I drop the spoon and the brownie back into the ice cream tub, forgotten. I hold my phone out for a second and stare at it as if I can understand it better this way. Ms. Jeffries, I hear Abel's voice distantly. Would you like him to come up? Yes. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. Shit! I try to take them back, but Abel's already thanked me and hung up. Shit. Why is he here? What could he possibly want? If he thinks he's getting any from me, he's sadly mistaken. The only thing he's going to get is a tongue lashing, and I don't mean of the erotic variety. I glance around the apartment. I've done a lot of cleaning in the past few days, but I've also managed to make a mess. The coffee table is littered with wine glasses and magazines, and the 6 bottles of nail polish I used to try to recreate some nail art I saw on Pinterest, and the half-box worth of cotton pads I used to scrub off said nail art. I start frantically trying to tidy the place, even lint-brushing cat hair off the sofa, all the while wondering why I care what Jace thinks of my apartment. If I was smart, I'd just meet him out in the hallway and tell him to get lost. I glance down at my outfit and realize there's no way I'm going out into the hall looking like this. Stupid pajamas. I'm just about to dart into my room to change when there's a knock on the door. Fuck. Coming! I come around the sofa and in my rush to get to the door, stub my toe on the leg of the coffee table. Ow! Jesus! I grab my foot and hop towards the door, glaring back at the coffee table. God, I'd loved that stupid thing once, with its antique iron legs and the old-fashioned loft and barn logo etched on the underside. Now I want to throw it out the window. I throw the door open, still awkwardly holding my foot, and glare at Jace. What? I demand. He doesn't say anything for a minute, just stands there taking me in. With my stupid little shorts and the tank top that my cleavage is now spilling out of. Jace takes it all in. All of it. Slowly, assuredly, with that same damn cocky smirk. And despite all my best intentions, I feel my skin start to warm under the scrutiny of his gaze. Not quite the outfit I expected to find you in, he says. Where's the business lady special? I had the day off. These are my pajamas. I like them. Shut up. No, really, I have the exact same pair. That makes me giggle, though I immediately bite down on my tongue to make myself stop. What do you want? I want to talk to you. I can't imagine you have anything to say that I want to hear. He raises his eyebrows. Despite everything, his blue eyes twinkle. I think I do. I have to admit, that intrigues me. What does he think he could possibly say to me? I make a quick decision, one I hope I don't come to regret. You have 5 minutes, I tell him sternly, opening the door wide enough to let him in. Jace steps into my apartment, and his presence fills the space immediately. All I can think about is coming back here the other day. The 2 orgasms he'd given me pressed up against this very wall. My pussy starts to dampen just at the thought, and I find my walls clenching around nothing, remembering the feel of his fingers sliding roughly into me. I swallow and turn away, hopefully before he can see the color in my cheeks. He follows me into the living room and takes a seat on the sofa. I don't dare sit anywhere near him, so I sit on the chair opposite. I grab a cardigan that's lying draped on the back and pull it on, yanking it closed across my chest. Very poor choice in outfit, Celia, I scold myself. When I finally pull myself together, I turn and glare at Jace. Well, what is it you wanted to tell me? He takes a deep breath. His hands are in his lap, and I can see the way that they're balled into tight fists. First, I want to apologize. His voice is deep and rumbly, and it echoes through my apartment and through my body. But an apology doesn't cut it. I don't think I'm the one you should be apologizing to. I can't get his poor fiancé out of my head. He grins ruefully. That's the thing, though. You are. There's no one else. Confusion works its way through me. What do you mean? He takes another deep breath. I don't have a fiancé. I laugh bitterly. I guess she dumped your sorry ass. Can't say I blame her. I know I'm being a bitch, but I can't help it. It's my only defense mechanism against those bright blue eyes, that chiseled jaw. Jay shakes his head, almost laughing. No, Celia, there never was a fiancé. I made the whole thing up. My forehead wrinkles. Despite myself, I'm leaning forward. My cardigan's pulled open again, and I'm sure my breasts are practically spilling out of my shirt. But all I can do is try to parse what Jace is telling me. You made it up? Why would you do that? Then I narrow my eyes. And why should I believe you? He sits back on the sofa. His posture is more relaxed now, almost as if he's relieved to have gotten the words out. He spread his hands out on his knees. You should believe me because I'm about to tell you the truth. And trust me, the truth is way more embarrassing than just letting you go on believing I have a fiancé. I wait for him to continue. My lungs barely seem to be working, and I'm gripping the arms of the chair I'm sitting in. I don't have the best relationship with my brothers. We had a falling out a few years ago about... Well, it doesn't matter about what. The point is, we don't talk very much. Anyway, it turns out my brother Trent got engaged a few months ago, and I didn't even know until I got the stupid wedding invitation. So when he called to see if I was coming to the wedding, I panicked. I didn't want him to think I was the same fuck-up I used to be, so I lied and said I was engaged. I study his face, but there's no trace of deception in it. Either Jace the bartender is the best liar on the planet, or he's telling the truth. He sees me trying to read him. Trust me, this is painful for me to admit. If I didn't need your help, I might have even let you go on thinking I was just a cheating bastard. It'd be less humiliating than this. His words ping something in my brain. What do you mean, if you didn't need my help? Jace leans forward. The nerves seem to be back. I was going to call my brother back and tell him I'd just been kidding about the fiancé thing. But now he's gone and told everyone in my family. I narrow my eyes. I think I know where he's going with this, but he can't be serious. Can he? Jace takes another deep breath. So, suddenly I find myself in need of a fiancé, and I thought, maybe you could do it. Fly out to Chicago with me and be my fiancé for a week, just for the wedding. The laughter bursts from my mouth. I stare at him, waiting for the punchline, but he just sits there, watching me, expectantly. Jace, come on. You can't be serious. You want me to be your fake fiancé? He spreads his hands out and grins. Pretty much, yeah. Sounds kind of stupid when I say it out loud, he admits. Kind of? Yeah. There's no way we can fool your family into thinking we're engaged. He shakes his head. Actually, I was thinking about this, and it wouldn't be too hard. I haven't seen them in years, and they hardly know anything about my life now. It should actually be pretty easy for you to fit in. Then, once we're back in New York, I'll wait a month or so and then call them and give them the news that we broke up. I gnaw on my bottom lip. What Jace is saying is ludicrous, isn't it? Be someone's fake fiancé? Especially after I just got finished being someone's real fiancé? What's in it for me? Jace grins. I thought you might ask that. I shrug. I'm a lawyer. And a good one, I'll bet. I fight back a grin. I don't want to brag, but yeah. Well, I'm good at what I do, too. Jace grins. Bartending? No. Fucking. He says it so plainly that I almost choke on my own breath. Blood instantly rushes to my cheeks, not to mention between my legs. Jace is grinning as he watches me try to get myself under control again. Is that so? I finally manage to squeak out. He nods. Yeah. You only got a taste the other day, but agree to do this for me, and it'll be nothing but mind-blowing sex all week. I'll make sure you come over and over and over, with my hands, my tongue, my cock. I'll make you come in ways you never even dreamed of. My whole body feels like it's on fire. I squirm in my seat, pulling one leg up underneath me. My pussy is aching already, just at his words, at the lustful way he's looking at me right now, like I'm a challenge he doesn't intend to lose. It's all I can manage, but it just makes Jace grin wider. Well, if that's not enough to sell you, you'll also get an all-expenses-paid trip to Chicago out of this. We'll stay at a nice hotel, go to a swanky wedding, and probably a few parties and nice dinners. That sounds nice. Truthfully, though, all I can think about are the orgasms. Considering the man made me come twice before he even took his own shirt off, I have no doubt that he's capable of delivering on exactly what he's promised. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't intrigued. Lord knows that after everything with Martin, I could use some fun. And by fun, of course, I mean climaxes. Jace is about to say something else when his phone rings. He fishes it out from his pocket and frowns at the display. Sorry, he says, glancing over at me. My mother, do you mind if I take this? Not at all, I say, though part of me is remembering the trouble his ringing phone caused us last time. He gets up off the couch as he hits the answer button. Hi, Mom. He pauses, glances at me. Yeah, Trent told you, eh? I'm sorry I didn't call earlier. It's just all been really sudden. We were going to tell everyone at the wedding, but you know Trent, he weaseled it out of me. Jace eyes me while he's talking, as if he's trying to read my expression. I haven't actually agreed to go along with this, and here he is, confirming it for his mother. He takes a couple of steps across the room and puts one of his big hands on my shoulder. The touch instantly sends a jolt through me, until I hear what he says next. Yeah, she's right here, actually. Jace grins down at me. Do you want to talk to her? My eyes go wide, and I start frantically waving my arms. No, Jace! I'm mouthing, "No!" Yup, here she is. He hands me the phone, grinning. 6. Celia. I hop out of my chair and take the phone from Jace, not feeling like I really have a choice in the matter. I shoot him my best eye daggers and hope he understands just how much shit he's in once I get off the phone. I take a deep breath and press Jace's phone to my ear. "Hello, Mrs. Shit." I glance desperately at Jace. He whispers something that I can only partially make out. "Mrs. Spinnaker," I say, taking my best guess. "Whittaker," he hisses. "Whittaker," I cover quickly. "Sorry, Mrs. Whittaker. It's so nice to finally speak to you." "You too, Celia. This is such wonderful news. I just wish Jace had told me sooner." "Oh, you know Jace." I pretend to laugh as I glare at him. He likes to play by his own rules. On the other end of the phone, his mother chuckles. "That he does. He's always been that way. I hope you've been knocking some sense into him." "I definitely try." "Well, if you've got him to settle down enough to want to get married, you must be a very special young lady." "Oh, well, thank you, ma'am." I find myself blushing a little at her praise, until I realize how ridiculous that is, since none of what she's saying is actually true. "Please," she says, "call me Evelyn. We'll be family soon. Do you have a wedding date yet?" "Evelyn," I repeat, going to stand in front of the window as Jace raises his eyebrows. "Not yet. Maybe this spring." I don't know where the words come from. Jace shakes his head, laughing silently. He crosses the room towards me. I can see him reflected in the glass, standing directly behind me. "A spring wedding would be lovely," Evelyn is saying, just as her son leans over and starts trailing his tongue along my neck. Yes, it would. I shiver under Jace's touch, and even more when he rests his hand on my stomach. In one motion, he lifts up my tank top and is cupping my naked breasts, flicking at my nipples as they turn to little pebbles. "Now, Trent and Hannah," she sang, "that's my son, Jace's brother, and his fiance. They wanted a spring wedding, but it's so hard to book anything on short notice." "You're so right," I murmur, as Jace pinches my nipple between two rough fingers. Now, of course, they're having the wedding out at Luke's place, so technically they could have had it any time they wanted, but there are still the caterers to think about, the photographers. I bite my lip as Jace slips his other hand over my stomach and under the waistband of the little shorts I'm wearing. My body responds automatically, and I shimmy my ass backwards at him, rubbing against him. I can feel his erection pressing into me, and even though I still haven't seen his cock, I can only imagine how big it is. Now, Trent had every caterer in the city clamoring for the job, but of course there was only one he wanted, and it just took forever for them to find a date that worked for everyone. She's still going as Jace slips his finger through my part. My pussy is soaked, and I know he knows exactly what his little show is doing to me. He slips his fingers over my plump lips and then back up to my clit, circling it gently, smoothing my nectar over it until it's a fat, slippery pearl. I say again, as Evelyn goes on about Trent's caterer. I grip Jace's arm, the one that's still pinching my nipple, with my free hand, digging my nails into him. He responds by kissing the back of my neck again, trailing his tongue along the nape. Between my legs, his fingers are still working some kind of magic. My knees are starting to shake, and I grip his arm harder, letting the weight of my body rest against his. I'm making polite murmuring noises to his mother until he slips his fingers further down my pussy and finds my entrance. When he plunges 2 fingers roughly inside me, I gasp. "Oh, listen to me going on. Evelyn says, chuckling. Do you two have plans tonight? I catch Jace's eye in the window. No, I think we're just going to stay in. He grins and starts fucking me slowly with his fingers. Well, I should let you go, I rasp. I have something boiling. On the stove, I mean. Oh, of course, silly me. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other when you're out here. You're coming, aren't you? Yes, absolutely, I breathe, in more ways than one. I finally manage to hang up the phone and let it fall to the floor as I put both my hands against the window. I angle my ass backwards, giving Jace better access. But instead, he steps back. My body feels like it deflates as he moves away. I turn to face him, wanting to push him back onto the couch and pick up where we left off the other day. But Jace takes another step backward, away from me. He grins. I know what you want, Celia. But my cock is off limits. Not until you agree to do this for me. We consider each other for a moment. My breath is still coming hard and fast, but Jace looks calm, cool, and collected. Bastard. I can't deny his offer is tempting. I'm sure the sex would be incredible. And if he wanted me aching for it, then he definitely played his cards right. And what else am I going to do this week? It's not like I have a job to go to. Plus, I'll admit, part of me likes the idea of spending the week getting fucked by a bad boy bartender when I'm supposed to be on personal leave because of my cheating fiancé. There's something about the karmic retribution aspect of this whole thing that appeals to me. But it's crazy, reckless. I've always been nothing but responsible. And now I'm really thinking of flying off to Chicago with a virtual stranger. One who's promised to fuck me 6 ways to Sunday. And help him lie to his family? It's crazy. Then again, playing it safe hasn't exactly been working out that well for me. An ex-fiancé, an apartment I can't afford, and a forced leave from a job I'm not sure I even really like all that much. I fold my arms, letting Jace sweat for another minute. The grin on his face is just starting to crack when I finally throw my hands up. Fine, I'll do it. The grin is back, 1,000 watts blazing straight at me. You're not going to regret this, Celia. Trust me, he adds with a wink, and I find myself flushing again. God damn. Then Jace's face drops. Shit. I just thought of something. What? I'm suddenly afraid he's going to take back his offer, and now that I'm all in, I don't want that. We need a ring, a nice one. I grin. I've got this part covered. Wait here. I walk into my bedroom, legs still shaking a little. I dig around in my jewelry box until I find it. I stopped wearing it the day Martin and I broke up, and even though I tried giving it back to him, he insisted I keep it. I think it was his way of trying to alleviate some of his guilt. I hadn't decided what to do with it yet. Keep it, pawn it, throw it into the harbor. And so it was still just sitting there, buried in the bottom drawer of my jewelry box, where I wouldn't have to see it often. I take the ring back into the living room and hand it to Jace. Will this do? He lets out a low whistle. That's quite a rock. He looks up at me. His eyes narrow a little. Anything you want to tell me? Nope, just that this isn't my first rodeo. I hold out my hand and spread my fingers. Jace takes my hand and slowly, delicately, slides the ring onto my finger. I can't help the bolt of longing that shoots through me when he does. What kind of fiancé would Jace make? 6 months ago, I never would have considered him. Sure, I had thought about him in the carnal sense, but when it came to marriage, I wanted a man like Martin, rich, successful, a fast-tracked career. But look where that had gotten me. Jace was the opposite of Martin in every way. And maybe that wasn't a bad thing. "Celia," he says. His voice is deep but hesitant. Will you do me the honor of being my fake fiancé for a week?" I quash down the silly sense of wistfulness I feel. Instead, I plaster a grin on my face. "Yes, Jace. 1,000,000 times yes." I wrap my arms around his neck and hug him tightly. When I start to pull away, I realize he's studying me with an expression I can't quite read. My arms are still around his neck, and our faces are so close that I could lean in and kiss him. I could... Meow! My cat's cranky yowl interrupts us as he brushes up against Jace's pant leg, because of course he would choose now to finally make an appearance. "Hey," Jace says, surprised, then chuckles. He leans down to pet him. "I didn't know you had a cat." "Yeah. He's old, though, so he spends most of his time hiding or sleeping, or sleep hiding. Sometimes I think he just hides and then forgets that he's hiding and falls asleep." Jace grins. "I have a cat, too." "What's his name?" "Steve." He stands up, staring at me. "What?" "Yeah, I know it's weird." "No, seriously. His name's Steve?" "Yeah." He's giving me the strangest look. I mean, I know it's not as common of a name as, like, Mittens or Fluffy or whatever, but I wouldn't have thought it warranted this kind of disbelief. You're not going to believe this, but my cat is named Steve, too." "Shut up. I'm serious." Jace scoops up Steve and walks over to the couch with him. I'm too surprised to tell him that he's looking to get his eyes clawed out. Steve is not a cuddler. "Yeah," he says, pulling Steve against his chest. "I named him after Steve Buscemi. I loved him in Reservoir Dogs. Plus, my cat's got the same big googly eyes as Steve Buscemi." That's so weird. I flopped down into the chair I was sitting in earlier, watching Steve curl up under Jace's chin. "This guy's named after the Steve Miller Band." Jace laughs. "Nice." I smile, though there's a funny feeling in the pit of my stomach. "Yeah, I secretly love them," I tell him, ignoring the strange longing that's growing. I have this fantasy where I have the sort of life where I go to summer barbecues and bonfires and drink light beer and listen to the Steve Miller Band and drive a pickup truck. Just something, I don't know, something completely different than the life I have now. I shrug, a bit embarrassed. I don't even know why I'm telling him all this. He's looking at me with such a strange expression. He probably thinks I'm crazy now. Anyway, it's silly. I shake my head, laughing. But Jace is nodding slowly, as if this all makes perfect sense to him. "Well, you're definitely living in the wrong city if that's the life you want. Unless you plan to toast marshmallows over a trash can fire." Ha! Yeah. I don't tell him I've thought that on more than one occasion. That I'm in the wrong city. Especially lately. "Anyway," I say, scooping Steve up off his chest. "Right." Jace stands up and brushes himself off. "I'm flying out on Monday. The wedding is on Saturday, but there's a bunch of stuff happening before that. I'll book you a ticket?" "Sounds great." I try to rest my head on Steve's, but he's digging his claws into the back of my shoulder so hard that I have to drop him onto the floor. Traitor. "Great." Jace is still staring at me expectantly, so I stick my hand straight out in front of me. "I'm looking forward to our arrangement," I say. He raises his eyebrows but reaches out to shake my hand. Then in one swift motion, he pulls me to him and cups his other hand against the back of my head. "As am I." He leans in and lets his lips graze against mine. It's enough to send a stream of butterflies coursing through me. Before I can do anything else, though, He lets me go and disappears out my apartment door. I stand there breathless, staring at the closed door. Well, this should be interesting.
7. Jace. While I'm on the plane, I try to think back to the last time I was in Chicago. I've been in New York for almost 10 years now, and I'm pretty sure I've only been home once in that whole time. I've seen Luke and Trent a couple of times when they've been in the city for business, and Mom had flown out once a few years ago to visit. But overall, our visits have been few and far between. The closer we get to O'Hare, the more apprehensive I get about this whole thing. Seeing them all again is hard enough, but to try to live out this lie with Celia is worse. Celia. Just thinking her name gives me an instant shot of adrenaline. I still can't believe I convinced this gorgeous creature to pretend she was marrying my sorry ass. To be honest, I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to get anyone to buy it. She's so far out of my league that it's like trying to convince people that the princess really wanted to marry the pauper. I can only hope they'll all be too distracted with Trent's wedding to pay much attention to my own supposed upcoming nuptials. The plane touches down at O'Hare, and I wait while the slowest people on the entire planet all start unloading their bags and jackets from the overhead compartments. I try to keep my impatience to myself, but by the time I finally get around to deplaning, I'm edgy with irritation. I enter the airport and make my way to the baggage claim, where I have another wait, and more time to psych myself out. By the time I head into the arrivals pickup area, I've half convinced myself I should just get on the next flight back to New York. Jace! The voice is like a punch to the gut. I spin around. Luke! My brother is standing in front of me, grinning. There's a moment of hesitation, and then he opens his arms and wraps me in a bear hug. It's good to see you, man, he says, clapping me on the back. You too, I say, squeezing him back. I'm surprised to find that I mean it. Where's your better half? He asks, looking around for Celia. She had a few things to wrap up in the city. She's flying out tomorrow. Sure, Luke grins. I'm starting to think you might have just made her up. Come on. If only he knew. We head outside, where Luke's SUV is parked, and climb in. Everyone's hanging out at my place this afternoon, he says, as he pulls out of the airport's labyrinthine complex. Trent's there with Hannah now, and Mom's going to come by tonight. She wanted to come by with me today, but they needed her down at the home. The home? Oh, sorry. The Chalmers retirement home. She volunteers there now. A lot. She says the people there make her feel young. Ha! Luke glances over at me. She's glad you're here. Yeah, me too. It's hard for her, you know? He's watching the road now, but I can feel the loadedness in his words. But he's not telling me anything I don't already know. Yeah, I say. I clear my throat. I'm here now, though. Yeah, Luke's face lightens. That's great. Trent's thrilled, too. I can't wait to meet Hannah, I say, trying to change the subject. You'll love her, Luke swears. She's a doll. Knowing Trent's probably a Barbie doll, and with about the same amount of brains. My brother's tastes are nothing if not predictable. Luke's place is about an hour outside of Chicago proper, and we manage to keep up a steady stream of conversation while he drives. For all his success, Luke is still pretty down to earth. He's even still wearing the same plaid shirts. In fact, if I didn't know any better, I'd swear this is one of the actual shirts he owned last time I saw him. By the time we get to his house, I'm actually feeling more relaxed. When we pull up in front of Luke's place, I let out a low whistle. Luke grins. I'll take that as a compliment. You should. Wow. Makes me glad I never invited Trent or Luke back to my shithole apartment in New York. This place is practically an estate. It looks like it was once a farmhouse, but it's been restored to within an inch of its life, and the grounds are massive and perfectly manicured. I grab my bags out of the back and follow Luke up the steps to the huge wraparound porch. Before we even reach the front door, it swings open, and Trent saunters out. "There's the man of the hour," he says, then pauses. "Oh, wait, that's me." He flashes me a grin as I drop my bags, and then he embraces me in a hug. "Just an hour?" I tease. "I'm surprised you haven't claimed the whole fucking year yet." "I'm waiting for Time magazine to do that for me." "Keep dreaming," Luke snorts. The three of us are laughing, and I stand there on Luke's porch looking back and forth between them. My brothers. "Luke, where do you keep your sugar?" A woman's voice comes from inside the house, and then she steps out onto the porch with us. "Oh," she says when she sees me. "I didn't realize you were here. You must be Jace." She wipes her hands off on her sundress and wraps me in a hug. I hug her back, even though I have no clue who she is. She's petite, with long chestnut-colored hair that falls in waves over her shoulders. She's cute, in a Wisconsin dairy farm sort of way. When she pulls away, she turns back to Luke. "Sugar? You don't think I'm sweet enough?" "Luke." She puts her hands on her hips, pretending to be stern with him. "Hannah," he mimics, putting his hands on his own hips and grinning. "It's in the cupboard right above where the cutting boards are stacked." "See? Now is that so hard?" She twists a smile at him, then turns to Trent. "I had no idea you would turn out to be the least stubborn of your brothers," she says with a grin. Everyone laughs, but I'm not listening anymore, because my mind is turning over this new information. That's Hannah? When I found out Trent was getting married, I'd pictured a tall, regal-looking blonde, someone more like the women Trent has always gone for in the past. Hannah is nothing like that. She's cute and seems sweet, and the way she's gazing up at him right now with the softest smile is enough to know she's head over heels for the guy. And judging by how he leans in to kiss her, he feels exactly the same way. Huh, what do you know? Maybe there's more to my brother than I thought. "Do you want a beer?" Luke asks, turning to me. I realize I would love one. "A beer sounds great, actually." We wander into the house, and Luke opens the cupboard first, passing Hannah a bag of sugar, before going to the fridge and taking out 4 bottles of beer. "Lake House," he says, grinning and showing off the label. God, I haven't had that stuff in years. Figured you'd enjoy the trip down memory lane. He twists the cap off and hands me the beer. His expression turns concerned. "Wait, did I do that right?" I take the beer from him and frown. "Do what right?" "Serve you the beer. I mean, I'm in the presence of a master bartender right now, aren't I? I didn't know how the pros do it." I take a sip of my beer. I could get surly. It's no secret my bartending job isn't good enough for this family. Or I could just let it go. Get through this week without picking a fight over dumb shit like this. I swallow another mouthful and then pull the bottle away from my lips. "You did all right," I say, "but no way you're getting tips with a face like that. The best you could hope for is a few pity tips." Luke's mouth gapes while Trent snorts into his bottle. "He's got you there, Luke. You don't have a face for bartending. Or for much at all, really." It's a lie, of course. The three of us look incredibly alike, except that I've got blue eyes to their brown. But it's still satisfying to rib Luke, especially because he's always been the most antagonistic one out of all of us. "You boys play nice," Hannah says, measuring a heap of sugar into a cup and then dumping it into a bowl. "Or I'm going to have to tell your mother, and then you'll all be in for it." Trent shrugs at Luke and I. "What can I say? You don't mess with a woman on her wedding week." Hannah grins as she dumps the sugar into a big bowl and grabs a wooden spoon off the counter. "That's right." She points the spoon at Luke and me. "Let that be a lesson to you all." "Yes, ma'am," Luke says, giving her a mock salute. Trent gets up to toss his beer cap in the trash and runs his hand along Hannah's arm as he passes behind her. She turns to him, and stands up on her tiptoes so that she can kiss his lips. Luke and I both look away, smiling. "Okay, lovebirds," Luke says, after it's been a minute and the kiss is starting to verge on something inappropriate for company. "Sorry," Trent grins, turning back to us. He glances back at Hannah. "Actually, I'm not sorry at all." "Hey," I say, "you don't have to be sorry. Just maybe let's make this a no-tongue zone, okay?" Hannah laughs, covering her mouth and blushing, while Luke clinks my bottle with his. "Yes," he says decisively, "this is my house, and I declare this kitchen a no-tongue zone." "Fine," Trent says, glaring at me. "But that's going to apply to you, too. And who exactly would I even be tonguing?" As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I realize my mistake. Trent raises his eyebrows as he takes a sip of his beer. I mean, Celia and I actually know how to behave in public, unlike some people. I swallow a mouthful of beer and shake my head teasingly at Trent. "Don't let them get you, honey," Hannah says, ruffling his hair as she crosses behind him to get to the fridge. "They're just jealous." "Damn right they are." The rest of the afternoon passes basically the same way. We clean out most of the lake house lager from Luke's fridge and eventually end up out in the backyard, where Luke somewhat drunkenly grills us all up some burgers. It feels surprisingly good to be hanging out with them again. Even the ribbing doesn't seem to get to me the way it usually does. When I see everyone is getting low on drinks, I offer to head back into the house and grab a fresh round. I make my way to the kitchen, and I'm just rummaging through the fridge when I hear someone behind me. I pull another beer out and turn around. "Hey," Trent says. He shoves one hand into his pocket. "You got a sec?" "Sure." He looks a bit nervous, and my mind is already racing, wondering what's up. "I wanted to ask if you'd be a groomsman at the wedding. I know it's last minute, but I wasn't sure you were actually going to come, and..." He pauses and takes a breath. "It would mean a lot to me to have both you and Luke standing up there with me." I'm floored. Trent mistakes my speechlessness for hesitation. "I'll take care of the tux and everything. Don't worry about that. You don't really have to do anything. Just stand up there at the ceremony with us." I finally grin. "I'd be honored, man. Really." Trent's face finally relaxes, and he grins back. "Good. That's great, Chase." He grabs a couple of the beer bottles off the counter, and I take the other two, and we walk back outside together. "You think Celia will mind if you're in the wedding?" Trent asks. "Right. Celia. I don't think so," I say. "I think she'll be happy, as long as you don't make her sit at a table with Aunt Evangeline." Trent shakes his head, laughing. "Don't worry. You can both sit at the head table with us." For the first time, I feel a pang of guilt. Celia sitting at the head table. Would they be so keen on including her if they knew the real nature of our relationship? And will we be able to fake it well enough to not raise any suspicions? As the night wears on, I watch Trent and Hannah to see how they behave, hoping I can get some clues about how to act when Celia arrives. I take in the lingering glances, the way they can't stop touching each other, even in the most innocuous moments. It's clear that Trent is head over heels in love with the girl, and I can't help but be happy for my brother. I also can't help but wonder if I'll ever have that. I've never had to look hard for a woman to share my bed, but I've also never shared such a smoldering gaze over a past bottle of ketchup, or had the number of inside jokes these two seem to have. Those normal little moments that couples have. Trent and Hannah actually make it look almost like fun. I think of Celia, scheduled to arrive from New York City tomorrow. At least I know one thing for sure. It'll be easy to fake it with her.
8. Celia. Are you sure you want to do this? I can hear the concern in Rory's voice, but I just shrug casually.
What's the big deal? I say, looking out the passenger side window as we head to the airport. I pretend to be his fiancé for a week, get laid a bunch of times, enjoy some dried chicken and free champagne, and then come home happy. My best friend shakes her head. I had gratefully accepted when she'd offered to drive me to the airport. I should have known it was just a last-ditch effort to convince me I was being crazy. I don't know, Celia. She shakes her head as she merges lanes. You're even wearing Martin's ring. Isn't that weird? I twist the big rock on my finger. It's true that I sort of hate wearing the ring. It feels like bad juju or something. But I just shrug. It's a prop. You're a prop in some weird game he's playing. Rory shakes her head, her auburn hair cascading around her shoulders. I thought you believed in love. I snort. Is that even a serious question? Not anymore. Not since Martin. Now I believe in business transactions. After all, that's all I was to him. Martin used me to get something he wanted, so why shouldn't I get that too? Oh, Celia, Martin was an asshole. Don't give him more power over you than he deserves. I roll my eyes. I'm not giving him any power. He's just opened my eyes to the true nature of relationships. They're transactional. Give something, get something. At least I'm going to get some orgasms out of this engagement, which is more than I can say for the last one. Rory turns to look at me, taking her eyes off the road. This isn't the Celia I know, she says finally. You used to believe in love, in happy endings. Yeah, and look where that got me. So now I'm all about happy for now. And are you? Happy for now? I will be when I'm banging Jace the bartender. There's no doubt of that in my mind, at least. We're saved from discussing it further when Rory pulls up in front of the departures entrance at JFK. She idles the car. Do you need help with your bags? No, I've got it. Thanks for the ride. I grab my stuff out of the back and am just about to head into the airport when I hear Rory call me back. I cross the platform and lean down to the driver's side window. I'm sorry for being a bitch, she says. I wasn't trying to be. I'm just not used to seeing you do crazy stuff like this. You know I just want you to be happy, right? I know, I say, softening. Rory and I have been friends since college, and I know she has my best interests at heart. This is something I want to do. And who knows? It could be fun. I grin, and thankfully, she smiles back. Yeah, you're right. It could. Take good care of Steve, okay? I say, still smiling. I promise. But once I'm on the plane, I can't help but think about Rory's concern. Is she right? Am I being crazy? Doing this for Jace doesn't mean I'm giving up on love, does it? It just means I'm doing a favor for a friend. I twist the ring on my finger again. It's too big and gaudy, and even when Martin had first given it to me, I'd felt slightly uncomfortable wearing it. It's a beautiful ring. Martin had excellent taste that way. But it's never really felt like me. This is an Upper West Side trophy wife kind of ring, and I'm just not that kind of girl. At least, I don't think I am. Yet here I am, wearing it again, using it as a prop in a sham engagement. Maybe Rory is right. What is Jace playing at? Why is it so important to him to lie to his family? I get myself a glass of wine and try to push all those doubts out of my head. It's only a week. A week of fucking and faking. I'll get through it. And like I told Rory, maybe I'll even have fun. I picture Jace in my apartment, pressing me up against the window and slipping his hands down my shorts, fingering my cleft, and I squirm a little in my seat. Oh yeah, I think it's safe to say that at least some fun will be had on this trip. When we arrive at O'Hare, I make my way through the airport, following the signs to the luggage claim. I've only been to Chicago once before, years ago on a girls' weekend. I'm hopeful that Jace and I will get a little time to see the sights. I wait for my suitcase and find myself getting more and more anxious with every loop of the baggage carousel. I'm going to meet Jace's family today, and I'm going to have to somehow convince them that I'm marrying their brother and son. God, I'm a lawyer, not an actress. What the hell was I thinking? I finally spot my light gray suitcase swinging around, and I grab it off the belt. Loaded down with it, my purse and my carry-on bag, I make my way into the arrivals lounge. I look around for Jace, sure that it'll be easy to spot his tall, muscular frame in the crowd. But I don't see him anywhere. I had texted him my flight information earlier this morning, and he'd promised to be at the airport to pick me up. But now I don't see him, and my nerves are ratcheting up, and I'm seriously considering just turning around and getting on the next plane back to New York. And then I see him. He's a head above everyone else in the room, his massive shoulders cutting a swath through the crowd as he makes his way towards me. I try to smile, but I feel suddenly frozen with fear and anxiety and a bone-deep sense of what the fuck am I doing? Hi. Jace's voice is deep and gravelly, and I don't even have time to answer him before he's wrapping his arms around me and leaning me backwards, devouring me in the most intense and passionate kiss I've ever had in my life. I let myself fall. His arms keep me braced, even when my legs give out. I let him kiss me, and I kiss him back, stroking his tongue with mine and feeling a throbbing pulse echoing between my legs. All my doubts go flying out the window. Jace's mouth, his body, feel as right as they did that first night in my apartment. After what seems like forever, his powerful arms finally set me upright again. Hi, I finally breathe. He chuckles, and his blue eyes glint. Celia, I'd like you to meet my brother Luke. Luke, this is Celia, my fiance. Another man steps forward, one who looks quite a bit like Jace, but older, with brown eyes where Jace's are blue. He reaches out a hand, and I extend mine numbly to shake it. I realize now that the kiss was all for show. I hadn't realized his brother was coming to the airport with him, but of course Jace would want to put on a display for him, show him just how in love we are. I blink a couple of times and plaster a smile on my face. This is the agreement, after all. It's so nice to finally meet the famous Luke Whitaker, I say smoothly. I've heard so much about you. I've heard quite a bit about you now, too, he says with an easy grin. Jace wouldn't shut up about you last night. Give the man one drink and it's all Celia this, Celia that. I glance over at Jace, surprised. He grins sheepishly, and I reach out and squeeze his hand. That's my guy, I say, as a strange flutter passes through me.
9. Jace. We all pile into Luke's SUV. I let Celia take the front, next to Luke, and I sit in the middle of the back seat. I find myself unable to take my eyes off of her, as if somehow, in just a couple of days, I'd managed to forget just how beautiful she is. We're having dinner at Luke's tonight, I tell her. I hope that's okay. We could go to the hotel first if you want. Celia glances back and forth between me and Luke. No, that sounds great. Jace tells me you have a beautiful place. Luke raises his eyebrows and looks at me. Shit. He knows I had never been there before until last night. We talked last night, after I got back to the hotel. I told her all about the farmhouse. Luke shakes his head. Stop, I don't want to hear about your late-night phone calls. I know how those go. Celia blushes. It's the perfect reaction. And Luke chuckles as he loops around the on-ramp to the highway. So, Celia, Jace talked about you a lot, but he didn't tell us much other than how great you are. And I think he mentioned that you're a lawyer? She nods, seeming grateful for the change in subject. That's right. Corporate law. Mostly contracts and stuff. All very boring. It occurs to me that that's already more than I knew about her job before this moment. Are you from New York originally? No, I grew up in Connecticut. We came into the city a lot to shop, though, and I always knew I wanted to live there. So, as soon as I graduated law school, I started looking for a job there. Luke is nodding. It's a great city. Trent and I are there occasionally for business. I can see why you wanted to live there. Where'd you go to school? I did my undergrad at Yale, then law school at Harvard. Oh, no kidding. Trent and I went to Harvard, too. Jace, you didn't tell me Celia was an Ivy Leaguer. He glances at me in the rearview mirror, grinning. I feel a knot in my stomach. I hadn't known Celia went to Harvard, but I also hadn't known she came from such an upper-class background. Growing up in Connecticut, shopping trips to NYC, Ivy League law degree, she's got it all. Celia turns in her seat so that she's facing Luke. She glances back at me quickly. Oh, Chase knows I hate bragging about that stuff. Luke chuckles. Not me. I didn't even graduate, and I still brag about going to Harvard. You didn't graduate? Nah, Trent did. But I was more interested in pursuing, other interests. Celia laughs. I'm not even going to ask. Luke nods sagely. Probably for the best. Luke guns the engine as he passes a silver sedan. When we're settled back into the original lane again, he turns to Celia. Well, I have to say, it's really nice to see Jace has finally given up the tattooed bar groupies and traded up. Celia flinches. Just a little. Luke doesn't seem to notice, but I do. Probably wondering why she let herself get saddled with the bad boy bartender, even in a fake engagement. Hey, speaking of bars, is McClellan's still open? I ask Luke, changing the subject. McClellan's was a bar we used to frequent back in the day. Luke shakes his head. You should see the downtown. Nothing's the same. I lean back and relax as Luke gets lost in a tangent about the changing demographic of the old neighborhood. Every once in a while, I catch Celia's eye in the rearview mirror, but I can never quite make out the expression on her face. When we finally pull up to Luke's place, Celia looks as impressed as I was. This is amazing, she says, taking in the huge farmhouse with the wraparound front porch, the sprawling grounds, and the huge renovated grain warehouse off to the side. Thanks, Luke says. I hop out of the car in time to open Celia's door for her, taking her by the hand and helping her out while Luke grabs her bag. No, seriously, this is like my dream house, Luke chuckles. Thanks. Do you want a tour? Absolutely. Celia leaves her hand tucked inside mine, and I give it a squeeze to let her know she's doing great so far. Luke walks us around the grounds, showing off the gardens and the gazebo in the back. This is where the ceremony is going to be, he explains. I think Mom said the flowers and the arch and everything are arriving tomorrow. I don't know. She and Hannah have everything worked out. I just gave them a set of keys and told them to go to town. That's really nice of you, Celia says, to host the wedding here. Luke demurs. It's the least I could do. Trent and I have always done everything together. So when Hannah mentioned they were having a hard time finding the perfect spot, I jumped at the chance to help. I'll do anything for them. I study his face, wondering if he's making another dig at me. But there's nothing malicious in his expression, and Celia is just nodding along. That's really nice. It really is a perfect spot. Come on, Luke says. I'll show you where the magic happens. The magic? Celia looks confused. Shit. I realize I never actually told her what Trent and Luke do for a living. Yeah, honey, I jump in. You know, I told you that Luke does all the designs and prototype builds for Loft and Barn out here. Her eyes widen, and she swallows. I know she recognizes the name. Every home in the country probably has at least one piece of furniture from Loft and Barn, and every woman probably has at least 6 things pinned to a Pinterest board somewhere. To Celia's credit, she doesn't let the information faze her. Of course, she says smoothly. I just didn't realize the magic happened right here at the house. Luke, thankfully, doesn't seem to notice anything unusual, because he just grins and starts leading us to the warehouse. You should have told me your brother works for Loft and Barn, she hisses, when Luke is an appropriate distance ahead of us. We're still holding hands, and I give hers a squeeze. He doesn't just work for Loft and Barn. He is Loft and Barn. He and Trent started the company just after Trent finished up at Harvard. They run it together now. Trent handles the business side, and Luke does the creative. Holy shit. Her eyes are as wide as saucers. I know she's probably met lots of wealthy business owners in her life, especially working in corporate law. But people always have the same reaction to hearing about what Trent and Luke do. It's fun and kind of surreal to meet the owners of a company you actually know, that you've shopped at. She's probably cataloging all the furniture in her apartment right now, thinking about which pieces came from Loft and Barn. I used to see this reaction all the time, until I stopped telling people what my brothers did, because it's always quickly followed up by the same question, asked out loud or not, which is, why am I working in a crappy little dive bar when my brothers own one of the most successful retail companies in the country? It's not a question I like discussing, and I especially don't feel like discussing it with Celia. So I just squeeze her hand again and tug her along to the warehouse where Luke is waiting for us. After the tour, through which Celia walks around with her mouth hanging open like a 6-year-old at a carnival, I suggest we go back up to the house for some beverages. Celia shakes her head, as if she's coming out of a trance. That would be nice. I'd like to freshen up a bit anyway. Oh, sure, Luke says. Come on. We make our way back up to the house. Celia had let go of my hand at some point during the tour, and even though I want to reach for it again, I don't. Instead, I shove my hands deep in my pockets. Are you guys hungry? Luke asks when we get to the house. Magda, my housekeeper, left some sandwiches and things. I'm starving, Celia admits. I kick myself a little for not realizing she'd be hungry after a flight. Say no more, Luke says, opening the fridge and busying himself with the food. Come on, I tell Celia. I'll show you where you can freshen up. Thanks, she says gratefully. She grabs her carry-on bag, and I lead her up the stairs to the bathroom. There are 2 powder rooms on the main floor, but the upstairs is a full guest bathroom, and I figure she might prefer that one, since it's bigger and has a shower, if she'd like. Plus, I have something else in mind. I walk her down the hall to the bathroom, and she thanks me and steps inside. Before she can close the door behind her, I've crossed into the room with her. She gasps in surprise as I close the door. I don't take my eyes off hers as I reach behind me and twist the lock. She giggles nervously. What are you doing? What I've wanted to do since the minute you stepped off that plane. Celia taps her lips, pretending to think. Now, what could that be? Get over here, you minx. I pull her into my arms, unable to resist her for another second. She's so fucking hot when she's pretending to be coy. And trust me, I know she's pretending. I can see the lust written across her face as plain as day. My hands slip around her narrow waist, and I press the length of her body against mine. I can already feel my cock starting to stir. She's so soft, and she fits so nicely against me. It's almost like we were meant for this. I tug her head back, exposing her pale throat, and then I'm running my lips all over her, desperate to take in that smell, that warmth, She melts against me, and a soft moan escapes her lips. That only makes me harder. I use my other hand to cup her ass, pulling her against me so she'll know exactly the effect she has on me. I spin her around so that she's facing the large mirror over the vanity. I can see both of us reflected in the glass, and I can see the hesitation in her eyes, wondering what I'm doing. We're going to finish what we started in your apartment the other day, I tell her, my voice hoarse. After all, I promised you I would, once you got to Chicago. And here I am, she says, breathless. I grin. Yes, here you are. I reach around and undo the button at the top of her jeans, and then the zipper, too. I push them and the soft blue underwear she's wearing down over her thighs, past her knees. She kicks them off easily, so that she's naked from the waist down. I take in her reflection in the mirror, as she does the same. Her face is flushed, the skin going pink all the way down into the low V of her shirt. Her green eyes are hooded, lust-filled. Her chest heaves, and her nipples poke sharply through the thin fabric of her shirt. Her thighs are tensed, and the slight gap at their crest. I can see her pink lips, already plump and swollen and glistening. Her body is begging me to touch her, but I want to hear her beg me too. I cup my hands under her chin, tilting her face to the mirror so she can't look away from our reflection. Tell me what you want, Celia. Her voice is barely more than a whisper. Tell me what you want, I say again. My other hand is on her waist, my fingers splayed out against her skin, but not touching her anywhere she really wants to be touched. She shifts her weight, angling her hips a little. I want you to touch me. I grin. I am touching you. She whimpers a little, partly in frustration, and partly, I'm sure, in embarrassment. But I want her to know how sexy she is, how powerful it is to claim that. I want you to touch my pussy. Good girl. I move my hand down across her taut stomach, and then I cup my palm over her mound. Like this? She bites her lip, then shakes her head. Her dark hair is loose and tickles the underside of my chin. I get a waft of her shampoo, and the sweet, clean coconut scent mixed with the muskiness coming from between her legs is enough to send another rush of blood to my cock. Tell me, Celia. I want you to touch my clit. Tease it. Her cheeks are even redder than they were before, if that's possible. I do as she says, finally flicking my finger between her lips and finding her swollen bud. She gasps as soon as my finger makes contact, and I press against it, circling it gently, and then flicking it with a little more roughness. Celia's breathing is coming harder already, and I know she wants this so bad. She isn't going to take long. I keep rubbing her clit, holding up her head so she has no choice but to watch us in the mirror. Her green eyes have gone dark, a perfect shade of deep woods, and her pussy is the bright pink of a sweet cherry. Her lips are slick, too, and I know she must want more than just to have her clit touched. Her pussy must be aching. Tell me what else you want. My lips are against the shell of her ear. She angles her hips again, granting me better access. I want you inside me. There's less hesitation this time, and I let my tongue stroke the edge of her ear as she shudders. I want you to finger me. Her words are almost enough for me to blow a nut right there. But I want to give her what she wants, what she asked for. I slide my hand lower down her body until I find her entrance. As I expected, she's gushing like a geyser, and my hand is almost instantly soaked. I slip the tip of my middle finger inside of her, just enough to tease her. How's this? She groans, then grabs my wrist, plunging my hand upwards so that my finger is all the way inside her. Fuck me, Jace. Fuck me with your hand. She pushes her ass backwards, and I breathe into the back of her neck. Fuck, she's hot. I give her what she wants. I slowly slide my finger out and then press 2 fingers against her entrance. Soon I'm fucking her roughly with my fingers, the heel of my hand rubbing against her lips and her clit, the friction enough to make her thighs quiver and shake. Her mouth opens in a round oh, and her head tilts back, leaning against my shoulder. Her pussy clenches around me, gripping my fingers and pulling me to her. My dick is straining against the inside of my jeans, and I wish that it was my cock inside of her instead of just my fingers. But for now, this will have to do. After all, this was our agreement anyway. She helps me, and I help her. When her body finally stops shaking, Celia slumps backward against my chest. I kiss the side of her neck, and then, as she watches me in the mirror, I bring my fingers to my lips and lick her sweet nectar off them. You're lucky the rest of my family's going to be here any minute, I tell her. Otherwise, just a lick wouldn't be enough. I want to taste you for real, but it'll have to wait until tonight. Okay, she says. Her voice is barely above a whisper. But only if you let me taste you, too. I grin, my cock surging again. I'm sure she feels it in her lower back. Deal. I glance down at my watch. But right now, we have a different kind of show to put on.
10. Celia. Jace leaves me alone in the washroom to freshen up, but I spend most of my time waiting for my breathing and my heart rate to go down, for the blood to stop coloring my cheeks. God, that man knows his way around a woman's pussy. I shiver again, just at the memory, and a tiny aftershock quakes through me. I splash some cold water on my face and clean up as best as I can, using a white towel I find in the linen closet and reapplying a bit of makeup from my carry-on bag. I have a minor case of sex hair, from where the back of my head was rubbing against Jace's chest, so I run a brush quickly through my locks and then pull my wild dark waves into a semi-neat top knot. 1 slash of red lipstick, and a spritz of Chanel, and I'm good to go. I head back downstairs and hear voices coming from the kitchen area. A woman's voice this time. That means Hannah and Trent must be here. I feel a sudden wave of nervousness. I've been pretty confident that it would be easy enough to fool Jace's brothers. They're guys after all, and for the most part, guys take things at face value. Women are better at sussing out when something's not quite right. I don't know what Hannah's like, but I really don't want to blow this for Jace. I plaster a smile on my face and step into the kitchen. Jace grins when he sees me, and then lightly runs his finger over his bottom lip, tasting it again. That sends an instant rush of heat to my face and other parts. I give him a mock glare as I try to smile politely. Celia, this is my other brother, Trent, and his bride-to-be, Hannah, Jace says. The couple of the hour. Right, Trent? Absolutely, Trent says, grinning. He has the exact same handsome yet cocky grin that both Jace and Luke share. He reaches his hand out for mine. It's an absolute pleasure, Celia. I shake his hand and then turn to offer the same greeting to Hannah, but she's already wrapping me up in a hug. I'm so glad you're here, she says warmly. I was drowning in testosterone here. She glances down as we part, then gasps, grabbing my hand. Jesus, look at that rock! She looks over at Jace, laughing. Oh, honey, no wonder she said yes. What a gorgeous ring. I know Hannah is just trying to be nice, but I see Jace's face start to redden a little. Let's see yours, I tell her to change the subject. She proudly shows off an emerald-cut diamond as big as my knuckle. Wow, I breathe. It's beautiful. It really is. It's white gold, with a band of smaller diamonds forming a halo around the main rock. You must be so excited, I say to her, smiling, and probably nervous and stressed and counting down the minutes. Yes, she laughs, all of those things, and then some. I just can't believe it's finally here. When we started planning, it all seemed so far away. Have you and Jace set a date yet? I glance at Jace. I have no idea what he's told them, so I go with my gut. Not yet. Hannah looks surprised. You're planning a wedding in New York City, and you haven't set a date yet? Well, actually, we were sort of thinking we might get married in Connecticut. That's where I'm from. I've always wanted a small outdoor wedding, kind of like yours. Just friends, family, delicious food, maybe a bonfire later in the night. I glance at Jace. He's looking at me with the most perplexed expression, so I just smile and shrug. And lots of the Steve Miller Band, he adds. Hannah looks confused. Celia loves the Steve Miller Band. She even has a cat named Steve. That is so adorable, Hannah says, smiling at both of us. Luke finally emerges with a tray of sandwiches. Drinks are on the counter, he says. You're all family, which means you can all help yourselves. We all wander into the kitchen to get drinks, then grab sandwiches and head out to the backyard. Hannah and I chat some more about the upcoming wedding, while the guys get into a good-natured argument about Chicago versus New York sports teams. Despite my expectations, none of it feels weird. In fact, it feels surprisingly comfortable, hanging out with these people who are virtual strangers to me. Hannah is a sweetheart, and Trent and Luke feel like they could be the brothers I never had. And Jace? Well, Jace keeps his hand on my knee, ensuring there's a constant buzz that vibrates through my body. Every once in a while, he'll give my knee a squeeze or run his hand lightly up my thigh. And all it does is remind me of his promise of what's to come later. I had told him I wanted to taste him, but I wanted to do more than taste. I still haven't even seen his cock yet, but all I can think about is having it inside me, filling me, stretching me. As if he can read my thoughts, Jace turns and catches my eye, giving me a wink. I think about bending over on the bed in our hotel room, letting him drive his dick into me from behind. I hope he can read that little mental image, too. So, Jace, you never did tell us where you managed to meet this lovely fiancé of yours. Trent's voice cuts through my fantasy. Jace freezes, caught off guard. We hadn't discussed any kind of backstory, which in retrospect is kind of stupid. This is twice now we've almost tripped up. I had no idea what his brothers did for a living, that they were the owners and founders of Loft and Barn, and now Jace is stumbling over a simple question. Not exactly great for our cover. We met at the bar, actually, I interject. It's near my office, so I happened to go in one day after work. I got one look at this guy and started hanging out there all the time. I thought he was going to stage an intervention, but eventually he finally asked me out. I smile warmly over at Jace and put my hand over his. It's an easy enough lie. After all, it's partly true. Trent grins. And the rest is history, right? Yeah, I say softly. Something like that. Trent turns to Luke. Well, you know what this means, right? You're the last single Whitaker brother. Luke sits up. I don't want to hear it. Trent shakes his head, laughing. Well, you're going to hear it from Mom whether you like it or not. When are you going to settle down, Lukey? He says in a sing-song voice that I assume is supposed to be an impression of their mother. I like to keep my options open, Luke says with a shrug. You're breaking your mother's heart, Jace adds in the same high-pitched voice as Trent. The ribbing is good-natured, and it's nice to see Jace finally starting to relax. But soon, I'm yawning up a storm. Jace catches my eye and nods softly. Well, he says, getting to his feet. Celia's had a long day, so I think we're going to head back to the hotel. You give this girl 2 glasses of red, and you have to prop her eyes open with toothpicks. Everyone laughs, but I look quizzically at Jace. Not because he's wrong, but because he's right. 2 glasses of red, and you do have to prop my eyes open with toothpicks. I'm just surprised he ever noticed that. We'll see you guys tomorrow, Jace is saying to the group, as I'm still studying him curiously. We all say our goodbyes, fetch my bags from the house, and then we climb into the SUV Jace is borrowing from Luke for the week. Suddenly, being alone with him, I don't feel quite so tired anymore. Now I just can't wait to get back to the hotel room. 11. Celia. We're quiet and polite in the elevator on the way up to our room, and it reminds me of the first night I brought Jace back to my apartment, when we were so chaste, until we weren't. Sure enough, as soon as the hotel room door has clicked behind us, Jace throws me up against the wall. Not still tired, I hope, he asks, cupping my face between his big, strong hands. No. I lick my lips, and he growls. He lunges in for the kiss, biting my bottom lip right where I just stroked my tongue. He sucks my lip between his teeth, pressing down just hard enough to make me squeak. He chuckles low, under his breath, and then his tongue finds mine, stroking and twisting and toying. My hands are splayed out across his broad chest, and I can feel the muscles rippling through his t-shirt. I suddenly feel desperate to feel his skin against mine, so I reach down and grab the hem of his shirt, tugging it up. He grins and helps me strip it off. And then he's standing in front of me, bare-chested. And it's all I can do not to drool over him. His pecs look as if they're carved out of solid rock. His abs like matching stepping stones on a path I desperately want to go down. I let my hands graze over his body, but all I can think about is his cock. I reach my hand down and rub it against his bulge, which is satisfyingly hard, and grows harder under my touch. You can't touch me like that if you don't want me to just throw you down on the bed and fuck you. Who says I don't want that? My ballsiness surprises me, but at this point, the man has given me too many orgasms to play coy. I want his cock, and I want it now. Jace growls, low in his throat, and then he's grabbing me by the shoulders and doing exactly what he promised. I fly down over the mattress, bouncing a little with the force of his thrust. I barely have time to recover before he's crawling on top of me, his body heavy and hard, his hands already working the waistband of my jeans and yanking them down over my hips for the second time today. My pussy is already aching, begging for his touch. He spreads my legs and runs his fingers through my cleft, but I already know his hand won't be enough. Not tonight. I need you to fuck me, Jace, I whisper. I need it. Badly. He groans again. I need that too. He reaches down to undo his own jeans, shoving them down as roughly as he did mine. He's wearing a pair of black boxer briefs, and they hug his slim hips and do nothing to constrain the massive bulge of his erection. I feel a frisson of anticipation, a shiver. I reach down and put my fingers on the waist of his shorts, then tug them down. His cock springs forward. Huge, hard, hungry. I think he must have the biggest dick I've ever seen. It's a monster. I swear it's longer than my forearm and thicker than my wrist. In other circumstances, I might worry about fitting all of him inside of me. But tonight I'm so wet and so desperate for him that the thought of him tearing me apart is more arousing than scary. He shimmies out of the boxer briefs, his hard-muscled thighs flexing as he braces himself above me. The cocky grin is gone, replaced now by the look of something far more unbridled. He lowers himself slowly and rubs the head of his cock over my pussy. I shiver as it passes over my clit, as the beads of moisture from his pre-cum mingle with my own slippery wetness. With another groan, he reaches for the jeans he shucked off and fishes in the pocket for a silver packet. He tears it open with his teeth and then deftly sheaths his cock. Now he drops lower, nudging up against my entrance. My body contracts immediately at his girth, but he takes his time, pushing oh so slowly into me. Every inch feels amazing, stretching me and filling me and claiming me. I grip his shoulders and try to breathe into the feeling. Jace is watching me, his eyes dark and intense. His forearms braced on either side of me as he cradles my face with his hands. When he's finally fully inside me, he pauses for a moment. We stay like that, just watching each other, as we each adjust to the exquisite pleasure of our merging. Slowly, he starts to move his hips. His cock moves inside me, filling me with one motion and leaving me wanting with the next. I clench my pussy tight around him as if my body is trying to hold him as close to me as possible. Jace keeps himself braced on his forearms, using his powerful muscles to hold and flex his body. His strokes get harder, faster, until he's slamming into me. I can feel his balls slapping against my ass. I wrap my legs around his hips and pull him deeper into me, making him groan.
Fuck, Celia. You feel so good.
His voice is hoarse.
I love that you're so wet for me, that your pussy is so tight.
His words make me shudder, and I squeeze my walls tighter around him. The rest of my body is starting to clench, too, and I can already feel myself pummeling headfirst towards climax. He slams harder against me, and the pressure and friction is incredible. His pubic bone is grinding against my clit with every thrust, and I'm almost crying now. A primitive sort of wailing sound I don't think I've ever heard myself make before. I grab onto his shoulders and dig my nails in just as my body starts to arc. Jace sees my trembling and goes even deeper, his thick cock so far inside me that I can practically taste it.
Come for me, Celia,
he says, pushing my hair out of my face.
I want to feel you squeeze my cock.
His words are enough to finally drive me over the edge. I let go of everything. All the tension, worry, lingering regrets about Martin. Instead, I grab on to the moment, to all the pleasure Jace is offering. Lava erupts through me and runs scorching through my veins. I grip Jace's shoulders and scream as I come, my pussy spasming around his cock as my whole body bucks underneath him.
Oh, fuck,
Jace says. His own face looks strained as he pushes into me again. His cock surges, and then he's erupting too, slamming into me again and again as he comes. When it's over, He collapses breathlessly on top of me. That was... I stop. I don't have words for what that was.
Yeah.
I trace a finger around his shoulder, feeling the small half-moons where my nails dug into his skin, and sigh, happily. I crawl out of bed the next morning and hobble to the bathroom. My thighs are aching, and I feel like I've been practically split down the middle. It's a good ache, though, and with every painful step, I'm reminded of the night before. I glance back at Jace, still asleep in the king-sized bed. I'd been worried about sharing a bed with a virtual stranger for a week, but last night we'd fucked so long and so enthusiastically that after the 6th orgasm, I'd collapsed into the deepest, most restful sleep I'd had in ages. To say Jace and I have chemistry is an understatement. I hop in the shower and turn the water up as hot as I can stand it. I lather myself up, tingling when my fingers graze my still swollen pussy lips. I briefly consider waking Jace up and dragging him in here with me. But the man put on a blue ribbon performance last night, and I figure he deserves his sleep. By the time I get out of the shower, I find him sitting up in bed, flipping through his phone. "Good morning," he says, and the smile on his face is enough to turn my stiff muscles to jelly. "Good morning." I wrap the plush white towel tighter around me, suddenly shy. "Bathroom's yours, if you want it." "Thanks." He's still looking at me in the way that makes my toes curl. Finally, he gets up and disappears into the bathroom. I let out a breath I hadn't even realized I'd been holding. I start getting dressed as I hear the shower start up. And by the time Jace emerges from the bathroom, trailing a cloud of steam behind him, I'm fully dressed and made up, with my hair pulled back into a neat ponytail. "We can go to breakfast if you want," Jace says. He's wearing just a white towel, wrapped low around his hips. His chest is still glistening with drops of water from his shower. "That would be good." I lick my lips. Words seem strangely difficult with him so close and so nearly naked. "Cool. Just give me a minute to throw some pants on." I wanted to tell him no. I changed my mind. Let's just stay here and fuck like bunnies instead. But I'm actually famished after last night's erotic Olympics. I'm more than ready for some sausage, of the breakfast variety this time. Still, I can't help but watch as Jace turns around and lets the towel fall. His ass flexes as he steps into a pair of boxer shorts, and I feel a little pang of mourning as he covers up his assets. By the time we're both ready to go, my stomach is actually growling, and we make our way down to the hotel restaurant, where they have a breakfast buffet. We line up and grab warm plates and load them high with fluffy scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, greasy hash browns, and yes, sausage. When we sit down at a table near the window overlooking the Chicago River, Jace takes a sip of his coffee. "I think we need to talk," he says seriously. 12. Celia. My stomach drops 3 inches when Jace says we need to talk. About what? About us. It drops another 2. Oh? Why am I suddenly afraid that he's going to end this? We're not even in a real relationship, and I'm dreading the "it's not you, it's me" talk. Yes, we need to get our stories sorted. We should have done this before we even left New York, but I wasn't thinking clearly, apparently. Right. I breathe a sigh of ridiculous relief as I stab a fried potato and pop it in my mouth. So, let's see. Yesterday I told Trent we'd only been engaged 2 months. Does that work? I nod. Yeah, I haven't said anything that would contradict that. He nods too, sawing off a bite of sausage. Good. And we've been seeing each other just over a year. That makes sense because the last time Luke was in the city was about a year ago, so I can say I didn't mention you because things were still too new at the time. That works. I think back to what I was really doing a year ago and realize that's exactly when Martin and I had just started shopping for our condo. I can't help but wonder what kind of life I would have now if, instead of settling down with Martin, I'd been hooking up with Jace. And we met at the bar, he adds, since that's what you told them last night. I hope that was okay. Yeah, might as well stick as close to the truth as possible, at least when we can. Right, so where did you propose? In my apartment? It's technically true. Jace looks horrified. You can't tell people I proposed to you in your apartment. That's not romantic at all. How about in Connecticut? At a bonfire with some of your old friends, drinks flowing, Steve Miller playing on the stereo, and I was so overcome with how perfect you were that I just got down on one knee right there? I smile, but it's strained. Does Jace have any idea how perfect what he's describing is? Martin had proposed to me at the office, hardly romantic. But that was Martin, all business. Even in my haze of excitement, I'd been put off by the way he did it, and by the fact that none of our friends were around to celebrate with us. Then again, Martin and I hardly liked any of the same people. He wasn't a fan of my girlfriends, and I hated the stuffed shirts he spent his time with. What's wrong? I shake my head and take a long swallow of coffee. Nothing. Just thinking about my actual proposal. I gesture at the ring I'm wearing. Jace frowns. Right. Maybe you should tell me what happened there. In case it comes up, I mean. I take a deep breath and stare down into the black abyss of my coffee cup. I shrug uncomfortably. Not much to tell. I was engaged to a lawyer at our firm. We broke up because we had different interests. Jace is eyeing me with consideration. That's it? I nod. That's it. Lawyers are capable of amendable breakups, you know. He smiles. Sure, okay. Well, if it comes up, we'll just say it happened a couple of years ago, before you and I ever met. Right. And what about you? Any exes I need to know about? He shakes his head. No, you're it. Really? I find that hard to believe. I raise my eyebrows at him. What can I say? I'm a hard man to tie down. Actually, I do believe that. When you look like Jace and work in a bar, why would you want to saddle yourself with just one woman? You could have a different one every night of the week. We're quiet for a minute, picking at our food. The silence stretches longer and longer, until it starts to feel uncomfortable. Finally, Jace drops his fork. Okay, fun ones. Best trip you ever took, and trip you most want to take. I smile. Best trip has to be France with my college French club. Trip I most want to take. Lately, I've been really wanting to go to Hawaii. Jace looks surprised. You speak French? Oui, bien sûr. I can't help but laugh at the amazed expression on his face. Don't get too excited. I'm not exactly fluent. Other than the basics, I really only know how to order vin rouge and pain chocolat. Still, I'm impressed. My cheeks color a little. Thanks. Okay, what about you? Best trip? Dream trip? Best trip was Nashville. When I raise my eyebrows again, he shrugs. What can I say? I like country music, and I look good in cowboy boots. I can see that, actually, I say, giggling. Dream trip? Maybe Australia, Vietnam. Hawaii sounds good too, actually. Well, we can go there for our honeymoon. The words are out of my mouth before I realize what I'm saying, but Jace just laughs. That's great. We'll definitely say we're going to Hawaii. Okay. Favorite color? Blue. Me too. He grins. Birthday, astrological sign? September 5th, Virgo. Oh, the Virgin. He raises his eyebrows and grins. Shut up. Clearly not. You? Definitely not a virgin, no. I sputter out a laugh. I mean birthday. Ah, November 8th, Scorpio. That makes so much sense. Why? Are Scorpios known to be amazing lovers with wicked senses of humor and dashing good looks? I purse my lips, trying not to laugh. Something like that. Okay, circling back. When did you lose your virginity? That's a personal question, wouldn't you say? For a stranger, yes. For my fiance, no. Fair enough. I was 18, first year of college. He was a sophomore and we met at a frat party. You? He shrugs. Same. No, really, I say, laughing. Okay. I was 15. It was under the bleachers after our spring formal dance. Under the bleachers? That's kind of cliché, don't you think? He laughs. Okay, Miss Frat Party, let's talk about cliché. We're both laughing by then, and our plates are empty, so we get up to get more eggs and bacon and a couple of mini pastries. Okay, now on to the really fun stuff, Jace announces when we're back at the table. Favorite position? Jace! My face instantly reddens. I hardly think that's going to come up when we're hanging out with your family. I wouldn't be so sure of that. You've met my brothers, right? I giggle. Fine. Doggy style. I say it quietly so that the elderly couple at the next table over doesn't hear me. I like how dirty it feels. He nods, eyes glinting wickedly. Noted. What about you? I expect him to come out with something like reverse cowgirl. But instead, he surprises me. Honestly, good old-fashioned missionary. Really? I can't keep the surprise out of my voice. Yeah. Jace actually blushes a little. I don't know. There's just something about being able to look into a woman's eyes when she comes. About watching her face when her pussy starts squeezing my cock. I have to take a sip from the glass of ice water that's been sitting beside me. Jace's words are driving a lance of lust straight through my body. And I know he can tell just by looking at me. He's grinning now. Okay, so on that note, what's your fantasy? The thing you think about when you're getting yourself off, but that you've never done with anyone in real life. My cheeks are still red, and I can't help but glance at the couple next to us. They've paused their conversation, and I swear the old man is edging his chair just a little bit closer to us. I lean forward, closing the distance between Jace and I. Is this really appropriate breakfast conversation? I try to keep my tone light, but my breath is already hitching. Why does this man have such an effect on me? He grins. I think it's appropriate for any time conversation. We're talking about your fantasies, Celia. I rip off a piece of the mini Danish I took from the bar, but the pastry tastes dry and flavorless in my mouth. You go first, I tell him, forcing myself to swallow. You're going to think I'm a cliché. Try me. Fine. Schoolgirls. I mean, not actual schoolgirls. I like my lovers to be age-appropriate. But there's just something about the uniform. A woman like you in a little plaid skirt? Oh, yeah. I laugh. Yes, you are a little cliché, but it's cute. Now you have to tell me yours. I bite my bottom lip. Jace is looking at me so intently that I forget all about the pastry in my hands and the old people sitting beside us, and the restaurant, and the hotel, and the wedding. His eyes are hooded, his stubbled jaw relaxed, his muscles taut under the tight black t-shirt he's wearing, the one that shows off the tattoos running down his arm. Being in public, I mumble. Jace raises his eyebrows. Just somewhere we could get caught. I'd never actually do it, I add hastily. Jace's smile pauses. Why not? Because, I say surprised, it's crazy. It's not that crazy. Well, it's too crazy for me. Yesterday at Luke's, that was the closest I've ever come, and that was crazy enough. Jace shrugs. Fine. What is it about the idea that you like? I shrug again. I don't know. Celia, people like you don't have a fantasy and not know why you like it. You're a Virgo. Overthinking is your specialty, isn't it? Fine. I don't know. The thrill of getting caught. Plus the idea that we can't keep our hands off each other, that we have to do it wherever we can. My skin is flushing like crazy now, burning all the way up into my hairline and down to my toes. See? Now is that so hard? There's nothing wrong with talking about what you want, or even with asking for it. He looks down at his watch. Shit. As much as I would like to continue this conversation, and maybe even help you act it out, we should really get going. I have that tux fitting with Trent and Luke, and you need to be at the spa with Hannah and her friends. Right. The spa day. Hannah had arranged to have me join her sister, and another of her friends at the spa for manis and pedis. It was sweet of her to include me, but I'm worried about keeping up with the girl talk. I know they're going to want to talk about Jace, at least a little bit. But I'm hoping that I can keep the conversation steered towards Hannah and the wedding. Jace waves the waitress over to get the bill, and after he's paid, we walk out together. His hand rests on my lower back in a way that manages to feel both thrilling and also like the most natural thing in the world. You know, I can't remember the last time I enjoyed spending this much time talking to a woman the morning after, Jace comments as we stroll through the lobby to the elevators. Yeah, me either. It's true. Even Martin and I didn't really talk in the mornings. He was always too busy staring at his tablet. He had to read the Wall Street Journal every day, he insisted. I had accepted it, but today, sitting across from a man who actually looked into my eyes and held a conversation while we ate breakfast, well, it felt nice. Jace slings an arm casually around my shoulder just as the elevator doors open. It must be because this is all pretend, he muses, as we step inside the mirrored lift. My stomach clenches. Pretend. That's right, Celia, I chide myself. It is pretend. So stop letting your feelings get carried away. You're having good sex with a guy who needs your help. That's all this is. Totally, I agree amicably. But my face in the mirrored wall of the elevator looks glum.
13. Jace. A very petite, elderly Greek man currently has his hands uncomfortably close to my package. I shift awkwardly from one leg to the other, but he grabs my thigh. "Please stay still," he mutters, in a thick accent that's made more indecipherable by the fact that he has a mouthful of straight pins. Luke grins over at me. "I know, man, it's hard not to enjoy it, but keep the wood in check, okay?" he teases. "Speak for yourself," I grin back. "At least I have a fiancé. I'm guessing this is probably the most action you've had in months?" "He's got you there," Trent laughs. It's probably the first time he's cracked a smile all morning. The man is a bundle of nerves. Okay, Luke chuckles, putting his hands up in surrender. I admit I'm single. Did you hear that, Dimitri? He grins down at the tailor crouched at his feet. The man just shakes his head and sighs, though I see the ghost of a smile cross over his dour face. Okay, guys, let's not sexually harass my tailor, Trent chides. This is the man who keeps me in suits all year. I don't want to get on his bad side. Dimitri doesn't have a bad side, Luke says. Right, Dimitri? The elderly man grunts, but this time a real smile passes his lips. I'll show you my bad side if you don't stop moving. You like wedding short pants? No short pants, Luke says, pretending to be horrified. Sorry, I promise to behave. The three of us are standing in the back room of Trent's tailor, in a tiny hole-in-the-wall shop in downtown Chicago. The sign outside was so small and discreet, I'd almost missed it. But I guess when you're the secret weapon of wealthy CEOs like Trent, you don't need flashy advertising. We've got glasses of scotch and three men paying more attention to our inseams than seems appropriate. The tuxedos Trent has picked out are a dark charcoal gray, not that different than the blazer and skirt Celia was wearing the first night I went home with her, I muse. The thought is enough to start a wave of blood to my cock, and I force myself to think of baseball and porcupines and my Aunt Evangeline before Dimitri's assistant gets a handful more than he expected. It's hard, though, to keep my mind from wandering back to Celia. Sex with her has been so much more than I'd bargained for. I'm used to being with beautiful women, but what I'm not used to is the way I feel so out of control with her. The way I feel like I can't get enough of her. At breakfast today, when she'd been talking about the fantasy of public sex, it had been all I could do not to throw her down on the table and take her right there, in front of that prissy old couple sitting next to us. I'm pretty sure that old fart would have enjoyed the show anyway. The way her cheeks had gone so pink when she talked about it just made me even harder. I could just picture that flush spreading all the way down her neck and across her tits. Her nipples would be hard. I bet her pussy was even wet. Baseball, porcupines, cheek-pinching from Aunt Evangeline. Keep still, Dimitri's assistant hisses again. Sorry, I mutter. As if Luke can read my thoughts, he catches my eye in one of the floor-length wood-framed mirrors. Celia's great, by the way, he says. Yeah, she is, isn't she? Oh, yeah, Trent says. You really snagged a winner there, buddy. You don't have to tell me twice. You know, Luke says, a grin on his face, she might actually be too good for you. Sure you're not punching above your weight? Ivy League, lawyer? Let me guess, she's probably got some ritzy Upper West Side apartment? Luke's ribbing sends a wave of discomfort through me. It's not that ritzy, I say defensively. Trent laughs. You gonna quit working once you're married? Be a kept man or what? Har, har, I say. My hands are balling into tight fists at my sides. I know they're just ribbing me. My family doesn't actually discuss stuff that really bothers us, so if they're actually teasing me about this stuff out loud, it's because they don't really believe it. But it strikes a nerve. Celia is miles above me. Beautiful, successful, perfectly capable of taking care of herself. Just one of those women that really has her shit together. And who am I? The bartender. The guy who brought her drinks, poured her glasses of Cab Franc that cost more than my hourly wage. I look in the mirror, at the suit I'm wearing. It looks good on me. Even I have to admit that. But I feel like a fraud. I don't do monkey suits. I'm strictly a jeans and t-shirt kind of guy. When Dimitri and the other two tailors are finally finished with us, they leave us alone in the back room while they go to find the ties and pocket squares Trent picked out. We sit down on the rich leather wingback chairs with our scotches. Luke lifts his glass in a toast. To the Whitaker brothers, he says, finally being back together. An unstoppable force of wit, charm, brains, and devastating good looks. I'll toast to that, Trent says, clicking his glass to Luke's and looking expectantly at me. Me too. I add my glass and knock it against each of theirs in turn. We each sip, and the lingering tension I've been feeling actually starts to ebb further away. These are my brothers, the people who've known me since birth, who taught me how to ride a bike and got me my first fake ID. The people who cared for Mom with me when Dad died, who drank beer with me in the basement rec room while we ate leftover funeral lasagna and watched old home movies. The people who I let down, who had to fire me from the business they were working so hard to build. I look back and forth between Trent and Luke. I don't see a trace of the old anger there, the disappointment. They seem genuinely happy to have me back here with them. Maybe this rift has been all in my head. Sure, we had a falling out years ago, but maybe they've moved past it. Maybe I'm the only one who's still clinging to the memory, to the old wounds. Maybe it's time to move on. Trent leans back against the cognac-colored leather and surveys the room. I can't believe I'm getting married in 2 days, he says, shaking his head in disbelief. Believe it, Luke says cheerfully. Hey, I say, taking a sip of my scotch and steeling myself. Thanks for including me in all this. I know we haven't kept in touch much, but it means a lot to me to be here with you guys. Trent smiles, but there's something dark in his eyes. You can thank Mom for that. She was the one who insisted I call you. To be honest, I was skeptical about involving you. But, meeting Celia and seeing how much you've grown up, now I'm glad I did. You've really surprised me, Jace. I swallowed down another big mouthful of scotch, letting it hit the back of my throat and savoring the burn as it goes down. So this was Mom's idea. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. She was the one always urging me to keep in better touch with Trent and Luke. And Celia. Of course, this came back to Celia. The kind of guy who could snag her as a fiancé? Well, that guy had to have his shit together. Luke is nodding in agreement to what Trent said. Seriously, man, I really think we misjudged you. We just assumed you were fucking around in New York, but it turns out you've been building a real life there. Good for you. Like I said earlier, we absolutely love Celia. Yeah, I say, swallowing. Right. Cheers to that. I down the last of my scotch, and am saved from saying anything further by Dimitri and his associates coming back into the room with an armful of bright yellow ties and silk pocket squares. But for the rest of the afternoon, I can't shake the nagging sense that this isn't going to end well. I can only hope Celia is having a better time at her spa afternoon with the girls.
14. Celia. I push open the wide bamboo door and step into the back room of the spa, where the perky blonde at the reception desk told me I could find Hannah and her friends. Celia! Hannah squeals when she sees me. She hops up off the tan leather lounger and runs over to give me a hug. I'm so glad you could make it. She shoves a mimosa into my hand and leads me into the main part of the room, where I see 2 other girls holding the same drinks. All of them, including Hannah, are wearing fluffy white bathrobes and light pink flip-flops. Guys, this is Celia, Trent's brother's fiance. She's a lawyer in New York. How fancy, the blonde girl says, holding up her glass to me. She's smiling, though, and even though she's got one of those striking faces and long blonde hair and a body that most women would kill for, there's something about her playful expression and snarky tone that I like instantly. Maybe because she reminds me a bit of Rory. I feel a pang of longing and make a mental note to give Rory a call later. There's nothing like a best friend to talk you down from a guy-related freakout. "I'm Sloane," she says, draining the last of her drink and then hoisting herself up out of her chair. "And I need another one of these." She waggles the glass in the air and makes her way across the room to a white table neatly lined with champagne, orange juice, a variety of cut-up fruits, and a huge tray of cupcakes with blush pink icing. "Sloane and I met at work," Hannah explains. She turns to the other girl in the room, a pretty brunette in a wheelchair. "This is my sister, Allie." "Nice to meet you." I shake her hand. "Must be a fun week for you. Sister of the bride." Allie grins. "I don't know. Have you met Hannah yet? Total bridezilla." We all laugh because it's apparent even to me, a virtual stranger, that Hannah is the complete opposite of a bridezilla. I turn back to Hannah. "It's so nice of you to include me today. I know we've only just met." Hannah waves her hand, dismissing my comment. "You'll be family soon enough," she says, and I feel a niggling wave of guilt. How would Hannah feel, including me in her wedding, if she knew the truth? That I was basically a stranger, even to Jace. But she's not going to find out the truth, I remind myself. Like Jace said, we'll give it a month or so once we get back to New York. And then he'll just tell everyone that we had an amicable breakup. No harm, no foul. "Robes are over there," Hannah says, pointing to a stack of neatly folded white terry cloth robes. "You can change over behind the curtain if you prefer. We're getting massages in a half hour or so, and then manicures and pedicures." "Sounds good." I drop my purse and grab a robe to change into. Behind the curtain, I also find a basket of pink flip-flops, so I pull on a pair of those as well. When I come out, Sloane is perusing the shelf of nail polish bottles as she sips her mimosa. "Hey, Han, what do you think about this?" She holds up a fluorescent yellow polish, grinning. "It'll match our dresses." Hannah grimaces. "Dear God, no. It reminds me of being in junior high and coloring my fingernails with a highlighter." "Ha! Yeah, it does." Sloane puts the bottle back on the shelf, then picks up a light pink, almost the exact shade of the cupcake icing. She snorts when she looks at the label. "This one's called Mimosas for Mr. and Mrs. Seems appropriate." Hannah laughs. "I don't think Trent has had a mimosa in his life. He's more of a Scotch kind of guy." Sloane snickers. "Well, you'll just have to drink enough for the both of you." "Done." Hannah downs her glass. "What do you think the guys are doing now?" I ask, as I settle into one of the plush lounge chairs. The men had a tuxedo fitting scheduled, something I knew Jace had been dreading a bit. If I know Trent, probably drinking scotch and getting into a long and involved conversation with his tailor about the relative merits of lamb's wool. I snort. I can just picture Jace trying to take part in that conversation. I can't believe how different he is from his brothers. He's alluded to some distance between them, and I wonder if that's the cause of it, or if there's more to it than that. I also find myself wondering, not for the first time, why he would lie to his brothers about having a fiancé. Is he just trying to keep up with his brother's success? Or is there something else? The four of us keep drinking mimosas and chatting about weddings, and eventually the attendants come to take us away for our massages, which are blissful and exactly what I need. Then it's back to the room for more mimosas and pedicures. By this time, I've had quite a few drinks, so when the conversation turns from weddings to proposals, I start nervously twisting my engagement ring. Hannah notices and turns to me. "You know, I've never actually heard the story of how Jace proposed to you." "Oh." I laugh nervously, taking a long gulp of my mimosa. I remember the story Jace and I had rehearsed, and I tell them that. Connecticut, the bonfire, the Steve Miller Band, the romantic night sky, Jace down on one knee in front of all of my friends. They all swoon, and I find myself getting a thrill out of telling it. I had always been a little embarrassed to tell people the story of how Martin and I got engaged. When he'd proposed, he had done it at the office right after coming back from lunch. I always guessed he'd picked up the ring while he was out, and I had tried to tell myself that he was too excited to wait for somewhere more romantic to pop the question. The sad truth, though, was that he hadn't cared enough. I bite my lip, twisting my ring again. Maybe it's the mimosas, or the fact that I'm with these girls who don't really know me. But suddenly, I want to tell them. Want to let myself laugh about it. I take a long gulp of my mimosa and set the glass back down on the side table. It was nothing like the first time I got engaged, I say, and I can feel the interest of all three of them peak. You were engaged before? Hannah asks, sipping her cocktail. I nod, and then launch into the whole story. Being in my office working on a brief, Martin dropping the little black box on my desk like it was a contract he needed photocopied. Wow, Sloane whistles. That's special. I giggle, and it feels good to laugh about it. I haven't really been able to do that before now. Why'd you break up? Hannah asks, after we've all snickered about Martin's lame proposal. I mean, besides his complete lack of romance. I bite my lip. The only person who knows the whole story, other than me and Martin, is Rory. And that's only because she has special best friend privileges. But the way the three girls are looking at me now, so warm and friendly and happy, makes me want to spill. If only so that we can laugh about it the same way we laughed about the proposal. I caught him in the copy room at work a couple months later, I say, taking a sip of my mimosa. Getting his dick sucked. No! They all let out a simultaneous gasp so loud that I half think the spa attendants are going to come in to check on us. When the door stays closed, I take a deep breath. By a male associate. No! The gasp is even louder this time. Sloane sets her glass down noisily on the side table and sits up. You mean he was gay? I shake my head. Gay or bi, I don't know. I didn't really stick around long enough to find out. Hannah is shaking her head incredulously. God, Celia, that's awful. And you had no idea? I shake my head, but then shrug. I don't know. I suppose there were a few signs along the way. Like the way Martin made love like he was getting an enema, for instance. Well, I can see why you moved on to someone like Jace, says Allie. He's like a testosterone slurpee. Allie! Hannah laughs, shocked. Allie shrugs and grins. What? He is. She turns to me. Sorry, is that offensive? I laugh, enjoying the warm buzz of the alcohol and the girl talk. No, he is a testosterone slurpee, actually. Hey, Allie, I'll switch with you if you want, Sloane says. You go down the aisle with Jason, I'll go with Luke. Luke can rock me in his flannel shirts all night long. No one is switching, Hannah barks, but she's laughing too. And you will both behave yourselves. Yes, Mom, Allie says, pretending to pout. I look at Sloane and think about her walking down the aisle with Jace, and an acrid burn fills my chest. Sloane is drop-dead gorgeous, and the thought of her on Jace's arm makes my stomach churn. I know it's just a formality, them walking down the aisle together. But I'm surprised to realize that what I'm feeling is jealousy. I push the thought away. Jace won't do anything to jeopardize our cover while we're at the wedding. And once we're back in New York, well, then it's back to our regular lives. I don't relish the thought of that either, though. I take a small sip of my mimosa and sigh unhappily. This is silly, I tell myself. I'm being silly. So, Allie says, swirling her drink around in her glass. You aren't going to tell Jace that I called him a testosterone slurpee, are you? I laugh. No, what happens at Mani-Pedi Day stays at Mani-Pedi Day. Though I suddenly realize I am now going to have to tell him about Martin. The whole story this time. Now that Hannah knows, I'm sure it's only a matter of time before Trent knows. And I don't want to risk him bringing it up to Jace and catching him by surprise. I curse myself for ever opening up my big mouth. Stupid mimosas. Would Jace think differently of me once he knew the truth? The whole thing had made me feel so stupid. It was one thing to laugh about with some new girlfriends, but I didn't want it to change the way he looked at me. He saw me as so capable and sexy. Would he still feel that way once he knew I was dumb enough to get duped by someone like Martin? Suddenly, I was dreading going back to the hotel. 15. Celia. By the time I get back to our hotel room, Jace is already there. He's lounging on the bed, clicking through channels on the television. The sight of his body sprawled out on the bed is enough to send a shock of desire through me. He's got one arm tucked behind his head, and the crook of his arm looks like the perfect place to crawl into, the perfect place to forget that Martin Covington ever existed. I let the door close gently behind me, and Jace looks up when he hears the click. Hey. A slow grin spreads over his face, and he sits up, turning the television off. Did you have fun? Yeah, it was nice. Hannah and her friends are great. That's good. She's really something, isn't she? I can't tell you how happy I am that Trent ended up with someone like her and not the usual bimbos he used to date. Yeah, I say, and then fall silent. I fiddle with the key card in my hand, hovering near the door. Jace's face grows concerned. Is everything okay? I bite my bottom lip, then take a couple of tentative steps towards him. I kind of let something slip today with the girls, I admit. Something I wasn't planning on telling you. Oh? Jace raises his eyebrows. His face has gone slightly more wary now, and I feel bad for stressing him. I huff out a breath. You know I was engaged before, right? He nods. Yeah, right. So what I didn't tell you is the real reason why the relationship ended. Jace leans forward and pats the bed beside him. Come, he commands. Sit. I climb gratefully onto the bed beside him. He wraps his arm around my shoulder and pulls me against his broad, firm chest. You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to, he says, his nose in my hair. Well, that's the thing, though. I do, because all the girls know now, and I'm sure Hannah's going to mention it to your brother. I just don't want you to be taken off guard. Okay, he says slowly. I guess that makes sense. Right, so I let out another breath, then lean backwards on the bed, pulling Jace with me so that we're lying down, with me in the crook of his arm. I look up at the ceiling, since it's easier than looking at him. My ex-fiancé was named Martin, and he's a senior associate at the law firm I work at. You still work together? Yeah. That must be tough. Oh, you don't even know the half of it. I take another deep breath. One day, about 2 months after we got engaged, I walked in on him in the copy room, getting his dick sucked. Oh, God, Celia, that's fucking terrible. His voice is filled with concern and anger. I take another deep, shuddering breath, remembering how terrible that moment was. Martin's pale, white ass flexing, his hand gripping the photocopier. I shake my head. He was with a male associate. I finish. Tears are pricking my eyes now, and I try to wipe them away discreetly, praying Jace won't notice. Wait, he was with a guy? I nod, then realize he can't see me do it. Yeah, I say softly. My breath catches in my throat. So he was gay? I shrug again. Gay, bi, I don't know. The distinctions didn't really matter by that point. Jesus, he says. Yeah. I'm still staring up at the ceiling, even though I can feel Jace looking at me. We broke up that day, obviously. I later found out half our office had known about his little predilections, and the other half figured it out pretty quick after that. Jace squeezes his arm around my shoulders. It feels comforting. I'm really sorry, Celia. All I can say is that guy is an idiot. Straight, gay, bi. He had an amazing woman and he blew it. His words touch me, and I smile weakly. Thanks. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. Jace is quiet for a minute, but his arm still rests against me. Can I ask you something? He says finally. Why didn't you? I mean, you didn't have to, but you know you can trust me, right? I nod. It's not about trust. I told Hannah and her friends and I barely know them. It's about... I trail off, not really wanting to admit what I want to say next. About what? Jace prods. He runs his finger lightly along my bare shoulder, making my skin prickle in goosebumps. I didn't want you to see me as stupid, I admit. As naive, as unattractive. The last word comes out in a whisper. Why in the world would that make you unattractive? Jay sounds genuinely perplexed, and I realize how silly it sounds when he says it like that. I finally turn to face him, looking into his bright blue eyes, currently creased by his furrowed brow. I don't know, I say honestly. I guess my confidence just took a bit of a blow after that. I mean, I know I didn't make Martin that way or drive him to it or anything, but it's hard to feel sexy when you realize your fiancé is only with you as a cover. I trail off, shrugging. The wound is still so raw, and it hurts to talk about it like this. Laughing with the girls had been one thing, but this feels too real. Celia. Hey. Jace moves his hand up my arm and puts his fingers on my jaw, tipping my head so that I'm looking up at his face. His own face is incredulous. You have no fucking clue how extraordinary you are, do you? I laugh nervously. Oh, come on. I try to look away, but Jace tightens his grip on my jaw, forcing me to meet his eyes. Celia, I'm serious. You're smart, successful, fucking gorgeous. I try to shush him, but he shakes his head. No, listen to me. You're all of those things. And the only reason you got conned by an asshole like this Martin guy is because your heart is as wonderful as the rest of you. I don't think you should ever blame yourself for falling in love. His voice seems to catch on his last words, and my heart hammers lightly in my chest. Jace. He loops his hand through mine, running his thumb along the back of my hand, and then nudging the engagement ring I'm wearing. Martin's ring. You must hate wearing this thing, huh? I nod. Kind of. The funny thing is, I never really loved the ring. I know that probably makes me sound like a spoiled brat, but I don't know. Maybe it should have been a warning sign that he picked out a ring that was so... not me. Jace picks up my hand and presses his lips to the skin. And what kind of ring would be more you? I shrug. I don't know. Nothing this gaudy. I don't even know if I want a diamond. I saw a beautiful ring once at this store on 47th Street. It was vintage with an amethyst stone and 2 tiny diamonds on the side. I trail off, looking at the smirk on Jace's face. I feel my cheeks color. Listen to me. I guess I'm just like every other girl on the planet, aren't I? Going on about engagement rings like a starry-eyed teenager. Jace shakes his head. I don't think you're like every other girl, he says. His voice is low and husky. In fact, I happen to think you're pretty damn perfect. He doesn't let me finish. Suddenly he's pressing his lips against mine. His grip on my chin is still firm, holding me steady while he devours my mouth. I let myself melt into him. I'm so relieved about what exactly I don't know. Just that I had been dreading telling him about Martin. But his reaction had been beyond perfect. It seems Jace is as sweet as he is gorgeous. I press my body against his, turning so I can press my hands up against his broad, firm chest. His tongue is deep inside my mouth, exploring me all over, making me a part of him. My pussy is already starting to dampen and clench, and I wriggle up against Jace, trying to get as close to him as I can. He chuckles lightly, his breath warm on my face. Now, I think we're going to have to talk about just how perfect you are, he says, pretending to be stern. For instance, I think this part of you right here is pretty perfect. He kisses the side of my mouth softly and then pulls back. He studies me for a moment as my heart beats thunderously in my chest. I think this part of you is just... wow. He runs his lips against the hollow of my throat. And don't even get me started on these shoulders. He's tugging at the neck of the t-shirt I'm wearing, kissing the tops of my shoulders, and I let out a moan. He pulls back once more. Let's take this off because I think there's more under here. I giggle and strip off my t-shirt obediently. He nods sagely. Just as I expected. Sheer perfection. He runs his lips over my chest, trailing down to the flat plane between my breasts. My nipples are achingly hard under the thin, lacy fabric of my bra. When Jace finally cups my breast in his palm and runs his thumb across the nipple, I throw my head back and groan. Now the stomach, he says. This is a very sexy stomach. He paints a trail of kisses over my bare abdomen, inching slowly toward the waistband of my jeans. His hand is roaming my thigh now, gliding along my muscles and moving tantalizingly towards my crest. I move my hips down to give him better access, and he reaches for the button. And under here we have something truly special, he says. His voice is deep and throaty, hoarse with lust. Under here, we have a pussy that can make men forget their own names. I laugh, but Jace's eyes have grown dark. Take off your pants, Celia. I do as he says. No hesitation. I shimmy those damn pants off faster than you can say good gracious. My underwear goes with them. A grin crosses Jace's face. Spread your legs, he says. Once again I do as he says, spreading my legs slowly, exposing myself to him. It feels strange and terrifying, and incredibly erotic. Jace crawls over the bed and kneels between my legs. He stripped his own t-shirt off now so I can see as the muscles ripple across his chest. But he's still wearing his pants, much to my disappointment. "Are you going to take those off?" I try to joke, even though it comes out as more of a pant. He grins, shaking his head. "No. No? Nope." Why not?" "Because this right here, this is all about you." "Oh." Another shudder runs through me. Apparently, Jace wasn't lying when he promised me a week of mind-blowing orgasms. "Now, where was I?" Jace settles in, running his hand up along my calf, all the way up my thigh, stopping just short of my crest. "These are very sexy thighs. Perfect, you might even say." He leans forward and presses his lips against the soft skin of my inner thigh, and then moves over, kissing my other leg in the same manner. I shiver under his touch. I can't look away from his muscular shoulders, bent before me, the way his fingers dig into my flesh. When I feel his breath warm against my pussy, I almost come. "Jace, I'm not done, Celia," he says, flashing me a wicked smile. "Not even close." His head is bent so close to me, so close that I could shimmy down an inch and feel his lips against me. But he takes his sweet time, drawing out the moment. "Now, this is a very sexy clit," he says, finally rewarding me with a soft kiss. I shudder under him, and this time I do try to scoot down. I need to feel his mouth on me. But Jace holds me in place. He runs his tongue along the length of my slit, and then along my entrance. "A perfect pussy," he says. He slips his hands underneath me, gripping my ass in his palms. "And a perfect ass down here, too." He uses his hands to spread my cheeks wider, and then suddenly his tongue is moving down lower, past my entrance, all the way to... My eyes roll back in my head as Jace laps his tongue around my asshole. "Jace!" I try to say his name, but it comes out more as a groan. Jace chuckles and pulls away only briefly. "I like all your parts, Celia. Even the ones you don't think I should." He lowers his head again, and then he's pressing his tongue back up against my tight bud. It feels strange and erotic at the same time, and when he brings his other hand down to finger my clit, I feel too wild to care about whether or not I should be letting him do this. Jace keeps licking me, keeps stroking me, and soon my poor pussy is clamping down on nothing, my whole body going into convulsions as the orgasm rocks me. All I can do is reach for him while my hips buck and arc. I grab onto a fistful of his hair and hold on for dear life while stars shoot across my vision. When it's over, I release my death grip on him and try to unclench my legs. Jace sits up, resting on his knees between my thighs. He looks rather smug as he takes in my disheveled appearance. "Maybe next time you'll listen to me when I tell you you're perfect," he says, an arrogant grin spreading across his face. I smile at him as I swing my shaky legs off the bed and onto the floor. I stand and start making my way to the bathroom. "Well, this perfect girl is going to have a shower," I tell him. Just as I get to the bathroom, I look back over my shoulder. "Want to join me?" Jace's face lights up, his grin going from arrogant to wicked. "Hell yeah, I do."
16. Jace. Celia is fiddling nervously with her ring. Every few minutes, she turns on her phone, sets the camera to reverse, and examines her reflection on the screen. I put a hand on her knee. Relax, I tell her. We're in the back of a cab, on our way to a restaurant downtown where we're meeting my mother for dinner. She had insisted on some time alone with us so we could catch up and so she could get to know Celia. I'm a bit nervous myself, but I had no choice but to oblige. When your mother wants to have dinner with you, you say yes. It's going to be fine, I promise Celia now. You're going to do great. This is your mother, Jace. She looks at me pointedly. And she's going to love you. She already told me how much she likes you, just after talking to you on the phone the other day. Celia laughs, probably at the memory. She shakes her head. This is different, though. This is meeting the parents. I shake my head, laughing too. Yeah, but it's not really. Worst case scenario, she isn't your biggest fan. Then she'll just be relieved when we break up. Actually, maybe that's even better. Could you try being rude at dinner? Celia flashes me a rueful grin, but her eyes look strangely sad. She shakes her head. I'm not being rude to your mother. Believe it or not, I actually want her to like me. I know you do, I say, nuzzling into her neck. That's because you're a good girl from Connecticut, which is exactly why she's going to love you. Right, Celia says, though she looks unconvinced. I'm not quite sure what's really going on with her right now. I know she was upset earlier, after she told me about Martin. I still couldn't believe what that bastard had done to her. I'd always known the guy was a prissy asshole, but I wish I'd realized just how much of an asshole. I would have decked him back when I had the chance. And I still didn't quite understand why Celia was so afraid to tell me about why they'd broken up. It wasn't like it made her any less perfect in my eyes. And anyway, his loss was my gain. Temporary gain, I remind myself. I think back to the way we'd spent the rest of the afternoon in the hotel. First the shower, then back to the bed, then the wingback chair over by the window, then one more time on the bed for good measure. I thought I'd helped her put all the worry out of her mind, but now she looks stressed and anxious again. And even though it's really fucking cute the way her forehead furrows and her lips purse, I hate seeing her stressed out. I squeeze her knee again and let my hand ride slowly up her thigh. She's wearing a simple green dress that looks killer with those green eyes of hers, but I especially love the way it's short enough that it rides up in the back seat of the cab, showing off the creamy white skin of her thighs. I push the dress a little higher and use my hand to spread her legs a little wider. Celia bites her lip, but then she reaches down and wraps her hand around mine, so that we're holding hands instead. She pushes her dress back into place. Wow, she must really be nervous. I give her hand a squeeze, and then we're pulling up in front of the restaurant where we'd arranged to meet Mom. I pay the driver and help Celia out of the cab. I grab her around the waist and pull her close to me, forcing her to meet my gaze. You're going to be amazing, I assure her. Or do you need another lesson in how amazing you are? Because I would be more than happy to provide one. That earns me a small grin. I'm ready, she says. I just don't want to screw this up. You won't. I lean in and kiss her on the nose. Come on. We go into the restaurant and find Mom already seated at a table near the window. I drag Celia over, and Mom stands up as soon as she sees us, her face lighting up in a huge, happy smile. She wraps me in a long hug. She holds on tight, but I can feel how thin her arms are now. She's aged a lot since the last time I saw her. Her blonde hair is still perfectly styled, and the coral suit dress she's wearing looks pristine, but there are lines around her eyes that weren't there before, and her mouth seems to drag down in the corners. She pulls away, but keeps her hands on my biceps. Let me look at you, she says, inspecting me up and down. After she's apparently satisfied, she nods and smiles. You look good, honey. It's so good to see you. You too, Mom. I try to keep the emotion out of my voice, but I'm hit with a crushing wave of guilt over how long I've been away. Mom, I'd like you to meet someone very special. This is Celia, my fiancée. Oh, Celia. Mom claps her hands together and then wraps Celia in a hug as fierce as the one she gave me. Celia returns the hug, and something strange catches in my chest at the sight of them embracing. For the 100th time, I have to remind myself that this isn't real, that Celia and I are only pretending. It's so nice to meet you finally, Mom is saying. You too, Celia says warmly. Chase speaks very highly of you. I want you to know that you raised a wonderful man. Mom's cheeks flush with pleasure at Celia's words, and I want to high-five my fake fiancée. She's already hitting it out of the park. Of course, maybe I was right about what I'd said in the cab. The less Mom likes her, the easier this will all be when I have to pull the plug. But I'm not going to worry about that now. I hold Mom's chair out for her so she can sit back down, and then do the same for Celia, before taking my own seat beside her. I'm so glad we're getting this chance to spend some time getting to know each other, Mom says to Celia as I pour us glasses of red wine from the bottle that's already on the table. Always the bartender, I think to myself. Me too, she says, though I hear Hannah and Trent are keeping you very busy with wedding duties. With that, they're off on a pleasant conversation about the wedding. Every time Mom starts to change the topic, Celia steers it back into safe territory, and Mom is just as happy to keep gushing about the upcoming nuptials. After all, this is the first time one of her children is tying the knot. By the time the food arrives, I'm actually starting to relax, and I can tell Celia is too. Her smile comes more easily, and she seems to genuinely be enjoying the conversation. Oh, listen to me, Mom says with a laugh, after a long and involved story about why they decided not to go with a live harpist during the wedding ceremony. I'm going on and on. Celia, you must tell me more about yourself. Oh, there's not much to tell, really, Celia demurs, and I just love hearing about the wedding. Well, if you like weddings so much, you must be just thrilled to be planning your own. Have you made any decisions yet? Not really, Celia says, glancing at me. It's going to be a pretty small and casual affair, I say. Mom's forehead wrinkles, and she sets down her fork. Chase, you won't elope, will you? Promise me you won't elope? I promise we're not eloping, Mom. She nods, but her face doesn't relax. Good. Because I feel like I've already missed so much of your life. I won't miss this too. You won't, Mom. I try to assure her again, but then, to my horror, she picks up a napkin and dabs at her eyes with it. Jace, it's been too long, honey. We miss you. Why don't you ever come back to visit? What did I do wrong? Her voice is so plaintive that my heart twists. I feel like I have dry stones in my throat. Celia is looking at me with wide eyes. I can tell she has no idea what to do. To be honest, I don't either. I reach across the table and take Mom's hand. You didn't do anything wrong, Mom. Jesus, I've done a lot to earn my reputation as a bad boy, but making my own mother cry is a rock-bottom low for me. Guilt sits like a bowling ball in my stomach. Then why, she asks, why do you have to be so far away? You never visit. You never seem to want to connect with us. You and your brothers barely speak. I had to beg Trent to call you to ask if you were even coming to the wedding. It shouldn't be that way, Chase. Our family shouldn't be that way. I squeeze her hand. Mom, it's nothing you did. You know that, right? You were the best mom we could have asked for. I left because of what happened with Trent and Luke, after they fired me. But that was so long ago, she says. I nod. I know. I barely even remember what it was about. Me either, I lie. I glance over at Celia. She's watching us, and there's compassion on her face, but curiosity, too. I know she's interested in what drove Trent and Luke and I apart. I've never really talked to her about it, and I don't intend to. I don't exactly come across in a great light in that story. Things will be different from here on, I tell my mother, promising both her and myself. I'll come visit more. Christmas. How about that? It's been ages since we've had Christmas together with everyone. Mom nods, dabbing at her eyes with a napkin again. That would be nice. I hope you mean it, Jace. I do. I'll make sure of it, Celia chimes in. We'll definitely come out for Christmas. I can see the surprise in her face as soon as the words are out of her mouth. She looks over at me, but I smile, and she gives me an almost imperceptible little shrug. Thank you, Celia, Mom is saying. She smiles. I think you're a good influence on Jace. I'm glad he found you. Me too, she says, reaching over and taking my hand. For half a red-hot second, it feels real. All of it. Her touch, her affection, the promise that we would come back here to spend the holidays with my family. I take a long swallow from the glass of wine in front of me. It isn't real, I remind myself, for what feels like the 100th time this week. It isn't real. No matter how perfectly her hand seems to fit inside mine.
17. Celia. I don't know if it's the wine or the sweet thrill of victory, but the entire way back to the hotel, my skin is buzzing. I reach over and slip my hand into Jace's in the back of the cab, a gesture that is starting to feel surprisingly natural. I think that went well, don't you? Huh? He turns away from the window to look at me. He's clearly lost in thought. I said I think that went well. With your mom, I think she liked me. Jace smiles, but it's missing his usual cockiness. Yeah. She loved you. Just like I told you she would. Good. His confirmation only adds to my warm glow, but his face continues to look distracted. So what's wrong? Huh? He says again. Nothing's wrong. Jace, I know you well enough to know when something's wrong. He raises his eyebrows, a trace of his usual cockiness returning. Oh, you know me that well, do you? There's a hint of challenge in his voice. I grin. I'd say I know you pretty well. Like, I know you crack your knuckles when you get nervous. I know you like parading around in a towel for a good 10 minutes after you come out of the shower. I bite my lip. And I know you get this sexy little crease in your forehead right when you're about to come. Grand Windsor Hotel, the cab driver announces, slowing the car to a stop in front of our hotel. Jace raises an eyebrow, and then we're getting out of the cab and crossing the lobby towards the elevators. As soon as the door slides shut behind us, Jace puts his hands on my hips and pulls me to him. The heat of his body against mine never fails to thrill me. He's so big and solid, so muscular, that just being near him makes me feel small and protected and almost blind with lust. But even as he lowers his head to graze his lips against mine, I push him away. You're changing the subject, I tell him, hands on my hips. I didn't say anything, he says, looking genuinely confused. You didn't have to. You've been quiet for half the evening, and now you don't want to talk about it, so you think you can just make me be quiet by having sex with me. He grins again. Can't I? I laugh, even though I don't want to. Not this time. The elevator doors open on our floor, and we walk in silence towards the room. When we get there, Jace goes into the bathroom. I'm going to have a shower. Okay. I try to read his expression. He doesn't look mad, but I can also tell that he doesn't want to talk. I sigh, and while he's in the shower, I flop down onto the king-sized bed, turn on the television, and start flipping through channels. I replay the evening in my head while I wait for him to get out. His mother had been lovely, very welcoming to me, and she seemed to love Jace and his brothers enormously. I just didn't understand what the rift between him and his family was. He said it had something to do with his brother's business, but I'd never heard him say more than that. I wonder if talking about it tonight is what has him on edge. Jace takes forever in the bathroom, and I'm just starting to think he's fallen and can't get up when I finally hear the water turn off. He emerges from the bathroom wearing just a towel, his skin still slick with water. I watch hungrily as he lets the towel fall, and then roots around in his suitcase. His dick is semi-hard and swinging low and heavy against his thick, muscled thigh, and I can tell by the deliberate way he's moving that he knows exactly how much he's toying with me right now. I'm not going to fall for it, though, and force my eyes onto the television as Jace pulls on a pair of black boxer briefs and slips onto the bed beside me. I put on an episode of The Big Bang Theory, even though I don't think either of us are paying attention to it. My mind is still turning over the events of the evening, and Jace's body is tense beside me, as he's still lost in his own thoughts as well. After a while, he slings his arm around my shoulder, and I curl into his chest. It feels different this time, not like he's trying to seduce me, but that he wants the closeness. I take a deep breath and take my chance. "Tell me about your brothers," I say softly, my lips against his bare chest. "Tell me about what happened." Jace's muscles tense under my cheek, and for a moment he doesn't say anything, but then he softens. "I was an idiot," he says plainly. "You're not an idiot," I insist. "There's got to be more to the story than that." He shakes his head. "Back when I was in my early 20s, I was an idiot." I splay my fingers across his firm chest. "Tell me," I say. I still keep my voice soft, as if I'm trying to calm a scared stray dog. "I'm the baby of the family," he says, shifting a little beside me so that his chin rests on the top of my head. Trent's the oldest, and there's only a 2-year age difference between him and Luke. I'm younger than Luke by 5 years, so I was always a bit separate from them. It was always Trent and Luke, and then me. The afterthought. He pauses and then goes on. Trent and Luke were always the golden boys, excelling at everything they did. And then there was me. Always in trouble in school, at home. Drinking, fighting, getting into shit, you name it. And it only got worse after our dad died. So while Trent was off getting his Ivy League MBA and Luke was becoming this world-class furniture designer, I was working at a skate shop and getting high on the weekends. I shift in his arms so that I can look up at him, but he's staring at the television. I let him keep talking, sensing how rare it is for him to open up to anyone about this kind of thing. When they started Loft and Barn, Mom begged them to give me a job there, Jace continues. They didn't want to do it. I hadn't exactly given them any reason to think I was going to be a responsible employee, but she begged. And then I decided I kind of wanted it, so I promised them I'd clean up my act and be a model employee. The one thing I had going for me is that I'd always been good with people. Probably why I'm good at bartending now. So Trent decided to make me an account manager, a junior one, I guess. I had a really small portfolio because they were still kind of testing me. But I went in every day, and I wore a suit, and it was actually going pretty well. Then one day, One of the other account managers asked if I could cover a big meeting for him. He was supposed to be inking a major deal, but his wife went into labor, and he was in a panic. I told him not to worry, that I'd do it. The meeting was the next day, but I spent that night getting high with some of my old buddies from the skate shop. I completely slept through my alarm the next day. Missed the meeting completely. His voice is tight, and I look up at his face. He's staring at the ceiling now, but still running his hand up and down along my arm. "Oh, Jace," I say. "It was a mistake. Mistakes happen. God knows I wasn't an ideal employee when I was that age." Of course that's a lie. I've always been Miss Goody Two-Shoes. If anything, I gave too much of myself to Turner and Crosby. I let them take advantage of my desire for approval. And I worked so hard and tirelessly that I wasn't even sure if I was still happy there or if I was just killing myself out of habit. Jace shakes his head. It wasn't just the mistake, though. When I finally got into the office that day, Trent asked me how the meeting had gone. That was when I realized what I'd done. But instead of confessing, I lied and said it was fine and that they were on board. His voice sounds hollow, and I can tell how much it hurts him to admit how he fucked up. But I can't believe he's still punishing himself for something that happened almost 10 years ago. Jace clears his throat. Anyway, long story short, they lost the account. It cost them at least $1 million in business, maybe more. Today that would be small potatoes for them, but back then, when they were just getting started, it was a big deal. When Trent found out, he was furious. If I told him the truth from the start, he probably could have patched things over with the client, explained about Lorenzo's wife going into labor. It all would have been fine. But because I lied, Trent didn't end up following up with the client until weeks later, and by then it was too late. They'd gone with another company. Trent was pissed, obviously. He said I didn't take their business seriously, that I didn't take anything seriously, and that I couldn't be trusted. Then he fired me. Jace sighs, and I watch as his chest moves up and down. "I'm sorry," I tell him. I don't really know what else to say. "I know you're mad at yourself, but it was almost 10 years ago. It doesn't seem like your brothers still hold a grudge. It seems to me like they're both really happy to have you here." Jay shakes his head. "I don't know. Maybe you're right." He leans in and kisses the top of my head. His lips are soft and warm against my scalp. I cozy up deeper into the crook of his arm. "I know I'm right," I say confidently, and Jace chuckles. "Always a lawyer," he laughs. "But yeah, things do feel different this time. Maybe it's you." "Me?" He nods thoughtfully. "They like you, Celia. And seeing me with you makes them think I finally got my shit together. Shame we're going to have to break up in a month." My stomach clenches. Why do I keep doing this? Letting myself relax into the comfort of being with him, only to be reminded that none of it's real. "Yes," I echo. "It's a shame."
18. Jace. When I wake up in the morning, it's to the sun streaming in from the window beside our bed, and to a beautiful woman nuzzling deeper into the crook of my arm. I gaze down at Celia's dark, wild hair, at the way her eyelashes fan out over her pale cheeks, at the way her chest moves slowly up and down, moving her full breasts lightly inside her skimpy tank top. We had talked most of the night, until neither of us could keep our eyes open anymore. We'd fallen asleep just as the Chicago sky was starting to turn pink. Despite the fact that that was only a few hours ago, I still somehow feel as if I've had the deepest, most peaceful night of sleep in my life. It's like a weight has been lifted off me. I've never talked about my history with my brothers with anyone before, and for so long, it's been like a festering wound. Talking to Celia about it was like ripping the Band-Aid off and finding that the wound is actually more healed than you thought, and that with a little air, it might someday be nothing more than a faint scar. Suddenly, it seems almost silly to be still hanging on to this thing from 10 years ago. It should be something we can laugh about when we get together, not something that keeps us apart. And I have Celia to thank for that. Somehow, talking to her just feels easy, natural, like something I could do for hours, days, a lifetime. I've had my share of all-nighters in my life, but I've never spent one doing nothing but talking with a woman like that. Something about Celia makes me want to let her in. It makes me want to let her see past the bad boy exterior, past the tattoos, past the chill bartender persona I've spent so long carefully cultivating. I gaze down at her again as she stirs but doesn't wake. I smooth down her hair and run my finger lightly along her jaw, admiring the sheer perfection of her face. I realize with sudden heart-stopping clarity that I have feelings for her. Real feelings. Feelings beyond wanting to fuck her until she screams. And the very idea fucking terrifies me. Celia is too good for me. She's smart and successful and beautiful. Exactly why my family likes her so much, and exactly why she should never settle for someone like me. I try to slip my arm out from underneath her, but the movement jostles her, and her eyes pop open. Hi, she murmurs, sleepily trailing her fingers along my bare chest. Hi. My voice sounds hoarse, even to me, but Celia doesn't seem to notice. How did you sleep? Like a baby, I admit. Me too. She hoists herself up so that she's propped up on an elbow, and then she leans in and grazes her lips against mine. The feeling of her mouth on me thrills me. A rush of blood goes instantly to my cock, and I shift in the bed so that I can get a better angle. She presses her body against mine, smashing her breasts against my chest and rubbing her pussy along my thigh. Dear God, could this woman be any more perfect? I run my hand along her stomach, sliding it under her flimsy tank top, and she moans happily. She slips her hand beneath the covers and finds my cock. I'm already half hard, and her light touch is enough to get me the rest of the way. I nuzzle my nose against the hollow of her neck and let my groan vibrate against her throat. Celia giggles, and the sound is like fucking angels tap dancing or something. Her hand slips inside my shorts and curls around my dick, and I shift my hips to give her better access. Have I mentioned that I can't get enough of your cock? She murmurs, gripping me in her small fist. Yes, but you can tell me again. I grin. She laughs again. Well, Jace Whittaker, I just can't get enough of your monster cock. And I'm gonna try really, really hard to get my fill before the week is up and this is all over. Right. Before this is all over. I watch as she crawls between my knees. The sight is a glorious one, but all I can think about is her words. Before this is all over. Celia slips my cock out of my shorts, and then, before I know it, she's leaning over and flicking her tongue around the head. My body jolts at her touch, and at the way her dark hair is trailing down over my thighs. She swirls her tongue all across the tip, getting me all wet and slippery before she pops the head fully into her mouth. It feels incredible, but all I can think about is her words. Celia, I don't know what to say to her. I have feelings for you. I don't want this to end in a week. I want this to be real. She looks up at me, her green eyes wide, lips wrapped firmly around my dick. It's insanely fucking hot. Your mouth feels so good on my cock, I finally say, because I can't say any of the other things I want to say. We both know the deal here. Celia grins, her smile forming around my shaft, and I have to grin back. I wrap her hair around my fist and move it back so that I can watch better. She starts moving her mouth slowly up and down, running her tongue all over the underside of my dick. Her mouth feels like heaven, if heaven were warm and wet and soft. She looks up at me with those big green eyes, and I groan to let her know what a good job she's doing, how much she turns me on. She smiles again, as if pleased with herself, which is somehow even hotter than anything else. She uses her hand to cup my balls and tugs gently at them while she keeps working my cock with her tongue. I pull her hair a little, just enough to get her to look at me again. I'm gonna come if you keep doing that, I pant. In response, she tilts her head back down and takes me even deeper, so that I'm almost hitting the back of her throat. Oh, Jesus, Celia. I grip her hair and move her head up and down on my cock, getting the rhythm just right. My balls start to churn, and my cock surges, and then, fuck! I explode into her mouth, sending wave after wave of ropey cum down her throat. She wraps her lips tighter around me and swallows, using her hand to slowly pump every last drop from my tip. I finally let go of her hair and lean back on my elbows, trying to catch my breath. She gives one last swirl around my cock with her tongue, and then sits up on her knees. Her gorgeous lips are stretched into a smug smile. I've been wanting to do that for a while now, she says. I grin. Well, I hope you enjoyed yourself, because I sure as fuck did. Now get over here. I pull her into my lap and run my hands up along her stomach, under that stupidly tiny tank top. Like she says, might as well get as much of this in as we can before the week is over.
19. Celia. I load my plate high with eggs and bacon from the buffet. I need my protein after the vigorous workouts Jace has been putting me through this week. I slip into my seat across from him, and I'm already shoving a piece of bacon in my mouth at the same time that I'm pouring a cup of coffee from the pot in the middle of our table. Why do they never make these restaurant cups any bigger? A well-fucked woman needs her coffee, goddammit. So, what do you want to do today? Jace asks, between mouthfuls of scrambled egg. We don't have to be at the rehearsal until 4 this afternoon, so we could do something fun. I think we just did something fun, I tease. But then I think about my options. I'd been hoping to get to see some of the sights here in Chicago, but lately I've been thinking there's something else I'd rather do. I want the Jace tour, I tell him, as I crunch down on a piece of buttered toast. Jace raises his eyebrows. What's the Jace tour? I want to see what your life here was like, where you grew up, where you used to hang out, the places you like to go. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I feel incredibly stupid. You're not his real fiancé, I remind myself. Why in the world would you want to see the childhood home of a man you're probably not ever going to see again? But a wide grin is crossing Jace's face. Really? Yeah, okay, we could do that. Butterflies flit through my stomach. That smile just slays me. Great. This'll be fun. After breakfast, we go back up to the room to get ready, and then head down to the parking garage. We climb into the SUV, and Jace flicks around until he finds a radio station he likes. If you're going to get the Jace tour, you need the full experience, he says over the music. It's blasting 70s rock. Pink Floyd, I think. Jace laughs at my expression and turns the volume down. Okay, Miss I named my cat after the Steve Miller Band. I don't think you're one to be judging anyone's musical tastes. I laugh and stick my tongue out at him, and we drive in companionable silence. Jace takes the highway and heads out of the city. We drive for a while before he exits and leads us to a quaint little suburb, and then eventually to a cul-de-sac. He slows the car and stops in front of a small yellow 2-story home. This is the house I grew up in, he says. I look out the window and admire the cute little front porch, the big oak tree in the yard, and the pink azalea shrub bursting with color. It's lovely, I say honestly. Kinda ruining your bad boy rep, though, I tease. Jace flashes me a half-smile. I know. It's a little too picture-perfect, isn't it? Yeah. Wait. Your mom doesn't still live here, does she? She's going to think we're incredibly rude if we don't stop in to say hello. But Jace shakes his head. She sold it after my dad died. Trent and Luke and I had all moved out by that point. And it was just too much work and too much space for her on her own. Now she owns a little townhouse in Oak Park. My parents downsized a couple of years ago, too. It's strange to go home and sleep in a room that's not the one I grew up in. I mean, I didn't expect them to hold on to that house forever, but I shrug. Jace nods. I know exactly what you mean. He starts the car up again. Where to next? I ask. I don't know. I can show you my high school. That seems kind of boring, though. No, I want to see it. I have no idea why I want to see it. Just that it makes me feel closer to him, somehow, to see these parts of his past. We drive for a bit, and then he turns a corner and pulls up in front of a low brick building, with a huge green and yellow eagle banner hanging from the front. Go Pitney Eagles, he deadpans, and I snort. I take it you weren't on the spirit committee. Yeah, no, I wasn't really a joiner in high school. What about you? I was an overjoiner. If you could join it, I did. If I couldn't join it, I started it myself. I bite my lip, laughing. I was that girl who started a stop smoking club at my school and tried to get all the bad kids to join. Jace laughs, shaking his head. Why does that not surprise me? You would have hated me in high school. I glance over at him. His blue eyes are dancing. Somehow I don't think so. I would have thought you were cute, but you never would have talked to me. He laughs. You're probably right, but I might have wanted to. Sure. I'm serious. The silence between us stretches out, but I can't keep the smile off my face. Well, I would have liked that. Jace starts up the engine again and pulls out of the high school's parking lot. Where are we going now? You'll see. We drive for just a short little while, and then Jace is slowing down and pulling into a strip mall parking lot. He drives around the back, stopping in front of a guardrail that cuts the parking lot off from a littered vacant lot. Where are we? Jake grins and leans in close to me. I get a whiff of his cologne, sexy and earthy and masculine, as he lifts his chin. He points to a small scar on the underside. So small I hadn't noticed it before. See this? I was trying to ride that guardrail on my skateboard when I was 13. I run my fingers lightly along the faint white scar. The air in the car seems to heat up by 10 degrees. My fingers linger a long time before I finally pull them away. I hitch one leg up on the seat and angle my knee towards him. Chasing butterflies, I tell him, pointing to a thin pale scar that runs across my kneecap. I was 6, tripped over a tree root. That's pretty adorable, Jace says. He reaches his hand out and grazes the scar, just as I did to him. Electricity licks through my veins. Jace finally pulls away, clearing his throat, and I put my foot back down on the floor. He pulls the SUV out of the parking lot, and we drive for another little while in silence. Eventually the suburb melts away, and we're in a more heavily wooded area, though there's a paved walking trail that runs through the trees. Jace finally pulls up on a small patch of grass. Through a clearing in the trees, I can see a lake glinting. Come on.
Even in the midst of a journey, we pause for beauty. This music is that moment just for you. Thank you for spending your time with us.
This time he unbuckles his seatbelt and opens the door of the car, so I do the same. We walk for a little bit. The paved path doesn't go this way, but there's a beaten-down footpath that is clearly popular with the locals. We finally come through the trees, and then we're standing on the edge of a beautiful, crystal-clear lake. "This is where we used to come swimming," he says. "Trent and Luke and I used to dare each other to jump off that rock over there." He gestures towards an overhang on the far side of the lake. "And did you?" He grins. "Oh, yeah. All the time. When you've got two brothers, you don't back down from anything, unless you want to be labeled a pussy for the rest of your life." "Ha! Well, being an only child, I never had to deal with that." "That's probably why you're such a good girl. You've never had any bad influences." I bite my lip. I think I might have one now. Jace chuckles, deep and low. "Yeah, I think you might." He reaches for me then, his hand sliding around my waist to pull me close to him. His scent envelops me, and I breathe deeply, wanting to remember the way he smells, the way it feels with his arms around me. We stand like that for a long time, before Jace finally breaks the silence. "I could go for a beer right about now," he says. "Want to get some lunch?" A 20-minute drive later, we're parking in front of a little pub not too far from downtown Chicago. It's a quaint little place in the middle of a street, lined with art galleries and organic grocery stores and gelato shops. The road itself is narrow, but the sidewalks are wide, and there's lots of foot traffic on the sunny early afternoon. The weather-beaten sign over the door says, "The Poorhouse." There's another sign in the dusty window, this time a little black and red one that says, "For sale." Jace and I go inside, and a cheerful older lady behind the bar tells us to sit wherever we like. We choose a table up front, near the window, so we can watch the lively street outside. The woman from behind the bar brings our menus, and Jace orders 2 beers. We chat as we sip our drinks, and then we order burgers and fries. "This is a nice neighborhood," I comment. He nods. "Yeah, we used to come out here sometimes with our parents. Dad liked this area. He worked in finance right in the downtown core, and he said coming out here made him feel like he wasn't in the big city anymore." I could see that. The neighborhood has a definite small-town vibe about it. "This is the kind of place I've always wanted to work," he comments, after our food has arrived. "Veneer is great, and we do get our regulars, but we aren't anybody's local, you know?" That's true. Veneer, the bar Jace works at in Manhattan, is mainly surrounded by office towers. No one really lives in that area, unless you count the lawyers and traders who basically live at the office. Everyone else is just passing through. "Well," I say slowly, grinning. "You did see this, right?" I point to the for sale sign on the window beside us. He chuckles. "Yeah, that's what got me thinking about it. Too bad this place isn't in New York." "What's holding you in New York?" I say. "Your family's all here." A shadow seems to cross over Jace's face. "That's true," he muses. He picks slowly at his fries. "It would be nice to be closer to them." "And you could own your own bar," I say excitedly. "That would be awesome. You'd be amazing at it." Jace is chewing thoughtfully on his food. He nods. "I've always wanted to own my own bar. And I probably have enough saved up for a down payment on a place like this. Maybe I could even get Trent and Luke to invest." His expression is turning more excited. My mind is already racing. This could be the fresh start I've been looking for. I could give up my job at Turner & Crosby, figure out what I really want to do with my life. Hell, maybe I could just work here at the bar with Jace. I waitressed a bit in college and I could pull a pint with the best of them. "And you're right," Jace adds, looking down at his plate. What do I have keeping me in New York? I have a shitty apartment, I'm single, and most of my friends are people I work with. I could just pack up with Steve and leave tomorrow and no one would notice. I swallow thickly, wanting to smack myself. Of course, he's single. We're not really engaged. Do I need to get those words tattooed on my forehead? I get so caught up when I'm with Jace that I forget this isn't real. And now, I've just given him a reason not to even stay in the same city as me. Brilliant, Celia. The thought of not being in the same city as him nearly guts me, though. And I have a hard time even swallowing my beer. Maybe I should just say something. After all, I can't be the only one who feels this heat between us, who feels like it could be something more. I take a deep breath. Jace must see something in my expression, because he flashes me a grin. Don't worry. I'll fly you out for the opening, and I'll make sure everyone knows it was your idea. His smile is magnetic, forcing the corners of my own mouth up into a smile, too. But inside my chest, my heart clenches. I know he's joking. I mean, what are the odds of him buying a pub on a whim? But his joke is enough to tell me that I don't factor into his long-term plans. And why should I? We're different people, from different worlds, and hot sex isn't enough to make a real relationship, even if it does make a mighty fine fake one. I wouldn't miss it for the world, I say, forcing myself to smile. This is ridiculous. I should just tell him how I feel, right? I'm a grown-ass woman, after all. I just don't want to make the wedding awkward for him. For both of us, really. If he doesn't feel the same way. But after the wedding, I sip my beer, feeling decisive. After the wedding, I'll tell him everything. Now I just have to make it through the next 2 days.
20. Jace. By the time we get back to the hotel and get showered and changed, and then drive back out to Luke's place, we're almost late for the rehearsal. Trent shoots me a glare when he sees us coming up the path, but I just grin and shrug apologetically. Everything's really starting to come together. It looks beautiful, Celia says to Hannah, who was standing around, nervously tugging on her sundress. It does look beautiful. There's a big white arch in the yard now, with huge marble urns that I assume will be filled with flowers tomorrow. There are 2 huge sections of lawn blocked off, and although there are only a couple of white chairs scattered there now, I figure that's where the seating will be set up. Celia slips into one of the chairs now, and I approach Trent. Where do you want me? At the back for now, he says. You'll be coming down the aisle with Sloane. I glance back and see the blonde girl I'd met the first night I was here. I give her a little wave. She's chatting with Hannah's sister, Allie. Got it. Me and Sloane. And Allie and Luke? You want Sloane and I to go first or second? You guys will go first. Got it. I head to the back and join Sloane, Allie, and Luke. Trent stays up at the front, talking with Hannah and Mom and the minister, and then eventually Hannah joins us at the back. Sloane and Allie both rush to squeeze her hand. Everyone looks equal parts emotional and excited, and I feel another wave of gratitude that Trent invited me to be a part of this. The rehearsal goes off without a hitch, and it seems like almost as soon as we start, we're packing everything up again. Celia waits patiently while we load some of the stuff into Luke's warehouse, and then I grab her and we head back to the SUV. Trent and Hannah booked the rehearsal dinner for an upscale restaurant not too far from Luke's place, and Celia and I drive there. She's quiet on the way, even when I try to make conversation. Come to think of it, she's been quiet since we got back from the Jace tour, as she called it. I'm surprised how much I'd enjoyed seeing the old neighborhood, but if I'm being honest, I think my enjoyment of it has a lot to do with who I was doing it with. Spending time with Celia is just so easy. So fun. Not at this exact moment, though. She's gazing out the window, and she seems distracted. Maybe even a little sad. Everything okay? She looks over at me. Sorry, just thinking about the wedding. I don't have time to press it any further, because just then we pull up in front of the restaurant. There's valet parking, so I hand my keys over to the attendant and escort Celia inside. Trent and Hannah have a private room reserved, and the hostess leads us to the back of the restaurant. Everyone arrives within a few minutes of each other, and soon the room is filled with laughter, chatter, and a lot of excited energy. I can't help but get caught up in the moment, but every time I catch Celia's eye, she looks distracted. She makes polite conversation with Mom and with Hannah's friend and sister, but I can see that something's on her mind. We're halfway through the soup course when Trent stands up, clinking on his glass. "Can I have everyone's attention?" he asks, clearing his throat. "This is a very special weekend for me, as you know, because tomorrow I'm going to get to marry the love of my life, my best friend, and the sweetest little vixen I've ever known." "Aw," Hannah blushes and laughs, and everyone applauds. Trent leans down and kisses her sweetly. But they always say weddings are as much about the people who celebrate with you, and it means a lot to me that our whole family is here together. Mom, you made me the man that I am, a man who was worthy of a woman like Hannah. Your unconditional love and support of your husband and all three of your sons has shown me what it means to be a true partner, and hopefully someday a parent. I feel a lump in my throat. When I look over at Mom, she's dabbing her eyes. And unlike the other day, when she came to dinner with Celia and I, this time her tears are out of happiness. Trent takes a sip of champagne and then continues with his speech. "Luke." Trent looks around and spots Luke. He grins, and Luke raises his glass. "You're not just my brother, you're my business partner, and I couldn't imagine running Loft and Barn without you. Together, we're an unstoppable team, and I'm so grateful for how you've welcomed Hannah into the fold." "Cheers, buddy," Luke says, raising his glass higher. "I love you, big guy." "Love you too, man." Trent takes another sip of champagne and then scans the room. "And Jace." My throat tightens. Trent doesn't say anything for a minute. "Jace, we've had our ups and downs, but you're my brother, and I love you. I'm glad you're part of the wedding. Chalk that up to another thing Mom was right about." The crowd laughs, and I start to relax a little. I raise my glass to Trent, but he isn't done. "And I just want to mention Celia while I'm up here as well." I feel Celia stiffen beside me, but Trent is smiling over at us, and I force myself to smile back. "We were all beyond shocked when Jace announced that he was engaged. But we were really shocked and blown away when you showed up. You're everything I could have hoped for my little brother. And I think we have you to thank for getting him out here this weekend." I glance over at Celia and see a strained smile on her face, but she politely raises her glass. "Congratulations," she mouths, tipping her glass toward Trent before taking a giant gulp. "Okay, I think that's enough sappy stuff for one evening," Trent finishes. "Let's eat." Everyone raises their glasses, and a rousing "Cheers!" goes out through the room. I glance over, and Celia is taking another huge swallow of her champagne. I'm not sure how many glasses she's had now, but I'm hoping she knows her limit. As we all settle back into eating, she seems to relax a little. By the time dessert arrives, she's laughing at something Sloane is saying and actually seems to be having a good time. But she tenses again when Hannah comes over to our table. "Hey, guys," she says, slipping into an empty chair beside Celia. "I have something for you." Celia looks at me, her eyes wide, and then back to Hannah. Hannah hands her a little white gift bag. Celia takes it warily. What is this? Hannah shrugs. Just a little something. Celia pulls out a bunch of sparkly tissue paper and then a small silver box. Oh, Hannah, you shouldn't have. She opens the box to reveal a small pair of dangly pearl earrings. I hear her suck in her breath. Hannah shrugs. They're not exactly the same ones I got for the bridesmaids, but I wanted to get you something to tell you how excited I am that we'll be sort of like sisters soon. Celia bites her lip, and then I see her wipe a tear from the corner of her eye. God, what is it about weddings that turn women into faucets? It seems like everywhere I look, someone is dabbing away tears. Celia stands up and wraps Hannah in a hug. That's so sweet of you, she says. Over Hannah's shoulder, though, I can see how her lip trembles. I'd be lucky to be your sort of sister. Hannah smiles, tightening the hug. I can't wait until we can get to know each other better. Trent says you and Jace are going to come out for Christmas? That'll be so much fun. It will be, Celia murmurs. She extricates herself from Hannah's hug. Thank you again for the lovely gift. If you'll excuse me, though, I have to go to the ladies' room. Too much champagne? Of course. I'm going to go say hi to a couple of other people. Hannah leaves the table, and Celia doesn't even look at me before striding out of the room. Shit. I may not be an expert in fiancés, or even long-term girlfriends, but I know when a woman rushes to the bathroom with a quivering bottom lip, that you sure as hell better go see what's wrong. I push my chair back and head out into the hall to find her.
21. Celia. I slip out of my chair and squeeze past the other guests, pushing my way out into the hallway. The private room we're in leads into a vestibule area, partway between the kitchen and the rest of the restaurant. I stop there and try to catch my breath. I don't actually have to use the bathroom. In fact, I have no idea where the bathroom even is. But I needed to get out of there for a minute. I was starting to feel suffocated in that room. Hannah's gift had been lovely, beyond lovely, really. And it was so kind of her to include me in her celebrations, and to think of me when she must have 1,000 other things on her mind. But all I can think about now is how she would feel to know that I was a virtual stranger. Just a girl Jace picked up at a bar. A girl he was banging in exchange for a week's worth of lies. I lean against the wall and tilt my head back, trying to get my breathing under control and keep the tears from flowing from my eyes. The door to the private room swings open, and Jace bursts out. He seems surprised to see me standing there, and he stops abruptly. Celia, what's wrong? I hastily wipe the tears away. Nothing. I just got a little emotional. You've been quiet all evening. He stands in front of me, putting his hands on the wall on either side of my head. Tell me what's bothering you. Nothing. Everything. I don't know. I laugh ruefully. Okay. I can see the hesitation in his eyes, as if he knows he needs to tread carefully. Can you be more specific? I wipe away another stray tear and sigh. I guess I just feel guilty about lying to your family like this. They're all being so sweet to me. They're making such an effort to include me in everything. How would they feel if they knew the truth? Do you think Hannah wants to know she's been including a stranger in all her special wedding activities? Jace tightens his jaw. It's not great, he acknowledges. But they won't ever find out. I'll just call them in a month or so and tell them we broke up. It happens, right? They'll understand, and that'll be the end of it. The end of it, I say, huffing out of breath. Right. There's a bitterness in my tone that I can't seem to do anything to mask. Hey, he says, leaning closer. His lips are close enough that I could lean in and kiss him, and his scent envelops me warmly, cedar and sandalwood and clean Irish soap. Why don't you tell me what's really bothering you? I raise my eyes to the ceiling, as if it will help me draw from some deep well of strength. Then I reach out and grab Jace's tie, pulling him in so that his face is even closer, just inches from mine. What are we doing, Jace? My voice is hoarse, and in other circumstances, I'd say it sounds jazz singer sexy. Now it just sounds desperate. What do you mean? I mean this. What is this? Because sometimes I think... Jace sucks in a breath, his brow furrowing, almost as if he knows what I'm about to say. I let go of his tie. I lean back against the wall again, putting more space between us, a safe amount of space. Sometimes I think this was a mistake, I say. I should never have agreed to pretend to be your fiancé. Pretend to be his what? Trent's voice comes from somewhere behind us. Fuck! Jace looks at me, his eyes wide in horror. I'm sure there's an equivalent expression on my own face. I look over his shoulder and see Trent coming out of the private room. He steps fully into the vestibule. His face is contorted in anger. Pretend to be his what? He says again, looking from Jace to me and back again. Trent, I try to start, but I have no idea what to say. I look to Jace for help, but he just blinks wildly and shakes his head as if he can't believe what's happening right now. Trent is standing next to us now, looking back and forth between Jace and I. What's going on here? He demands. Is this all a lie? Jace, just another lie? Jace's face cracks a little, and when he doesn't deny it, Trent's expression twists into a scowl. I should have known, he says bitterly. I need to get out of here. I can't believe I did this. 10 words, and I managed to completely blow this for Jace. I think I should go, I say. My voice is barely more than a whisper. Jace reaches for my arm, but I duck out of his reach. I'm sorry, I say over my shoulder, though I don't even know which of them I'm apologizing to. And with that, I run, like a coward, out of the restaurant.
22. Jace. What the fuck, man? Trent's face is still twisted in anger. I've never seen him look this mad. At least, not since the last time I lied to him. I put my hands out in front of me, as if I can stem the tide of his anger somehow. I look over my shoulder to see if I can spot Celia, but she's already dashed out of the restaurant. I'm torn between wanting to explain things to my brother and wanting to chase after the woman I just might... She's not your fiancée? Trent's teeth are gritted, his jaw hard. I know there's no point in lying. He heard what he heard. No, I admit. So where's your real fiancé? I don't say anything, and understanding dawns on Trent's face. There is no fiancé. I'm such an idiot. I can't believe I thought you'd actually grown up. I should have known. Same old Jace. My fists are balling at my side, but I don't know if I'm more mad at Trent or at myself. I'm suddenly transported to that day 10 years ago, when he'd called me into his office to bitch me out about losing the client. The day he'd fired me. So what is she? Some kind of escort? A prostitute? No! God, is that what he thinks of her? No. She's just someone I know from the bar. someone who agreed to help me out. But the truth is so much more. Celia isn't just a friend. She isn't just someone I know from the bar. She's someone I could really love. Someone I might actually already be in love with. Looking at Trent's red face, though, I have no time to explain all this. I need to get to Celia. I need to tell her how I feel before it's too late. If it isn't already. Look, can we talk about this tomorrow? I try to push past Trent, but he grabs my arm. No, we can't talk about it tomorrow. Tomorrow is my wedding, Jace. Or have you forgotten that? I sigh, even though he has every right to be mad at me. I haven't forgotten, Trent. I just have something I need to do right now. He snorts. I try to push past him again, but he grabs my arm. For a second, we both just look at each other. Let go of me, Trent. We can talk about this later. No. I'm sick of this bullshit, Jace. My body tenses. His hand is still gripped around my arm. I can feel his fingers digging in through my suit jacket. Trent, I say, through gritted teeth. He doesn't let go, though. If anything, his grip tightens. I need to get out of here. Celia is out there somewhere, wandering the streets alone and upset. I yank my arm from his grasp and push past Trent, but he grabs me by the shoulder and spins me back around. I punch him. It happens before I even realize I'm doing it. My hand balls up and my arm sails forward, and then my fist is connecting with his face. He staggers back a step, shock and anger and sorrow all flitting across his face in equal measure. What the fuck, man? Shit, fuck. I bounce from foot to foot, still eyeing the front door of the restaurant. I make a choice. I'm sorry, man. I have to find her. I love her. And I hope that under your anger, you can see that my heart's in the right place this time. I don't wait for him to answer, because I've already been standing here for too long, and because I can tell by the expression on his face that he doesn't understand. Not at all. Fuck it. I have to find Celia. I burst through the restaurant and out the front doors onto the sidewalk. I look frantically around for any sight of the pale pink dress she was wearing. There are 1,000,000 people around, or at least it seems like it. But Celia isn't one of them. Celia! I call her name, and then I shout it louder. People are leaving me a wide berth on the sidewalk now, and I know I must look half deranged. Fuck, I don't see her anywhere. I go to the end of the block and peer around the corner, looking around in all directions, trying to see if I can figure out which way she went. My breathing is coming hard now, and it's half adrenaline and half terror. Adrenaline from punching Trent, and terror that I might have irrevocably fucked things up with Celia. I grab my phone out of my pocket and jab at her contact info as I walk back toward the restaurant. But the phone just rings and rings before finally going to voicemail. Even the sweet sound of her voice in the recorded greeting is enough to slay me. Can I help you, sir? I spin around and see the valet from the restaurant, the blonde kid who'd parked my car for me earlier. I breathe deeply. Yeah, did you see a woman in a pink dress, black hair? He grins. Big tits? Really? He holds out his hands in front of his chest, but drops them as soon as he sees how I glare at him. He swallows. Yes, sir. She got into a taxi just a couple of minutes ago, right before you came out of the restaurant. Fuck. Okay, Jace, breathe. This is okay. She probably just went back to the hotel. You can find her there. Tell her how you feel. Tell her you were an idiot not to see it sooner. Tell her you'll fix things with Trent, that you don't care. The kid is still staring at me, his expression somewhat wary. Can I get your car for you, sir? Yes, you can get my fucking car for me, Jesus, and hurry! The kid scurries away, and I run my hands through my hair in frustration. As I stand there waiting, I realize that Trent hasn't come out of the restaurant looking for me. In fact, no one has. By now, he's probably told all of them about my lie. My whole family will know that Celia isn't my fiancée, that I'm still just the fuck-up I was 10 years ago. How did this go so wrong? I shake my head. Because you're an idiot, Jace. Who but an idiot would think that a half-cocked scheme to enlist a fake fiancé would actually work? The kid still hasn't come back with my car, but I'm tired of waiting. I have to get back to the hotel, now. I flag down a cab. Grand Windsor Hotel, I tell the driver. And there's an extra 100 in it for you if you can get me there in 10 minutes or less. You got it, mister, the cabbie says, tipping his hat at me in the rearview mirror, and then peeling away from the restaurant faster than a bat out of hell. We get to the hotel in 7 minutes, and as promised, I pay the $20 fare and tip the driver an extra 100 for his lead foot. I race up to the room as fast as I can. Please let her be there, I think. Please let her be curled up in the bed, wearing that skimpy little tank top and watching Pawn Stars or something. But when I slide in the key card and open the door to our room, my heart sinks. It's empty. No Celia. I sit down on the edge of the bed for a minute, trying to collect my thoughts. Where else would she be? Maybe downstairs at the bar having a drink? Maybe she ran out to get something to eat, since we never got a chance to finish our dinner. That's when I notice that there's something different about the room. I look slowly around. The fluffy white hotel bathrobe Celia had been wearing this morning, when she'd come out of the shower looking so sexy and fresh, is still hanging over the back of the wingback chair where she'd thrown it. But I don't see anything else of hers in the room. The suitcase that had been sitting on the floor, the stack of clothes that had been neatly folded on top of it, not even the stick of deodorant that she'd left on the desk. All of it is gone. I get up off the bed and walk over to the bathroom, praying that I'm imagining all of this. But there's nothing in here either. The white and blue toothbrush is gone. The silver bracelet she'd worn to dinner last night. The bottle of coconut shampoo that she'd lugged here in a big Ziploc bag. Everything's gone. She's gone. I step back out into the main part of the room, running my hands frantically through my hair. I'm practically spinning in circles now, at a loss for what to do. Where would she go? How could she have left? Then my eyes light on a piece of paper on the desk. It's just hotel stationery, with the Grand Windsor logo printed in faint burgundy ink at the bottom. Celia's handwriting is neat, and even though the paper is unlined, her words go in rigid lines, straight across the sheet. I start to read, my breath already catching in my throat, dread filling my stomach. Jace, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I screwed everything up for you. This was a huge mistake for so many reasons. I think it's best if I don't go to the wedding. The cat's obviously out of the bag now, and I think you'll have a better chance at patching things up with your family if I'm not here. I'm going to go back to New York. I had a really special time with you this week, and I'm sorry things didn't work out differently. All my love, Celia. I crumple the note up in anger, and then immediately smooth it back out so that I can read it again. How could she do this? How could she just leave? I know she's upset, but it should be my choice how to deal with my family, and I want her here by my side. God damn it, I say, to no one in particular. I grab my phone out of my pocket and hit her number again, but once again she doesn't answer, and after half a dozen rings, it punts me to voicemail. Celia, I bark, and then pause. I have no idea what to say to her, but I know I can't say it on the phone. Don't go anywhere, I tell her in the message. Just whatever you do, promise me you'll stay put, okay? Wherever you are. I hang up, and then open up the web browser. I type in 6 words, and then I'm on the phone again. Flights from Chicago to New York.
23. Celia. What goes better with vodka? Snickers or Milky Way? I weigh my options carefully and then pull both chocolate bars and a can of Pringles out of the hotel minibar just to be safe. As an afterthought, I also pull out a second tiny bottle of vodka. Clearly, one isn't going to cut it. How did tonight go so horribly, spectacularly wrong? Me and my big fucking mouth. It's one thing to have feelings for Jace. One thing to consider telling him about said feelings. Another thing entirely to blurt out in front of his brother that this whole engagement is fake. The look on Trent's face when he came out of the private room and overheard us talking in the vestibule, I'll never forget that look for as long as I live. Anger and surprise and disappointment. I know Jace already feels like a failure and a fuck-up in his brother's eyes. And here I've gone and made everything 10 times worse. I don't know how he's going to fix things with them now. Not after I'd wrecked it so irrevocably. There's no way I can face any of them at the wedding tomorrow. And I know it's better if Jace just stays and speaks to them on his own. Maybe he can tell them that I was dying, and my last wish was to go to a stranger's wedding? I shake my head, wiping a fresh round of tears from my eyes, and crack open one of the little bottles of vodkas. It's barely more than a shot, but goddamn does it burn when it hits the back of my throat. I chase it with half the Snickers bar and a handful of barbecue Pringles. I had intended to get on a flight tonight, but both airlines I tried told me they were booked. The earliest they could get me on a flight was tomorrow afternoon. Since there was no way I wanted to have to face Jace tonight, I had gone downstairs to the front desk instead and begged them to find me a new room. Now I'm on the 6th floor, just a few floors away from our original room. Jace doesn't have to know. It's better if he thinks I'm gone. That way he doesn't have to worry about me. He's called a few times, but that's probably just to find out where I am. Once he sees the note I've left, I figure he'll stop calling. He'll see that this was for the best. I turn on the television and flick around until I find a Pawn Stars marathon and settle in. I finish off the second little bottle of vodka and the Milky Way bar, and by that point, I'm feeling disgusting on top of sad. Oh, if only Jace could see me now, I think bitterly. When the 4th episode of Pawn Stars finishes, and the channel switches over to an infomercial for a bizarre exercise device called the Ab Rebel, I click off the television. I turn off the lamp beside the bed, too, hoping I'll be able to sleep, but instead I just lay there and stare up at the ceiling. I feel like I just picked up a handful of sand and watched every last grain slip from between my fingers. Things with Jace had been, well, even though they'd been fake, they'd been perfect somehow. When he held me in his arms and when he kissed me, and when we compared childhood scars, and when we laughed, and when we ate cold eggs at the buffet downstairs, those things had felt real. They had felt staggeringly, heart-stoppingly real. But no, they weren't. They aren't. And even if they had been, even if Jace felt an inkling of what I felt, I've blown it. He's never going to want to talk to me again. Not after how I screwed things up so badly for him. I fumble in the dark and grab my phone off the nightstand. As soon as I pick it up, the screen light comes on, nearly blinding me. I know the phone hasn't rung, but I still have to check. But no, there are no new missed calls. Jace had called twice earlier and left one message, which I hadn't listened to. As I expected, the calls had stopped right around the time I figure he would have gotten back to the hotel. Which means he saw my note and realized I was right. And that he was better off without me here. Which is what I wanted. Right? Ugh. I drop the phone back on the nightstand and sling my arm over my eyes. My eyes are still damp from crying. and I can feel my eyelashes wet against my skin. I take my arm away and then stare up at the ceiling of the dark hotel room some more. I stare for a long, long time. By the time sleep finally comes, the sky is turning the same shade of pink as the dress I'd been wearing at a dinner that seemed forever ago now. I'm jolted awake just a couple of hours later by the brash ring of my phone, and then the crash as it vibrates its way across the nightstand and onto the floor. I reach down for the phone and scoop it up. Once again, the light from the screen blinds me, but I squint to make out the time. Jesus, it's not even 8 in the morning yet. I look at the call display. Jace. Seeing his name there, spelled out in blinding white letters, guts me. Why is he calling me so early? Or so late? Is he okay? My mind immediately starts turning through every horrific possibility. That he stayed out all night getting drunk. That he's hurt. That something happened to him after I ran off last night. Even though I don't want to, I hesitantly tap the phone to answer it. Hello? My voice is still hoarse with sleep, despite the adrenaline coursing through me. Where are you? I'm in bed. Open the damn door. I need to talk to you. My heart races. If he came to find me, then maybe he doesn't completely hate me. I throw my legs over the side of the bed and creep over to the door. I stand there for a moment, trying to see if I can hear him outside the door. There isn't a sound. I'm wearing the world's tiniest pajamas, so I open the door only a crack, peering out into the silent hallway. My heart sinks. He isn't there. Where are you? I breathe into the phone. I'm standing outside your door, he says impatiently. Confusion rushes through me. I open the door again, throwing it wider this time, not caring if I'm putting on a show for my neighbors. I look both ways down the hall. No Jace. No, you're not. Yes, I am, trust me. I had to slip your doorman $100 just to let me up. My doorman? Oh, God. You're in New York? My voice is barely more than a whisper. I don't want to believe it. Yes, I told you I'm right outside your... He pauses. Wait. Where are you? I'm in Chicago, I mumble. At our hotel. Your note said you were going to New York. I tried, but I couldn't get a flight. I apparently did not have that problem. His voice is filled with bitterness. I close the door and slump against it, letting myself sink all the way down to the floor. Jace is in New York, chasing after me. I'm in Chicago, hiding from him. And the wedding is today.
24. Jace. Of all the stupid, impulsive things I've ever done in my life, flying off to New York to chase after Celia has to rank number 1 on the list. Stupider even than lying about the fact that I had a fiancé in the first place. Stupider than convincing a woman I'd met at the bar to pretend to be my betrothed. Stupider than every other stupid decision. Because this time, I've really blown it. If there was any chance of Trent forgiving me, it's gone now. If I don't show up to the wedding today, if I don't at least make an effort to apologize about Celia, he'll probably just cut me out completely. Tell Mom that he tried, but that I'm still the irresponsible liar I was 10 years ago. I press the phone against my ear. I can hear Celia crying softly on the other end of the phone, but I have no idea what to do about that right now. Listen, I'm going to hang up now, I tell her. I'm going to call the airline, see if I can get another flight out this morning. If I can get something fast, I can still make it in time for the wedding. Okay, Celia whispers. Jace, we'll talk about it later. I don't mean to cut her off, but I'm too busy thinking about how I'm going to get back to Chicago in time. I'm already doing the math in my head. The wedding isn't until 3. Factor in the time difference, and I have plenty of time to get back there, right? Okay, Celia says again. I'll let you go then. Hey, I say, before she hangs up. I stare wildly around the hallway outside her apartment. I have no idea what to say to her right now. I'll keep you posted, okay? Thanks. Her voice is barely a whisper, and when she disconnects the call, it's almost as if she just faded away. I lean my head against the door of Celia's apartment and then punch my fist against the wood. Fuck! The word echoes through the empty hallway. I hear a door open behind me, and the little old lady with curlers in her hair pokes her head out. She glares at me. Sorry, I mutter. You ever just have one of those days? Her frown intensifies, and I shrug an apology before stuffing my phone into my pocket and heading back towards the elevator. As I ride back down to the lobby, I try to work out a plan. I'll find a coffee shop or something, somewhere I can make a few calls. Well, maybe I should just go to my apartment. At least I have beer there. And I could check on Steve, make sure my buddy from the bar has been feeding him okay. I'm just stepping out of Celia's building when my phone rings. I glance down at the display, thinking it's going to be her again, but it's a Chicago number. Trent. Shit. I have no choice but to answer it, so I jam the button and press the phone to my ear, ducking into an alley so I'm away from the traffic and can hear better. Hey, I say hesitantly. I have no idea what to expect. Where are you? What do you mean? Trent toughs out a breath. I mean, where are you? We were all going to get ready together. There's a photographer coming at noon. Shit. I went to get a haircut. I thought you were pissed at me. Trent sighs again. I am pissed at you, but that doesn't mean I don't want you here. You're my brother, after all. Right. I swallow. Look, just text me when you're back from your haircut or whatever. I've got a shot of Jack Daniels with your name on it. I smile. Sure. Yeah, sure, man, I will. Won't be too long. I hope. Good. I hang up the phone and shake my head. Now I'm really determined to get back there in time for the wedding. I don't want to bother going all the way back to my apartment, so I duck into a little cafe and call up the airline, the same one that had been able to get me out here so quickly last night. Unfortunately, the woman on the other end of the line tells me they don't have any flights until the evening. I do the math and realize that even with the time difference, I'd get back to Chicago too late for the wedding. Are you sure there's no way you can get me on an earlier flight? I beg. I'm sorry, sir. You could come out to the airport and we could put you on standby, or you can try another airline. Otherwise, the evening flight is the only option. I disconnect the call without saying anything, and then slam my phone down on the table. Half the skinny assholes in this stupid hipster cafe glare at me. God, I hate the city sometimes. I look up another airline and try them, and then I try a third and a fourth. Everyone I talk to says the same thing. Nobody has available flights until the evening. I hang up after the 6th airline lets me down. It's starting to look like going out to the airport and trying to get on standby is my only option. But given how airlines overbook these flights these days, I'm not very optimistic about that option. Still, if it's my only chance, I'll take it. I text Celia to tell her I'm going to head back out to the airport and try to get on standby. I don't hear anything back right away, but maybe that's for the best right now. I step out of the cafe, and I'm about to try to flag down a cab when a thought crosses my mind. A stupid, ridiculous, impulsive thought. But impulsive seems to be my middle name these days. I stick my hand out, and a cab pulls up almost immediately. I hop into the back seat. I'm going to need to make 2 stops, I tell the driver. First to 47th Street, then the airport. I have to get to this wedding, but there's something else I need to do first.
25. Celia. I pace back and forth in the hotel room, my phone pressed to my ear. I've called every airline I could find, trying to find anyone who could get Jace here this morning. They all tell me the same thing. No flights until tonight. My phone pings, and I look down to see that I have a text from him. My heart leaps for a second, until I read it and realize that he isn't having any luck either. This can't be happening. It just can't. I had already driven a wedge between him and his brother when I had let it slip that we weren't really engaged. If he misses the wedding because of me, well, there's no way he could ever forgive me. I'm sure of it. Because I'm pretty sure there's no way I'll ever forgive myself either. Ugh! I hurl my phone against the wall in frustration, hard enough to leave a tiny dent in the striped wallpaper. I throw myself down on the bed, not caring that I probably look like a toddler having a tantrum. After I punch the mattress enough times that my stress is somewhat alleviated, and I'm feeling just a little ridiculous, I sit up. I'm still wearing my pajamas, and my hair is in a tangled rat's nest. I should have a shower. I should call more airlines. I should try to do something, anything productive right now. Instead, I decide that the only thing I want in the world is to talk to my best friend. I climb off the bed and go fish my phone out from behind the desk where it fell. I navigate to Rory's contact info and hit the call button, praying she'll be up this early on a Saturday, but not caring if I wake her up. Sure enough, her voice on the other end of the line is groggy. "Hey," she mumbles. "What's up?" Instead of answering, I burst into tears. "What's wrong?" Rory's voice is instantly alert. "Are you okay?" "No," I manage, before a fresh wave of sobs overtakes me. I can almost hear Rory pacing on the other end of the line. "Celia, talk to me, sweetie. What's wrong? What happened?" "I fucked up," I mutter dejectedly. "Big time." And then I'm telling her the whole story. About Trent overhearing my conversation with Jace. About him flying back to New York to try to find me. Rory makes appropriately sympathetic noises, and I'm starting to feel a little bit better. But by the time I get to the end of my story, I can hear something almost like, "Are you laughing?" I ask, horrified. I'm sorry," she says, catching her breath. "I'm not laughing. It's just so unlike you." "What is?" "All of it. This whole thing. Going to a wedding with a stranger, pretending to be his fiance, storming dramatically out of a restaurant. This isn't the Celia I know." "I know." I flop backwards onto the bed. I don't know what's gotten into me lately. It's like ever since I threw those muffins at Martin, I've been a completely different person. "Wait, back the truck up," she says. "Ever since you did what to Martin?" I giggle. "I thought I told you this story." I think I would remember a story like this." I laugh again, shaking my head at the memory. A week or so before I left, I confronted Martin in the break room at work. Words were said, muffins were thrown. "Celia!" Rory says, sounding equal parts amused and horrified. "That's amazing." I laugh. Yeah, it actually kind of was. Until one of the senior partners walked in and told me my behavior was unbecoming. They made me take a personal leave. I don't know. Maybe that's why I agreed to this whole thing with Jace. I didn't want to think about Martin, or about the fact that I couldn't even go to my job anymore. Rory's quiet on the other end of the line, which, knowing Rory, means she's either about to judge me or to drop a truth bomb on me. Maybe both. "You know, I thought you were crazy when you told me about this thing with Jace," she admits. "I thought you'd gone off the deep end, that you'd given up on love entirely. But now I wonder." My heart flutters in my throat. "Wonder what?" Rory takes a moment before she answers. I wonder if maybe it wasn't exactly the opposite. Maybe you were finally jumping. I let out a breath I didn't even realize I was holding. Yeah. You've always been so caught up in your own head, she continues, always having to be Miss Perfect. But no one's perfect, Celia. I know. At least I know that now. Maybe Jace is good for you, and maybe you're finally ready to let go a little. Tears are streaming down my face, pooling on the duvet underneath me. I try to wipe them away, but the tide seems endless. What do I do now? I ask Rory. Jace is stuck in New York. He'll never forgive me if he misses the wedding. Well, Rory says thoughtfully, I don't know if I agree with you about that. If he's the guy you say he is, I think he'll be open to forgiving you. But you know who could help you with this, don't you? As soon as she says it, my jaw clenches. No. I'm not saying you have to call him. I'm just saying if anyone could pull in a favor and get a flight on such short notice, it's probably him. You're right, I mutter, even though I hate the very notion. Thanks for your help, Rory. Of course, babe. Let me know if you need anything and keep me posted. You can send Jace my contact info if you want, in case he needs anything while he's here. I promise I will. And then I hang up. I stare at the phone in my hand as if it were a poisonous snake. I can't do it. I can't. Not after everything that happened. Everything he put me through. Then my phone buzzes. Another text from Jace. Still no luck. Think I have no choice but to try standby. I text him Rory's contact info, even though I doubt he'll reach out to her, and then I bite my lip. I hate, loathe the thought of doing this. But the thought of Jace missing the wedding is a million times worse. I scroll through my contacts until I find the one I'm looking for. I hadn't been able to delete his number from my phone entirely because I still needed it for work. But I changed the name on it to Fuckface, which always gave me a sense of smug satisfaction. I take a deep breath, then hit the call button and watch as my phone says, dialing Fuckface. With every ring, I think about hanging up. But then I picture Jace, stuck at the airport in New York, while his brother says I do. Finally, he picks up the phone. His nasally voice is like nails on a blackboard. How could I have ever thought I wanted to marry this man? Martin Covington. I take a deep breath. It's me. I need a favor. 26. Celia. I pace nervously around the small executive airport. Jace's plane was supposed to land 10 minutes ago, and there's still no sign of him, or of it. I check the time on my phone again and tell myself to relax. There are still 3 hours until the wedding, and even with the hour it will take to make it out to Luke's place, that still leaves plenty of time. He'll make it. He has to. Martin had been able to call in a favor with one of his clients and get Jace on a private executive plane. He hadn't exactly been thrilled about doing me a favor, but I reminded him that he owed me. The bastard still made me swear to never throw another baked good at him. I'd promised, but I was already mentally cataloging other things I could throw at him the next time I saw him, preferably sharp and pointy things. Still, I have to admit that I'm grudgingly grateful. Now Jace won't miss the wedding, and there's at least a slim chance that we can move past all of this. That slim chance is all that's keeping me going right now. I check my phone again and try to fight down the wave of nervous bile that's filling my stomach. I peer out the window, up through the clear sky. There isn't a cloud for miles, and I scan the blue expanse, looking for anything that might be Jace's plane. I squint at a tiny black dot that seems to come out of nowhere. At first, I think it's just a speck of dust, and I even rub the window with the side of my hand. But the speck gets bigger, and I hold my breath. It's a plane. I think it might be him. Only instead of being relieved, I now feel more nervous than ever. 20 minutes later, Jace comes striding across the tarmac. He's the only one on the plane, besides the crew, and he looks so lonely out on the wide open stretch of asphalt. I want to run to him, to wrap my arms around him, to kiss him and tell him that I'm the stupidest person on the planet and that he can even throw muffins at me if he'll just forgive me. But I don't do any of those things. Instead, I stand there, waiting, tapping my foot and twisting at a lock of my dark hair, until he's finally inside the airport. When he finally steps inside, his eyes scan the room until they land on me. There's a moment where I think everything's going to be okay. There's a look of relief in his eyes. Not just relief either, but longing and hope. But as soon as it appears, it's gone again. His face turns grim and he strides over to me. We need to get to the hotel. I have a cab waiting. We walk in silence out of the airport. The cab driver that I'd hired is still sitting there, fiddling on his phone and listening to some sort of Korean pop music. I had paid him to stay here and wait for me because I didn't want to risk wasting time when Jace landed. Come hell or high water, I am making sure that man gets to the wedding. The entire way back to the hotel, Jace won't even look at me. He stares out the window, his thigh vibrating as he shakes his knee up and down impatiently. His body seems harder than usual, his muscles coiled and tense. The heat of him next to me usually sends me into a tailspin, but today it just makes me feel lonely and sad. I want to apologize, but the words feel stuck in my throat. Mostly, I'm just scared, though. Because what if I apologize and it's still not enough? What if he hates me? I can't exactly blame him if he does. I've made such a mess of this weekend. He's probably counting down the hours until we're back in New York and he can safely avoid me forever. So instead of apologizing, I just knot my fingers nervously in my lap and stare out the window, telling myself that I'll talk to him after the wedding, and praying that there's still a chance for us. The wedding is at Luke's place, but the wedding party is gathering at the Grand Windsor Hotel to get ready and take some pre-ceremony photos. So that's where we have the cab take us. As soon as we get there, Jace heads straight for the elevators. I follow him because I'm not sure what else to do with myself, but I hesitate when he steps inside. He hits the button for his floor and then turns around to look at me. I'm still standing outside the elevator, looking in nervously. Something twists in Jace's face, and then he jerks his chin, gesturing for me to come inside with him. I step gratefully into the interior of the elevator, and the door slides smoothly closed behind me. The elevator suddenly feels very small, even with just the two of us in it. Jace is wearing a black t-shirt and a pair of dark jeans. He must have changed after he got back from the restaurant last night. God, was that really only last night? The elevator stops at our floor, the one where we'd been staying together. Jace gets out, and I follow along behind him like a sad little puppy. When we get to the room, his stuff is all still there. I guess he didn't check out last night. The suit he'd been wearing at dinner is balled up in a pile on the floor. I want to be helpful, so I go to the closet and pull out the bag that holds his tuxedo. He takes it from me wordlessly, unzipping it and pulling out the crisply pressed fabric. I sit on the bed as he changes. I can't help but watch his sculpted body as he undresses, remembering all the times my fingers have grazed across his skin, the way his muscles tensed and flexed when he fucked me, the solid, comforting weight of him in the bed next to me. A pang of loneliness rings out in my heart, even though he's standing just a few feet away from me. How is it that you can be so close to someone and still feel so far apart? When he's finished changing, he turns to me. "Look okay?" he asks. He's got a half grin, and it's sweet and charming and self-effacing, and all I want to do is kiss it right off his face. I stand up and take a few tentative steps towards him, then reach out and straighten the yellow bow tie. "You look amazing," I tell him truthfully. Jace might be a jeans and t-shirt kind of guy, but God, he looks hot in a suit. His grin deepens, carving out a dimple in one cheek. "Yeah?" "Yeah." For a moment, we do nothing but look at each other. My hands are still holding on to the ends of his tie. They seem almost frozen there. Afraid to move any further, but equally afraid to move away. The silence between us grows until it feels like an unbreachable chasm. Jace glances down at his watch. "Shit, I have to go. I was supposed to meet Trent ages ago for photos." He grins ruefully. "I told him I was getting a haircut." He runs his hand across the top of his head to the clearly uncut hair. I actually laugh. He'll be so preoccupied with the wedding, he won't even notice, I assure him. "You're probably right about that." He pauses and then takes a step backwards. I let go of his tie. He's already walking towards the door. Just before he goes, though, he turns back to face me one more time. I can't read the expression that's written on his face. "We'll talk later, okay?" He looks like he wants to say something else, but he doesn't. "Okay." My voice is a whisper. And then he's gone.
27. Jace. I make my way up to the 16th floor, where Trent and Hannah have booked a couple of suites for the wedding party. I'm crazy late now. I was supposed to be there hours ago. But better late than never, I guess, and I'll still be able to ride out to Luke's with them in one of the limos they had reserved. I knock on the door of the suite number Trent has texted me, and then push the door open without waiting for a response. I'd assumed the room would be bustling with activity, but instead I find Trent alone, sipping from a glass of something that looks like scotch, and leaning his forehead against the floor-to-ceiling window. "Hey, man, sorry I'm late." Trent turns around, startled. He relaxes a little when he sees me, but he still looks distracted. "Oh, don't worry about it." His voice is tight. I close the door behind me and cross the room towards him. "You okay?" He nods, but goes back to looking out the window. "Where's Luke and the photographer? I thought you guys were doing photos." I ask them to leave. An anxiousness starts to build in my gut. "Trent, talk to me. What's going on?" "I'm getting married," he says, without turning around. "Yeah, you are." I look down at my watch again. "In less than 2 hours." Trent finally turns around. His face is pale, his normal confidence nowhere to be seen. "Am I really ready to do that?" he asks. The expression on his face is, I don't know. I've never seen my brother like that before. "What are you saying, Trent? Are you having second thoughts?" He looks horrified. "God, no. I love Hannah. What if I'm not ready? What if I'm not a good husband? What if..." I don't know. He takes a long swallow of his scotch and shakes his head. I walk over to the little table where the crystal decanter of scotch is sitting and pour a double's worth into one of the short vintage tumblers sitting there. I take a swig, not bothering to savor it, even though, knowing Trent, the damn bottle probably cost at least a couple grand. Trent, look, we may not be that close anymore. Hell, sometimes I think I barely know you. But you're also my brother, and I've known you for a hell of a long time. I also know what love looks like. And you love Hannah. Hannah loves you. All the rest of it is stuff you guys are gonna figure out together. Trent looks at me, almost as if he's seeing me for the first time. Do you really think so? He says. Do you think love is enough? Instead of giving him a platitude, I actually stopped to think about his question. Is love enough? Is love enough to overcome the differences between two people? Is it enough to overcome all the mistakes, the lies, the false starts, the things left unsaid? I hope so, buddy. In fact, I'm kind of counting on it. Trent nods and sips his scotch. He's already starting to look a little more calm than when I came in. We make our way over to a couple of wingback chairs in front of the window. You thinking about Celia? Trent asks. He's the one studying me now, and I take a steadying sip of the peaty alcohol. Thinking about a lot of things, I admit. Can I ask you something then? Sure. He pauses for a second before speaking. Why'd you lie, Chase? About having a fiancé? I didn't care if you were with someone or not. I invited you to the wedding because I wanted you to be here. I grin. I thought you invited me because Mom told you to. He chuckles. Well, she may have given me the push I needed. She was always good at that. Yes, she was. I chuckle too. But I wanted you to be here. You know that, right? You're my brother. It's not right that we've let things go on this way for so long. I shift uncomfortably in my seat. Trent and I aren't exactly used to having heart-to-hearts, even though part of me's glad that he's finally bringing this up. I guess I just felt like a dumbass, I admit. I look out the window so I don't have to look at my brother. It was hard living in the shadow of the two golden boys, especially after you guys started Loft and Barn. And then I went and fucked up that account and I fired you, Trent finishes. Yeah. Jace, firing you was a huge mistake. I've always regretted it. Trent takes a drink of his scotch and turns to look out the window, too. We were so on edge back then, Luke and I. We were trying so hard to get this business off the ground, and it felt like every single decision was going to make or break our success. When we lost that account, I panicked, and I took it out on the only person I could. You. He shakes his head. That was stupid, and I'm sorry. We should have tried to find a way to work it out together. Funny thing is, we actually ended up getting that client back a year or so later, and they screwed us out of all kinds of business. We ended up losing more money having them as a client. I have to laugh. So what you're saying is, I did you a favor. Trent laughs too. Yeah, I guess you did. Anyway, I guess what I'm trying to get at here is that I hope we can put what happened back then behind us. I nod slowly. I think we can. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry I was such a fuck-up back then. You might regret firing me, but I can't say I blame you. I shouldn't have lied, though apparently that's a lesson I'm still learning. I grin ruefully, and Trent chuckles. You know, you could still bring Celia to the wedding if you want. I raise my eyebrows. Is that really the best idea? He shrugs. She might not be your fiancée, but I have the funny feeling she might just be a keeper. My stomach twists at his words, but I force myself to stay cool and take another sip of scotch. Why do you say that? I finally manage. Well, she really went out of her way to make sure you got back to Chicago in time for the wedding. My stomach dropped 6 inches. You knew about that? He laughs. Yeah, she needed your date of birth for the passenger manifest. Calling in a favor with her ex to get your impulsive ass back here? That's devotion, man. He's grinning, and I feel my heart speed up. Celia hadn't mentioned how she got me on that private flight, just that she'd called in a favor at work. I had assumed it was some client of hers. But knowing she'd called Martin, after everything he had done to her. You really think it would be okay if she came to the wedding? He nods. I already talked to Hannah about it. We both have a funny feeling that we might be seeing more of Celia in the future, even if your so-called engagement isn't for real. Yet. I grin. My heart feels about 3 times bigger than it did when I came down here, and I'm glad I got to have this talk with Trent, for so many reasons. Anyone ever tell you might be smarter than you look? I asked Trent. He grins, wagging his eyebrows. Every damn day, little brother. Every damn day. Now go find your girl. We have to leave for Luke's in less than 10 minutes. I get up and reach out my hand to shake Trent's, but instead, he stands up and gives me a tight hug. I clap him on the back, but when we pull apart, I squint at his face. Dude, are you wearing makeup? Trent grins ruefully. Well, someone punched me last night, remember? Oh, shit. I'm so sorry about that. Trent waves it off. Nothing a little concealer can't fix. At least according to Hannah's makeup girl. I think she did a pretty good job, don't you? I chuckle, shaking my head. Yeah, she did a good job. Trent claps my back again. Now, what are you waiting for? Don't you have a girl to go see? He doesn't have to tell me twice.
28. Celia. I pull open the door of the mini fridge and breathe a sigh of relief. They restocked it. I pull out my new favorite combo, vodka and Snickers, and settle in on the bed. After Jace left for Trent's room, I didn't really know what to do with myself, so I eventually came back down here. I did, however, leave Jace a short note telling him what room I was in this time, just in case he needed anything. I'm sort of hoping he'll want to talk when he gets home from the wedding tonight. I'm trying not to get my hopes up too much, though. The tense silence in the cab this afternoon had been almost unbearable. I settle in with my snacks and flick on the television. I'm just tuning in to a Law and Order rerun when there's a pounding on my hotel room door. My heart skips a beat. There's only one person who knows I'm here. Can it be? I glance down at the time on my phone. He should have already left by now. Celia, open up. My heart skips another beat, and I feel almost lightheaded as I get up off the bed and scurry to the door. I pull it open and suck in my breath. Just the sight of him guts me. I have to ask you something, he says. He sounds almost as breathless as I feel. Why'd you really run last night at the restaurant? Was it really because Trent overheard us? Or was there more to it than that? I open the door wider, ushering him into the room. The door swings softly closed behind him, the light click echoing in the silence between us. I was overwhelmed, I say tentatively. I was feeling a lot of things. Things I thought maybe I shouldn't be feeling. I pause, biting my lip. Why'd you fly all the way to New York to look for me? He laughs wryly. That was kinda stupid, huh? I laugh, nodding, and somehow it helps ease the tension between us. Jace goes over and sits on the side of the bed. I can be kinda impulsive sometimes. I hadn't noticed, I say with a smile, sitting down beside him. There's 6 inches of space between us. And that 6 inches feels both like a mile and like nothing at all. Jace sighs. I guess just didn't like the thought of you being in another state while this, whatever this is, was unresolved. It felt unbearable, actually, he admits. My heart feels like it's slowly creeping up into my throat. I look over at this man next to me. This gorgeous man with the body of a god, the face of a prince, and the heart of a lion. I want to tell him that it felt unbearable to me too, but the words are stuck in my throat. You know what else felt unbearable? Jace asks, a trace of a smile returning to his face. Going to this wedding without you. I snort. Yeah, right. I'm sure your family really wants me there now. But Jace is shaking his head. I talked to Trent. He and Hannah are the only ones who know, and they both said they still want you to be there. Believe it or not, they still like you, he teases. My mind is racing. Never had I expected to actually still be invited to the wedding. I thought they'd all be furious with me. You're sure they don't mind? He nods. It was Trent's idea, actually. And the rest of your family really doesn't know? He shakes his head. Why didn't Trent tell them? He shrugs, still grinning. He said I could do it, when I felt the need to. Have you done it yet? He shakes his head. Why not? He shrugs. I thought I'd wait and see. Wait and see what? He shrugs again. I don't know. That cocky grin is still on his face, but it's softer now. Sweeter somehow. And for a long moment, neither of us says or does anything. Then finally, Jace looks down at his watch. Shit, we were supposed to meet everyone down in the lobby 5 minutes ago. He stands, looking down at me, then reaches out his hand. In or out? He asks. The question hangs between us. I hesitate, but only for a moment. And then I slip my hand into his. In. 29. Celia. I'm expecting the car ride out to the wedding to be awkward, but we end up riding with Luke and Sloane and Allie, and we spend most of the time drinking champagne and laughing our asses off about things that aren't even really that funny. Everyone has that nervous energy, that buzz you get before something big is about to happen. I realize that Jace is right, that Trent and Hannah clearly didn't tell anyone else about our lies, because Luke and the girls don't act any differently around us. Jace sits next to me in the back of the limo, but I can't help but notice how he keeps his distance. His thigh presses against mine in the back seat, but only because Luke is on the other side of him, keeping him from moving over too much. His hands stay planted firmly in his lap, not coming anywhere near me. And I do the same with my own, even though I desperately want to reach out and find his hand with mine. I still have no idea what's going on with us. He said he wanted me at the wedding with him, but we haven't really talked about anything beyond that. And even though we danced around the subject of our feelings, neither of us has quite come out and said anything yet. I'm sure, though, that the connection I feel with him isn't just in my head. I guess the question is what we're going to decide to do about it. What happens when we get back to New York City? Do we just start dating? Go back to the trivial stuff? Pretend this whole week never happened? I realize with a start, partway through the drive, that I'm not wearing my engagement ring. I took it off last night when I was upset, and it must still be sitting on the nightstand beside the bed in the hotel room. I hope no one at the wedding will ask any questions, but I have to admit I feel better not wearing it. Martin's ring is just bad juju, and I don't need any more bad juju in my life. When we get to Luke's place, it's go, go, go. I'm the only one not in the wedding party, so I wave them all off as I go to find a seat. Before I can get very far, though, someone grabs my hand. I spin around and find Jace standing there. He reaches out and takes my hand, and I hold my breath. But he just leans in and kisses my cheek. "I'll see you after the ceremony," he says, and then he's off. I press my fingers to my cheek, to the place his lips had been. My skin tingles as I hurry to my seat. The wedding is beautiful. Hannah and Trent make an adorable couple, and their love for each other shines as they make their vows to love and cherish one another. Hannah looks beautiful in a halter-neck ivory satin gown, and her bridesmaids are sunny and cheerful in yellow tea-length dresses. Her sister Allie beams with pride. But through the entire ceremony, my eyes are glued to Jace. He stands up at the front, next to Luke, bearing witness to the biggest moment in his brother's life. He looks handsome and stoic and strong. The ceremony passes in a blur, and then suddenly, the minister's proclaiming them husband and wife, and Hannah and Trent are giggling back down the aisle amidst a chorus of cheers. Luke and Allie make their way behind Hannah and Trent, and then Jason and Sloane follow. Slowly, everyone in the audience begins to trickle out, milling around and chatting happily. Everyone, that is, except me. All I can think about is finding Jace. I wait for the crowd to thin out and then finally spot him, cutting across the grass towards me, holding out a glass of champagne. "I thought you might be thirsty," he says, handing me the glass. "Thank you. That was a beautiful ceremony." It really was, wasn't it? They're clearly very much in love. Yeah, I think Trent found something pretty special. I squirm under his gaze, my high heels digging into the grass. The June day is warm, warmer than it's been all year, and even in my light lavender chiffon dress, I'm starting to sweat. Then again, that might just be the man in front of me. He seems to have that effect on me. Over Jace's shoulder, I see Hannah and Trent emerging from the house, where they'd gone to presumably get a moment alone together. They're greeting guests as they make their way through the crowd, and they both look over the moon. When Trent catches my eye, he winks, and I flush. "What's wrong?" Jace asks, frowning at the way I shift awkwardly. "Nothing. Thank you for bringing me here today. It was nice to get to see the actual wedding, after all the build-up this week." "You're welcome. I'm glad you were here." Hope lights in my heart, like a tiny tea light candle. I want to say something more, but then Luke is there, clapping Jace on the back. "Trent needs us for photos," he says. He turns to me. "Mind if I steal him for a few minutes?" "Of course," I smile, and then they're off, disappearing around the side of the house with the photographer. I find the snack table and occupy myself with a shrimp cocktail while I wait. By the time Jace returns, though, it's almost dinner time, and we're escorted to the reception area out back, where huge, long tables have been set up under dramatic white tents. Between the toasts, the silly kissing game Sloane has organized, and the constant stream of fresh courses being delivered to our table, the entire dinner passes in a blur. Jace and I barely have any time to talk, and when we do, it's awkward chit-chat, as if we're just two wedding guests who happen to get seated at the same table. I pick listlessly at my food. I'm happy to be here, but somehow I feel further away from Jace than ever. Later, when I'm chatting with a Lebanese woman who tells me she runs the accounting department of Lofton Barn, Jace finally comes to find me. He'd been off doing more photos with the wedding party, leaving me to amuse myself again. I didn't mind. Years in Ivy League and corporate law had left me more than capable of surviving social functions like this on my own. All you really need to do is smile and be curious, and you can make small talk with anyone. "Having fun?" Jace asks, slipping into the chair next to me. "I am, actually." "Good. Would you like to dance?" I hesitate, but then nod. "I would." I excuse myself from the table and let Jace lead me onto the dance floor. It's a slow song. There's been quite a mix of them tonight, and he slips my hand into his and puts his other hand on my waist. He draws me to him as we sway to the music. The reception seems to melt away. The people, the DJ, the song, the tent, the night sky. It's all nothing compared to Jace's arms around me, his breath warm against my cheek. It's somehow the happiest and the saddest I've ever felt. I use the hand that's resting on Jace's shoulder to discreetly wipe away a tear. But I guess I'm not discreet enough because he looks down at me in alarm. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," I say, shaking my head. I force a grin. I always cry at weddings. "Okay, the wedding was over 4 hours ago. Now you're just crying at a Meatloaf song." I laugh, despite myself. "I can't help it," I tease. "It's just a really emotional song." Jace shakes his head. "Come here," he says, pulling me closer to him. His body is so solid and warm against me that I feel like I could spend the rest of my life right here. We dance through that song, and then 2 more, and then Jace is leaning into me. "This feels right, doesn't it?" He murmurs the words into my hair, and it takes me a moment to comprehend them. I pull my head back and gaze up at him. His blue eyes are dark, almost gray in the twilight, but the way they burn into me is like a pure white light. Yeah, it does. His hands move against the small of my back, somehow pulling me even closer to him. I can feel his cock starting to stiffen against me, and that tiny sign is enough to thrill me. "You know what would be even better?" His voice is soft against the shell of my ear. "If we got out of here." My breath catches in my throat. "Are you sure? Can you do that?" He shrugs. "It's getting late. Trent said he and Hannah would be heading out around now anyway. We'll just find them and say our goodbyes." He pauses. "If you want to, I mean." I bite my lip. "Yeah, I want to." "Good." Jay smiles and then, still holding my hand, he leads me off the dance floor and back into the crowd. We find Hannah and Trent, and sure enough, they're saying goodbye to another group of guests. We wait until they're done and then let them know we're leaving. Trent wraps Jace in a hug. "Thanks for helping to make this such a great night," he says. I can see the grin on Jace's face. "Wouldn't have missed it," he says. I try to hang back. I still feel awkward knowing that they know all about our lie. But Hannah pushes past Trent and gives me a hug. "I'm really glad you were here," she says earnestly. "Me too," I admit. "It was a lovely wedding, and I enjoyed getting to know you." "You too, and I'll see you tomorrow," Hannah says. My forehead wrinkles. "I thought you guys were leaving for the honeymoon first thing in the morning." Hannah and Trent exchange a look, and then she smacks her forehead. "Right, too much champagne," she laughs. "Or maybe just a case of bride brain. I guess we won't see you." Trent shakes his head, chuckling. "Come on, Mrs. Whitaker. Let's say the rest of our goodbyes. We have a wedding night to get to, you know." Hannah seems to hum with pleasure as he takes her into his arms and whisks her back away through the crowd. "They're too cute," I laugh, shaking my head. "Yeah, they really are," Jace agrees. Shall we? He holds out his hand. This time I don't hesitate. I slip my hand into his and follow him across the wide green lawn, now damp with evening dew. 30. Celia. The hour-long car ride from Luke's place back to the hotel is possibly the longest of my life. If I thought the cab ride home the first night Jace and I got together was painful, this one takes it to epic proportions. We sit on opposite ends of the back seat, chatting about the wedding, and Jace gives me a rundown on some of his family members who are there, aunts and uncles and cousins. The names and histories go in one ear and out the other for me, though. Normally I'd enjoy hearing about his family, but now I only have one thing on my mind. What happens when we get back to the hotel? There are so many things I want to say to him, and yet my body is aching for his touch. For once, maybe. I want to not think. I want to feel. When the driver pulls up in front of the Grand Windsor Hotel, Jace takes my hand. He helps me out of the limo, but then doesn't let go as we make our way through the lobby. When we get inside the elevator, Jace turns to me with a smile. My place or yours? Instead of answering, I hit the button for the 10th floor, the room we'd shared all week. Jace nods, and we're quiet again as the elevator dings softly past each floor. He holds the door open when we get to the 10th floor, and then follows me wordlessly down the hallway. I don't really let myself breathe until the door of our room swings closed behind us. Then I turn to face Jace. His eyes are dark, and he's watching me carefully, as if waiting for me to set the pace. Jace. My hands are nodding involuntarily, a distraction from what they really want to do, which is reach out and stroke his hard jaw. He takes a step toward me, closing the distance between us. He leans in until his face is mere inches from mine. Celia, he says. His voice is gruff, and it seems to catch in his throat. Finally, I unclench my hands. I reach up and run my fingertips along his jaw, the way they've been aching to do. I don't want to talk, okay? The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. Jace's eyes darken further, his pupils dilating. Okay. His hands move to my hair. He winds my locks around his fists and tugs gently, tilting my head back just enough so that I'm looking up at him. He's standing even closer to me now, having somehow closed the distance between us completely, and I can feel the heat of his body in front of me. My breath is coming in short pants now, and by the time Jace leans in closer, my lips are aching for him. My whole body aches for him. Kiss me? My words are a breathless whisper. So unlike me. Or at least that's what I used to think. Funny how Jace has changed my perception of who I am and what I want. Jace is grinning now. That same damn cocky grin that made me melt for him in the first place. Okay, he says again. His lips against mine are soft and heavenly. We're not so much kissing as exchanging breath. He grazes my lips with his. Neither of us move. Then Jace nips at my bottom lip. I groan and press my mouth harder against his. I open to him, and then his tongue is finding mine, roughly invading my mouth. My whole body trembles as I lean against him, and I snake my arms around his waist to keep from falling over. I feel dizzy with this, his lips on mine, his scent in my nose, his hands in my hair. He's still kissing me as he walks me backwards toward the bed. But then he pulls away. He pushes me down onto the bed and then slowly starts removing his clothes. First the yellow bow tie, then the jacket. Then he slowly unbuttons the white shirt. I lick my lips in breathless anticipation, shivering as I see his muscled chest come into view. Every movement he makes is slow and deliberate. He finishes undoing the buttons and then slides the shirt off his broad shoulders. When he moves to his belt and starts undoing it, I feel my whole body clench. I can already see the bulge that's tenting the front of his tuxedo pants. When he pushes his pants down off his hips, his shorts come too, unleashing the thick, huge cock that I've been so hungry for. "Stand up," he says. He's already got his fist wrapped around his dick, and he strokes the shaft slowly as I do as he says. "Turn around," he says, as I stand, and I do that too. I feel his free hand against the back of my neck, and then he's pulling down the zipper of my dress. The whole garment slips down off my shoulders, and I let it fall to the floor and then step neatly out of it. Jace is still standing behind me, his fingers against my back now. He unclasps the light lavender-colored bra I'm wearing, and I raise my arms just enough to let that fall to the ground too. My panties go next, as Jace pushes them down off my hips, and I step out of them. When we're both completely naked, he turns me back around. He lets go of his cock, and then both his hands go to my face, tilting it up so that he can kiss me again. I moan into his mouth. My whole body feels electric with anticipation. He's still kissing me as he pushes me down, and still kissing me as he climbs onto the bed, kneeling over me. I pull him down on top of me, and for the longest time we do nothing but kiss, as if somehow our lips can say what our voices can't. I twine my legs through his and press my body up against him, wanting to get as close as I possibly can, to feel every inch of his skin against mine. Soon his hands are grazing over my arms, down my thighs, up over my rib cage. I squirm in closer to him and make a sound that can only be described as a purr. Jace chuckles and pulls away for a minute. His blue eyes connect with my green ones, and for a second it feels like he's staring right into my soul. He sits up and pulls me so that I'm sitting up too, and then he pulls me into his lap. His arms go around my back, holding me to him. I can feel his cock between us, thick and hard and huge. I turn so that I'm facing him and wrap my legs around his waist. Now I can feel his cock pressed up against my slit, and I shimmy against him. Jace groans and winds his hands through my hair. "I need to be inside you," he whispers. All I can do is nod, because God, do I need that too. "No condoms," I whisper. "I want to feel you." Jace hesitates. "Are you sure?" I nod. "About you? Yeah, I'm sure." Jace groans. Whether he understands the deeper meaning in my words or not, I don't know. But he lifts my hips so that he can nudge his cock up against my entrance, and then he lets me slowly sink down on him. I keep my arms wrapped tightly around his neck as he fills me, stretching me almost to my limit. The feeling of his skin against mine, touching in the most intimate way, makes my entire body feel alive. Raw and exposed and on fire. I can't take my eyes off his. We start to move together like that, me in his lap facing him, his hands braced just under my ass to help me rock against him. Our movements are slow and gentle, but somehow I'm already starting to clench around him. "Oh, God, Celia." He's holding me so tight to him that my breasts are crushed against his chest, and my clit rubs against his groin. "Jace." I touch his jaw with my fingertips, then lean in to kiss him again. My hair tumbles over both of us. As we kiss, Jace starts shifting his hips faster, lifting my ass up and down so that I'm bobbing on his cock. It feels incredible. So hot, yet so intimate at the same time. I clench my walls tighter around him as he thrusts, and he groans into my mouth. "Come inside me, Jace," I whisper, my words almost getting lost in my breathless panting. "Come and take me with you." Jace growls, so low and deep, like an animal, and I can feel his cock start to surge inside me. I bear down on him, grinding my clit against him as all my muscles clench. The eruption comes hard and fast, for both of us. Jace grips my hips and pulls me down even more forcefully on top of him. And then I'm seizing around him, my pussy spasming uncontrollably. My back arches, my head flies back, even my toes curl, totally out of my control. I feel Jace swell and then erupt inside of me, spilling all of himself deep into my canal. We keep rocking together long after our orgasms have subsided, as if both of us are reluctant to give up this closeness. But eventually, Jace's cock starts to soften and slip out of me, and our joined fluids drip down my thigh. I should get up and clean up, but there's no way I want to leave this spot, warm and wrapped in his arms. Jace cradles me and we roll over, so that we're lying on the bed together, my head tucked neatly under his chin, his arms wrapped around me. We're both quiet for a long time. Then Jace kisses the top of my head. "Remember the other day when we were talking, and I said missionary was my favorite position?" "Yeah?" "Well, I think I'd like to change my answer to whatever that was called." I giggle. "I think it's called hell yeah, and I'd like to change my answer too." Jace laughs, low and deep and unconstrained. And for the first time in a while, I feel like everything is perfect. 31. Celia. In the morning, I roll over and find Jace already awake, watching me. The sun is streaming in through the window, since we hadn't bothered to close the curtains last night, and tiny dust motes dance in the sunbeam like sparkles. "Hi," Jace says, smiling when he sees I'm awake. "Hi." I snuggle up against his broad chest. He leans over to kiss my forehead, grazing his lips across my skin. It sends a shiver through me. And despite the fact that we only got to sleep a couple of hours ago, I drape my thigh over his and grind my pussy against his hard muscles. "Woman, you're insatiable," he teases, grinning. "I can't help it," I plead innocently. "You make me that way." He nuzzles my nose. "Unfortunately for both of us, I said I would help Luke with some stuff out at the house today, and I need to get going soon." "You did?" I try to keep the note of disappointment out of my voice. I had really been hoping that we'd finally get a chance to talk today. "Do you want me to come with you? I can help with whatever it is." But Jace shakes his head. "You would be bored to tears. Why don't you do something fun today? Hit the spa here at the hotel or go out shopping or something." I don't want to go to the spa or go shopping. But things are still too much on shaky ground with us for me to pick a fight about this. Instead, I force myself to smile. "That sounds fun. When will you be back?" "Probably around 4 or so. I'll pick you up and we can go for dinner." "Perfect." This time my smile isn't even forced. I lean in to kiss his mouth, and the kiss lingers and deepens. until Jace finally pulls away with a groan. "Why do you have to be so damn tempting?" he says, shaking his head and laughing. I think that'll be enough to lure him into staying for a while longer. But to my disappointment, he hoists himself out of the bed and starts getting dressed. Less than 15 minutes later, he's ready to go. I, on the other hand, haven't even dragged myself out of bed yet. Jace looks me up and down, wrapped in the white bedsheet. "You'll be okay by yourself today, right?" I nod, plastering another fake smile on my face. "Of course. Maybe I'll check out the spa, like you suggested." Jace's face relaxes. "Good." He leans down and gives me a quick peck on the cheek. And then he's off. I stare at the door for a few minutes, as if I can't quite believe he's gone. After last night, I was sure we would finally spend the morning talking everything through. I have feelings for him, and I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that he has feelings for me too, even if he hasn't said anything yet. His body had told me everything I needed to know. So why was he so eager to dash off this morning? I shake my head and make my way to the shower. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. Maybe Luke really did just need help cleaning up after the wedding, though you'd think a family with as much money as they have would just hire cleaners. After my shower, I decide to go for a stroll. The neighborhood around the hotel is a vibrant one, and we've barely explored any of it. I find a coffee shop and enjoy a latte and a pastry while I flip through a local entertainment magazine someone left on the table. That manages to kill an hour or so, and then I wander listlessly for another little while. Contrary to what I told Jace, I don't bother checking out the spa. I know there's no way I'll be able to relax today. Eventually, I make my way back to the hotel and flop down on the king-sized bed. I decide to call Rory to take my mind off things, but when I dial, it just rings and then goes to voicemail. "Hi," I say, huffing up at the ceiling. "It's me, just calling to say hi. Call me when you get a chance." I'm not expecting to hear back from her right away, so I'm surprised when a text dings through just a couple of minutes later. "Sorry, sweetie, caught up in some stuff. Call you back tonight, okay?" Great, even Rory doesn't have time for me today. And what would she be so busy doing on a Sunday anyway? I'm starting to feel pathetic for moping around, though this isn't who I am. I wanted to see the city while I was here, and now I actually have a little bit of time. So with that, I put Jason, Rory, and everything else out of my mind and head back out into the streets. I eventually managed to while away the day in downtown Chicago, popping into little shops that pique my interest, taking myself out for lunch, and possibly drinking a half-liter of white wine at a little sidewalk cafe. I head back to the hotel a little before dinner time to shower and change. Jace had said we'd have dinner together, but I haven't heard from him all day. By the time I get out of the shower and finish drying my hair, I have a text from him. "So sorry. Caught up later than I thought. Trent's lending us his driver for the night. He'll pick you up at 7, okay?" I stare at the message for a minute, then shake my head. Is it just me, or is Jace behaving strangely today? I try to shake it off. I'm probably just stressed and reading too much into it. "Sure. Where are we going?" I text back. His response comes through almost immediately. "You'll see, winky face." Okay. I shake my head again. I text him one more time. "Can you at least tell me what to wear?" "Anything. You look good in everything." Smiley face. That makes me smile. Jace is sweet. Not exactly helpful, but sweet. I eventually decide on a simple jersey black dress, stretchy and comfortable and casual. But because it's black, it can pass for dressy in a dimly lit restaurant, if that's where we're going. By that time, it's almost 7, so I go downstairs to the lobby to wait for Trent's driver. He shows up promptly at 7 and introduces himself as Ted. I follow him out of the hotel into the waiting SUV. "Do you know where we're going?" I ask him, as he holds the back door open for me. "Yes, ma'am, Holloway Drive." I stare at him blankly. A smile crosses his aged face. "Luke Whittaker's place, ma'am." I rack my brain, trying to think of why Jace might want me to go all the way out to Luke's. "I thought we were going to dinner," I say to Ted. "We've only just met, ma'am." He smiles kindly, but there's a twinkle in his eye. I realize he's cracking a joke, so I laugh and climb into the back seat. Of course he doesn't know why we're going to Luke's. He's just the driver. But as we begin the hour-long drive out to the farmhouse, my mind races. What in the world is going on? 32. Celia. The drive up to Luke's home must be almost a mile, so it takes me a couple of minutes to notice it. There's music playing, loud too, pumping out of some kind of outdoor speakers. There are cars parked in the yard too, not as many as last night, but at least half a dozen. Ted pulls the SUV to a stop right up near the house and comes around to let me out. I step out of the car, but I almost don't want him to leave me just yet. I can hear voices carrying from the backyard area, but I don't see anyone, and I still have no idea what's going on. And then I see him. He appears from around the corner of the house like a mirage, like a miracle. Jace, looking handsome as hell in the same black polo shirt and jeans he was wearing when he left the hotel this morning. I wave a quick goodbye and say thank you to Ted, and then cross the lawn over to Jace. "Hey," he says, leaning in for a kiss. He looks tired but happy to see me. I let him graze his lips against mine, but then I pull back. "What's going on? I thought we were going for dinner." He grins. "I thought we could do something a little different." "Like what?" He pauses, then points up at the air, gesturing for me to listen. I stop and finally pay attention to the music that's pumping out through the yard. "The Steve Miller Band," I say, laughing. My face fills with a giant grin. "What's going on, Jace?" "Come on," is all he says, slipping his hand through mine. I follow him into the backyard. It's dark except for a huge roaring bonfire in the middle of the yard. I look at Jace, still confused, but he just squeezes my hand. As we get closer, I slowly start to make out voices and figures, and I realize they're all here. Hannah and Trent, Luke, Sloane, Allie, Jace's mom Evelyn, even... "Rory!" I shriek when I see my best friend, and then she's leaping across the yard toward me. I wrap her in a huge hug. "What are you doing here?" "Hanging out," she laughs. "Sorry I couldn't get back to you earlier. I was just about to get on the plane when you called." I still don't understand. I'm looking back and forth between Rory and Jace, and both of them are wearing such sly smiles that I feel like I must be totally missing something. Finally, Jace laughs. "Don't look so scared," he teases. "I just remember someone saying they wanted to go to a bonfire, maybe with a little Steve Miller playing." "You did all this for me?" I ask incredulously, as Rory heads back to grab a seat near the fire, next to Sloane and Allie. He nods solemnly. "I did." "But why?" He shakes his head, incredulous, as if he can't believe that I even have to ask that question. "Because I love you," he says. His words and voice are so plain, simple, and perfect. You do? My own words are barely more than a whisper. Yes, silly girl. I love you too, Jace. Good. I'm glad to hear you say that, because it's going to make this next part a bit easier. What part? He leads me closer to the fire. Your first proposal was in your office, he says, and I think that's just unacceptable. I laugh. Tears are springing to my eyes, even though I don't know why. Maybe it's the way Jace's face looks so earnest in the firelight. Maybe it's the way everyone has turned to look at us, expectant, and like they're holding their collective breath. Maybe it's the fucking Steve Miller Band. Yeah, it was pretty bad, I admit. It was terrible. And you deserve way better. Except a week ago, when I asked you to marry me, I did it in your apartment, and with a second-hand ring, no less. I laugh again, wiping away a tear that's trailed down my cheek. That wasn't real, though, I say, smiling up at Jace. Jace with the handsome face and the hard jaw and the blue eyes that look strangely nervous. Jace, I whisper, realization suddenly and finally dawning. That wasn't real, he agrees. His voice is hoarse. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a little gray box. But this is... Oh my God! I clap my hands over my mouth as Jace drops to one knee in front of me. The tears are flowing from my eyes for real now. I hold my breath, and Jace opens the box. Jace, I gasp, how did you... My question trails off, unasked, because inside that gray box is the amethyst ring, the one I'd spotted on 47th Street so many moons ago. I picked it up while I was in New York, he confesses. I realized if I was crazy enough about you to fly halfway across the country to find you, that I was crazy enough about you to do this thing for real. I can't even answer him. The tears are coming too fast and too hard. So instead, I grab him by the arm and pull him so that he's standing, then lean into him. I wrap my arms around him and kiss him, so hard and so frantic that I can barely breathe. He kisses me back. And for a moment, I forget about absolutely everything else except this perfect man in front of me. When we finally pull apart, he chuckles nervously. Look, I know this is sudden. You don't have to say yes right now. We can treat this ring as a promise, if you feel more comfortable with that. But I shake my head. The tears haven't really stopped, but at least I feel like I can speak now. I don't want a promise, Jace. I want forever. A huge grin crosses his face. Me too, Celia. Me too. He takes my hand in his and slips the amethyst ring onto my finger. It looks like it was meant to be there. So much better than the diamond. It's perfect, I breathe. So are you. The crowd erupts into a cheer, and I blush. I'd almost forgotten they were there. I turn and give a friendly wave and watch as Rory wipes away a tear of her own. Evelyn, Jace's mom, is turning to Trent in confusion, and I suppress a laugh. I guess eventually we'll have to fill everyone in on the whole story. Not tonight, though. Tonight's for celebrating our engagement. The only one that really matters. Tonight's for the Steve Miller Band. Tonight's for me and Jace, however long it took us to get here. Tonight's for happy endings. 33. Epilogue. I look at the man sitting across from me and wonder how on earth I could have ever thought about marrying him. I mean, seriously, what was I thinking? I sign my name on each of the 24 pieces of paper my lawyer has shoved in front of me. With each signature, I feel that much closer to freedom. Finally, I push the stack back to him. "Are we done?" "Done," the lawyer says, shoving the papers into a folio. "This paperwork covers the equal distribution of proceeds from the sale less the amount outstanding on the mortgage. The money will be deposited into your respective accounts in 3 to 5 business days. The closing paperwork will be mailed around the same time." He pauses, glancing back and forth between us. "I'll give you 2 a minute," he says, finally, before silently exiting the room. I want to tell him not to bother, that I have nothing to say to this man. But he's already gone. Martin looks at me. The hazel eyes behind his horn-rimmed glasses are watery. Is he actually tearing up here? "It's the end of an era, isn't it?" he says morosely. I fight the urge to roll my eyes. "Don't act like we had a great love story, Martin," I snap. But then I soften. After all, if it hadn't been for Martin, I never would have gotten together with Jace. I never would have found everything I wanted out of life. "I hope life treats you well, Martin," I say, trying to be gracious. I grab my purse and stand. I'm oh so ready to get out of here. "Wait," Martin stands. "Do you want to get a coffee or something? Let me take you to lunch." I shake my head. "Sorry, I have a flight to catch." "Already? I thought you just flew in this morning." "I did," I grin. Now that I've packed up my life and moved to Chicago with Jace, I don't want to be back in New York City for a single second longer than I have to be. Take care. Okay, Martin? "Sure. See you around, Celia." I doubt that, I want to say. But instead I just slip out of the meeting room and head for the elevators. Rory is waiting for me downstairs. I may be in a rush to get back to Chicago, but I couldn't come to New York without seeing my best friend. "How'd it go?" she asks when she sees me. I shrug. "Totally fine. I'm just glad to be done with it." She shakes her head. "I can't believe everything that's happened lately. What a whirlwind." "I know," I admit. I can hardly believe it myself most days. After Jace's proposal, we had spent a little more time hanging out with his family and enjoying the city. We had such a good time there that it was an easy decision. As soon as we landed back in New York, we both gave notice at our jobs. It had felt amazing to hand in my resignation letter to Frank Turner. I'd even taped it to a box of muffins just to really drive home the point. Then it was time for a trip to Connecticut so Jace could meet my parents. They had, of course, adored him, and they'd plied him with so much home-cooked food that I'm pretty sure the feeling was mutual. After that, we'd flown back out to Chicago to start apartment hunting. Once we found something, we moved all our stuff and the 2 cats out with us. The cats are still getting used to each other, but they've settled into a mutually agreeable Cold War, which we figure is the best we're going to get. Selling the condo with Martin was the very last step in wrapping up my life here in New York, and I am so glad to be done with it. Rory and I walk back out to her car. I've got just enough time for a quick lunch with my BFF, and then I'm back on the next flight home. Before we get in the car, Rory pauses. She reaches out and squeezes my hand. "Promise me you won't forget about me, okay?" I almost laugh, as if there's any chance of that happening. But then I see how her eyes glisten with tears. "Oh my God, Rory, never!" I give her the tightest hug I can manage. "You're still my best friend, forever and always, even if we're 1,000,000 miles apart." "Good," she sniffs. Then she grins. "But you never know. Maybe we won't always be 1,000,000 miles apart." "What are you saying?" She shrugs, still grinning slyly. Nothing for sure. Just, there's nothing really tying me to New York. Almost all my work is online these days, so theoretically I could do it from anywhere. Seriously? Would you really consider moving? Maybe. No promises. But definitely maybe. I grin. I'll take a maybe. Come on, let's go eat. I'm starving. One long martini-filled lunch later, and I'm on a plane back to Chicago. I can't wait to see Jace. Even though I just left this morning, it already feels like it's been too long. When the plane touches down, he's waiting for me in arrivals. He wraps his muscular arms around me and dips me into a showy and dramatic kiss. Even though I know he's doing it as a goof, I still melt into it. His kisses just have that effect on me, and somehow I have the feeling they always will. Hi, I say breathlessly when he finally releases me. Hi, he says, grinning. I missed you. I see that, I tease. I missed you too. I have a surprise for you. You do? I look around. What is it? Not here, he says, shaking his head. At the bar. I can't wait. That's the other big change in our life. Jace and I bought a bar. The same bar we'd had lunch at the day before Trent and Hannah's wedding. It had started as a joke and then turned into a persistent fantasy, and eventually we just decided to go for broke and make it a reality. We've both funneled all of our savings into it, and Trent and Luke came in as silent investors. We've been putting all our energy into getting it fixed up for our grand opening, which is in 2 weeks. I eye Jace as we walk out to the SUV. This isn't a surprise like the time you found that creepy doll's head behind the drywall, is it? He chuckles. No, I think you'll like this one a little more. We chat nonstop on the way to the bar, and the time passes quickly, just as it always does when we're together. When we pull up in front of the bar, I do a double take. The big sign over the door is covered up in a huge white drop cloth. I look over at Jace. What did you do? He grins. I finally got our new signage done. I thought you had decided to stick with the Poorhouse. That had been the name of the bar before we bought it, and although we've talked about changing it, we couldn't come up with an option we both really loved. That was before I came up with the perfect name, he says. Come on. We climb out of the car, and he unlocks the front door of the bar. He disappears for a moment, and then comes back out with a stepladder. He sets it up right in front of the window so that he can reach the drop cloth. Ready? He asks. Stand back there so you can get a good view. I stand at the edge of the sidewalk, right by the car. I hope you like it, Jace says. And then he yanks the drop cloth down off the sign. I laugh as soon as I see it. Jace looks at me hopefully. Yeah? Oh my God, yeah, it's perfect. The sign is green with white lettering, and the name Jace picked? Two Steves. I cross the sidewalk towards him and wrap my arms around his waist. You're pretty amazing. You know that? I've been told that a time or two, he teases. We're interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat behind us. We turn and find an older couple, maybe Jace's mom's age, standing there holding a basket. Hi, the woman says, reaching out to shake my hand, and then Jace's. We're Mary and Paul, and we run Fat Carrot, the little bakery up the street. We just wanted to come and introduce ourselves and welcome you to the neighborhood. That's so sweet, I say. Jace and I introduce ourselves, and we chat with them for a few minutes. Every interaction we've had so far in this neighborhood has been like this, and we're so glad we decided to build our business in a community like this. Mary and Paul eventually say goodbye, but not before Mary hands me the basket she's been holding.
"I nearly forgot," she says. "Just a little treat to say welcome."
We thank them, and then say our goodbyes. Jace grabs the stepladder, and we both head inside the bar. I lift the cloth napkin that's covering the basket, and then burst out laughing. "What is it, babe?" I hold the basket out to him.
"Muffins."
He grins.
"Don't throw any at me, okay?"
I smile back. I think it's safe to say that my muffin-throwing days are over. He comes over and wraps me in his arms.
"I'm very glad to hear that,"
he says, leaning in to kiss me. I let myself melt against him, and my body buzzes with happiness. Yes, those days are definitely over. This concludes Filthy Fiance by Kat Carmine, narrated by Kendall Taylor and Rock Engel. Copyright 2017 by Kat Carmine. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kat Carmine and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.